So I just did this binge watch on this somewhat recently made Netflix show Spirit Rangers, and this is my in-depth review on what I think about it. What's up everybody, this is Willie, and today I'm reviewing the show Spirit Rangers. And here I want to thank Shalux Gamer for suggesting me this show to check out. And this is a series that depicts 3 native siblings who are able to transform into animal forms thanks to the possession of their necklaces, and all 3 of them each have their own respective powers to help protect a dimension of spirit animals known as Spirit Park. And likewise, the concept of that was pretty interesting when it was brought to my attention, as well as the whole idea of giving such great indigenous representation on the show centering around its culture that was really interesting to see and validated in this space of kids television. Now, full disclosure, this show has been around for years and this is my first time actually watching it. So this is how I'm going to share my personal experience with this series. And from what I know, this series has been met with a lot of positive reception with barely any negativity surrounding it. So it gave me hopes that this show will be good. And after watching it, it really lived up to the hype. A very solid modern kids show where I don't think I really talk about this as much. Modern kids show these days have not really been the greatest in the world, feeling extremely watered down in its qualities. And I mean, outside of the total drama reboot, there hasn't really been a modern show that has consistently gave me some charm that would exude that contemporary resonance that I would look for. And I think this show kinda does some of that with its tad consistently creative storylines in conjunction to its unique nuanced representation of the indigenous culture, as well as the whole visual being much more aesthetically creative. And the portrayal of these characters, although one-dimensional, which to be fair, that's kids media these days, still had some significantly strong suits to them that makes us deeply resonate with them on these adventures they embark on. And I like how the whole premise of the show is not only for what the concept is, but intertwined with its themes of lessons and morals, where each children has their own flaw and errors that they first pioneer and learn their ways to resolve their flaws as they find parallels to their situations in Spirit Park. So I think with how vibrant the quality of this show is and its very informative and transformative story themes makes me come out of this show feeling solidly impressed with what it offered. So likewise, on every occasion with my reviews, I'll be reviewing and detailing my thoughts and opinions on every episode we run through. And before I do that, as a tradition, I have to introduce the main characters who are prominent on this show. So let's start with the eldest child in Kodi, whose spirit form happens to be a blue bear cub, representing the courageous and brotherly quality. And his dynamic on the show was incredibly interesting to watch with how he basically tries to take the lead as being the oldest sibling. So he's very prominent with his role to not only protect everyone he cares for, but also embrace his brotherly shtick that makes him pretty inspiring and such a compelling figure throughout the series that I found myself really enamored with his dynamic personality that makes him a riveting presence. Not like he's like wacky or anything, but he has some of his wholesome moments that makes him endearing. So I like the role he relished across this show that makes him one of my personal favorites from a character front. Alright, then we have Summer, who is the middle child, and her spirit form is a hawk, and she's a very outgoing, adventurous character. However, I feel like of the 3 siblings, she's definitely the least compelling. Not that she doesn't have any of her moments, because she does pertain to some, but the qualities of her character doesn't really resonate with me as much. And to be fair, it might be under the constraint of her being the middle child, which at least I'm glad the show doesn't play off those tropes or stereotypes with her. But either way, I don't have much of a personal resonance with her character, but she still has those qualities that make her decent enough. And her bird form aesthetically is something that would resonate with me, kind from someone who loves bird characters in these kind of shows. Like Pablo the Penguin's a big example of that, so her form does spring up her validation for that. Bottom line, a character that has a riveting and unique energy to bring to the show, but just not the one that relishes much of that character charisma. So then we move on to Eddy, who's obviously the youngest, and like Kodi, he is one that relishes a pretty interesting charm in his character, which to be fair, the show does emphasize a lot on him being the youngest sibling as well as the shortest, which at points it can be a bit tropey, especially like playing into the side where he's very fearful and stuff. But I do like the portrayal of his personality that makes him another one that's very resonating. And for his spirit form, he is a turtle, and that's sweet. You know, being a reptile creature diversifies the grouping of the siblings' forms, and I like that aspect. And either way, although his turtle form does continue playing into his trope, he does come off extremely likable, and that does pay dividends with not only his siblings, but his extended family, friends, and spirits. And throughout the series, he has a lot of his moments that makes him stand out. So yeah, Eddy is a very endearing presence as well, with a lot of riveting charm to him and strong charismatic qualities in him. So then for this next part, I am going to actually make a eulogy on some specific spirits who have an essential role on the show, as they are always present by the kids' side in every adventure they go on, even to the point where the show doesn't even emphasize on their sudden attendance. But either way, let's go over them, and starting off with Coyote, who who of the main spirits is definitely the most compelling and entertaining, as he has such a zany energy that's pertained from his trickster side of things, where his cunning nature makes him very humorous of a figure. And throughout my watch, I really developed my liking for what he brought to the table, although at points he does have his missteps, which I do point out. I do like how he's able to stay as likable as he is despite his characteristics. And yeah, he has a lot of moments in the show too, where, I mean, to be fair, a bulk of them can be with his dodo-ish portrayal, but at the same time, there's also the serious side of things where he can be portrayed in a more sympathetic way for certain situations that I'll be able to glean on when I get to those episodes. So then, there's Lizard, whom is the close friend of Coyote and is mostly on the likable spectrum too, with some of her constant gags revolving around her losing her tail, because I guess they had to find some way to utilize those kind of tropes with a lizard, as well as her constant thirst for bug meals, which I don't really put much emphasis on that in the review. Personality wise, she does glow for points, but she doesn't really pop as much, especially if you were to compare to Coyote, as she doesn't really have much steam to elicit any sort of drama and such. But likewise, another figure that is a likable presence and companion for the group, exhibiting a decent enough personality, though not as striking, still inherits the charm in her. So next I'm going to touch on the fact that there is another character who joins the group later on. So to make this review more consistent, when I finally get to the episode where they come into the picture, then I'll make a proper eulogy on them. So stay tuned for that. And with all this said, let's get into it. So we start with the first episode, which is Thunder Mountain, and the children are looking for a ranger badge just for one of the spirits in Coyote to reveal himself as the culprit of its disappearance, which leads to a short pursuit that the kids eventually get it out of his hands, and he returns back to the spirit park as the kids' parents arrive, where to let them know that they're heading to the park, and the kids are officially junior park rangers, which Eddy's not really ready for the journey, but his mom does try encouraging him to immerse in the environment. So then she gives the children a mama bear hug, which ends up being subtle foreshadowing. But then just as they're about to leave, boom, it rained. And because of that, every plan coming into it is potentially cancelled, and even the park is potentially going to be closed, which is definitely not what the kids wanted. So Kodi and Summer, alongside a hesitant Eddy, decide to do something. So they head over to their treehouse and transform into their Spirit Rangers form, which has a pretty cool sequence during their transformation. But now that they're animals, they make their ways to the mountain, where they discover that the cause of this thunder is from Thunderbirds, which Eddy finally is way too startled to continue on, and he just hides himself in his turtle shell. So Summer opts to try and fly up to deal with the Thunderbirds, only for the thunder to knock her down, which leads to Kodi having to save her. But Eddy, despite really just wanting to forfeit the whole mission, he indirectly gives his siblings the idea to signal the Thunderbirds to them, so they do just that, and the Thunderbirds make their way to interact with the children. And they explain some of the reason that they're even present is because they were trying to pass by, but then they lost sight of their baby Thunderbird, whose name is Sky, so they got no choice to stick around to look for her, which does unfortunately factor into the thunderstorm. So with that, the children opt to help find the missing Thunderbird. And so as they are looking around the mountain, Eddy starts to really express his doubt, showing some of the low self-esteem of him, but his siblings are able to comfort him and make him feel more motivated to at least try, even if there is the fear of screwing something up. But then as another thunder rattle, which startles everyone, Eddy hiding in the shell does give them another idea that maybe the lost Thunderbird is hiding somewhere. And what better convenience than supposedly the cave that's behind them. So they go to investigate, and their speculation is confirmed when one of the Thunderbird's feathers fly out. So Eddy's encouraged to try and bring Sky back out despite his hesitance. And so it does take time for Eddy to get Sky out of the cave, but with some strong persuasion alongside applying from what his siblings told him about trying, which relaying that Sky helped her feel more inclined to come out of the cave. So she reunites with her parents and they fly away, which also clears out the sky to be sunny again. And so the kids change back into their forms and return back to where they were and convince their parents to go through with the plans that they were going to do at the park, which was hiking, and so they do. With that ends off the episode, and I think that was really satisfying how the kids were able to solve a solution to a weather issue, considering climate is mostly natural, but in this world they are manufactured by something, and the kids show how very instinctive they are, and they are able to solve the problem. And also I did like the development Eddy had in this episode to really overcome some of his hesitancies and things, which he was able to utilize what he learned to resolve the issue with Sky. So that was really great. But now to our next episode, titled The Snoozing Sun, and it begins with Summer and Eddy splashing in some mud, except for Kodi, who doesn't want to get his uniform dirty. So next they decide to check on a character named Dee, and she shares with the kids that she plans to photograph a condor who only flies by when the sun sets. So she she's gonna have to wait, which does confuse the kids considering the time then the sun should already be setting, which things do get sketchy when another spirit pops out in Lizard, who basically acts as the messenger in behalf of the spirits that they need the Rangers' help. So the kids change into their spirit forms and make their way through the spirit dimension, where they head to the top of the mountain where they meet up with Lizard again, and she shows them the craziest turn of events where the literal sun is napping on the top of the mountain. Like, that is definitely wild. And Coyote also pops up there and expresses his disdain over the possibility of not getting any sort of nighttime to do his silly antics. But then the characters are met with an actual condor named Almei, which having the presence of the condor definitely was something convenience for what was set up earlier this episode. But basically the ramifications he gets with this is that he won't be able to have his beauty sleep. And the next thing you know, he shows off his beautiful feathers and shares that he has the ability to move that big ball of light. But then it comes to his biggest qualms, the fact that if he does interact with the scorching sun, it is going to potentially burn the color of his wings, which he for some reason didn't think of that, leading to him backing off of even contributing to that heroic act, which does kind of parallel with Kodi's situation with the mud earlier. But yeah, with the condor's essential stubbornness, the Spirit Rangers now opt to find other ways to deal with the sun. First, they try to use a lasso, which the sun rays quickly burn off, so that didn't work. So then their next method is trying to splash him with some water with the help of Eddy's bubble power to collect the water. But unfortunately, when they try to splash it on him, Hissy turns the water to steam. But there is some slight progress as the water did tickle him for a bit, so they try to tickle him awake, which Coyote volunteers to use his tail. Like, I don't think that's going to be a good idea, and what do you know, that proves to be the case as his tail starts burning hot as he interacts with the scorching sun, so he quickly dashes over to the nearest water to cool off. But then the sun starts to roll down the mountain, causing everyone to flee, which for some reason, despite having a bumpy ride down the mountain, the sun still didn't wake up from all of that ruckus somehow, but he is starting to gain on the characters, which Kodi opts to take the heroic reins and stop the sun from reaching him any further by using a slightly tall boulder to prevent the giant sun from rolling any closer, which the amount of friction starts to push Kodi against another rock and at the same time scorch some of his fur, which by the visual of Kodi's heroic actions finally motivates the condor to put his stubbornness aside and let his feathers scorch up as he lifts up the giant sun and raising to the sky, where he places it on some clouds before diving back down and seeing his reflection in some water to learn of his new looks because of the burning sun, which he's more amazed by his new looks, feeling like the strong colors representing more of his bold nature, which it certainly does, and he credits Kodi for really being his main motivator for all of this. So he then goes on to sing and gives the characters a flight before the sun finally wakes up, only for the moon to tell him that it's time to set. So he does so, which prompts the characters to head back to check on Didi, who is planning on day to get a picture of a condor, and as we see her prepare herself, she slips and almost drops her camera in the mud, but Kodi sacrifices the neatness of his uniform and splashes into the mud just to save Didi's camera, which, what a good resolution to that subplot. But yeah, Didi's able to get her photograph of Condor, and that's it. So this one was thrilling. I do like how the themes of this episode really emphasizes on the mold of doing the right things, even if it means rooting some of your desires in the process, which I like that aspect, and I'm glad Alamai learned that from Kodi after seeing him essentially sacrifice looks of his fur just to save everyone from the burning sun. So our next episode is the Cuzzin, and we have the kids at Zeus Park watching a geyser that's about to erupt, and Coyote comes by acting pretty dodo-ish and also showing off a wig that makes him resemble Princess Leia. Suddenly, Coyote's cousin Sunka pops by and she tackles him down, which I guess is their way of reuniting. And then she introduces herself to the kids, who are absolutely drawn to her cuteness as a puppy, which the amount of attention that she's getting is starting to dawn on Coyote, but not in a good way. And that's interlaced when the kids want to play fetch with her at the spirit park, so they change into their spirit forms and play fetch with her, and Coyote tries to participate well, but Sunka keeps overshadowing his presence with her cuteness. And the continuous spotlight that his cousin is getting is starting to make him feel alienated and jealous at the same time. And it's just funny how much they use the word cute to really put an emphasis on the situation. And then Lizard pops by and also is attracted to Sunka's cuteness despite Coyote opening up about his little issue to her. Just then, the ground starts to rumble, which is signs that the geyser is about to go off, so the kids are on their way back there. While Colby is isolated, feeling distraught about the feeling that he's no one's favorite anymore, which I've seen this type of storyline in many given TV shows. It's like a newborn and a big sibling situation where the attention is on the newborn, leaving the sibling feeling alienated. And this isn't exactly a similar case here with Coyote and Sunka, but there's a different touch to this, which I'll talk about, where Sunka goes to confront Coyote regarding its expression of solemn, and Coyote bravely opens up that he feels like she's replacing him by out-cuting him, which is a strange way to use that term. But that leads to her admitting that she is intentionally doing so, which that makes Sanka come off very sadistic in that spot, and she even sings a song about it, basically gloating about her cuteness. And Coyote just had enough, so he likes to play fetch with her, and embracing his very cunning qualities, he chucks the stick right into the geyser, which for some reason Sanka still decided to go after it, even though she should have known that it's dangerous to be inside while it's about to erupt. And next thing you know, the kids are back there waiting for it to blow, and Coyote joins them, leading to questions of where Sanka is, only for him to lie that she left without bidding them goodbye, and adding on top of that she is ruined that way, which I mean kinda true after how she bragged about herself to him. But after Coyote brings up about his qualities not really matching with Sanka's cuteness, the kids do express that they still love him and look at him favorably as equivalent to Sanka, which that does cheer up Coyote and made him recognize the wrongs with jealousy, which does contribute him to truthfully telling the kids that he caused Sanka to go into the geyser. So there's a rescue mission to take place, with Sanka at the literal bottom of it with the water starting to emerge, and with the help of Eddy's bubbles that will eventually consume all of them inside. I guess the whole circumstance with the geyser ends up working in their benefits as it erupts and helps blow them out of it. So Sanka is saved, and also she issues her apology to Coyote about her behavior earlier, as she still loves him as a cousin, and also admits that it was jealousy that consumed her to act the way she did, which is funnily the same thing that Coyote was feeling. So it looks like the whole theme of jealousy was each other's problems that could have easily put a rift in their relationship, but thankfully with the kids' help, they're able to get back on their terms again. So that was a nice way to send off this episode, and it was pretty thrilling. I mean, I already mentioned this about the storyline with the whole alienation and jealousy, which I already described that with the metaphor I mentioned, but what I like with this episode add on top of that is the fact that Sanka was in the position where she was doing it more intentionally than the usual storyline where the character is indirectly causing the others to feel the jealousy or failing to recognize what they're causing. But here, I like the little twist here that on Sanka's end is her personal jealousy that would factor into Coyote's jealousy of her. So it's a pretty interesting dynamic on that front, and I also felt like Sanka was very interesting in the only episode that she ever appeared in, since unfortunately afterwards she was never seen again, which was pretty shameful as there was some untapped potential to give more strong dividends to her dynamic with her cousin Coyote, but sadly that never happened. So then our following episode is totally Eclipsed, and it begins with the kids just playing tag, and Summer is just way too good at the game, but she's definitely not stealthy as Eddy is able to tag her, and the way she acts with losing is just making her come off as a sore loser, which I wonder what the theme of this episode is gonna be. But then their father spots something at the sky, which is basically a lunar eclipse. However, there's no sort of schedule for an eclipse, so that does make things very sketchy. So as the dad leaves, the kids decide they're gonna involve themselves with the mystery of this, so they change into their spirit forms and make their way through the spirit park, and they meet up with the moon, who then shares that she and her brother, which is the sun, is playing hide and seek, or in their own literature, it would be described as sky and seek, because obviously they belong in the sky. But basically what's happening is that Sunny is just such a champ at this game, but then only acts as a sore loser when he lost that one round to the moon, which there's a lot of parallels with Summer in that spot. So then coincidentally, Summer decides to team up with Sunny to play the hide and seek game with the others. So the teams are made, and they also make the rules where the kids are not allowed to use their spirit powers, alongside the fact that they have to tag the person they found in order for it to count. So Sunny and Summer are the seekers in this round, and when Kodi and Eddy tries to hide somewhere, Summer uses her powers, which completely goes against the rules that were implemented, so that clearly classifies as cheating. And the same thing happens with Moon when she was hiding, and Sunny only found her by using his sun qualities, so those seekers would win, which I would put an asterisk to it. So then the roles are changed with Sunny and Summer as the hiders, and Summer cheats again. This time when she's found, she still needs to be tagged, and she uses geckos to stall Kodi and Eddy. And then next thing you know, when everyone addresses the issues to Sunny and Summer, they only label them as sore losers, when it's like, don't you think that's how you acted when you lost the one rounds in the respective games you played? Like, that's very hypocritical, and that gets to the point where no one wants to play with them anymore. So it's just Sunny and Summer playing together, and when they start pulling their cheating antics on each other, that's when tension starts brewing between them, like friendly fire. And meanwhile with the others, they're just having fun doing their own activities together, like moonwalking, which did you learn that from Michael Jackson? But then Summer and Sunny try to join in with the others, claiming each other to be cheaters, which leads to everyone having to say cheating does not contribute too much fun in a game, and the two are in denial, thinking winning is everything. And we humorously have a song where these two factions instantly make their arguments, where Sunny and Summer obviously sing that winning is everything, while the others disagree that winning isn't everything. Which I guess that finally convinced them about the merits of losing in games, and the two begin recognizing their errors and how it shouldn't act like the world revolves around them. So then they join in on the fun with the others who are having a dance party, and Coyote has got some moves right there. But anyway, the children return back to the lodge, and the father is looking through the telescope, and he alongside his children see the moon dancing. So that was something. But anyways, it wraps up the episode, and to briefly talk about it, it's just fine. Another standardized moral that is told throughout this episode where winning isn't everything. And yeah, we can't all be winners. Not trying to sound savage here, but this kind of moral does reach out to a lot more like competitive people, and how having good sportsmanship is more ideal than coming off as a sore loser. So with that, we jump into the following episode, which is Caterpillar Camp, and it starts off with the kids already in the spirit park, where they're helping out the moon, who somehow found herself trapped onto a giant spider web. So they free her, and she is grateful for their assistance, which Lizard and Coyote come out praising them too, basically giving them all the credit for maintaining the stableness of the spirit park, or else it would have been a mess. Next thing you know, another spirit needs help, and it's from a caterpillar whose backpack is slowly blowing away from the wind. So the kids help her, and she's thankful for it, and introduces herself as Ayadu. And the reason she needs her backpack is because she's going caterpillar camping, because she's going to be turning into a butterfly soon, which is pretty clear cut when you see a caterpillar on these kind of shows. But furthermore, she plans to base her camp inside a forest, and on a tradition she has to do it alone, which the kids did not get the memo and offered to help since there is potential perils around the forest. But Ayadu continuously declines their offer. So as she's making way to the forest, everyone starts to slowly track her, and when she's crossing a very narrow stick, that's when the children try to help her out, but their so-called help ends up worsening her and puts her off course, which she clearly expresses her frustrations with them for it. Like someone like Lizard is understanding her perspective on it, but everyone else just doesn't. So then here's where we get to what I would call the final straw, is when Ayado finally finds her place in the forest and sets her camp up. And when everyone watched, the kids start to set up protections around her camp using their powers and with the help of the spider from earlier, who finally got a wild buffalo stuck on its web. But then disaster strikes when Summer accidentally knocks down one of the glow things next to camp, which disrupts Ayadu to investigate, and the shadow of Summer's bird form frightens her, which leads to her triggering all the protections around her with the bubbles and getting stuck on the web. And learning that the kids did this, she completely chastises them for not listening to her at all and sings a song about proving them wrong. So now she has to start from square one with her base again, and the children reflect on the fact that they weren't really being good heroes in that spot, which you can't always be heroes every day, you know? And speaking of you can't do this, Coyote tries to act like he's a butterfly, only him to plop on the ground humorously.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
You know me, I always like those fun dodo-ish sequences. But anyways, the kids return to their human forms and are back at Zeus Park, and they are feeling disappointed with their performance that night, which their mom notices their long faces, and they do explain the whole story without building the context of it being Spirit Park, because obviously they don't want to share about their spirit forms. But the mom gives them a strong little advice that if someone doesn't need your help on something that they want to do, you might as well just be there to celebrate what they had to do. Would that really brighten up the kids' minds on what they will do next when they see Ayado again? So they return back to Spirit Park, and Ayado wakes up finally in her butterfly form, and she obviously encounters the kids, which does grow her some concern because obviously there has been some tension between them. But the kids do own up about their mistakes to her and exclaim their presence as a way to celebrate her feat of becoming a butterfly, which she is really thankful for. And Coyote tries to mimic her, only for him to flop down once again, which he questions why he wasn't told earlier, only to be told that he should have listened, which I guess that is the theme for this episode. But anyways, to talk about my thoughts on this episode, I'm kind of conflicted on it. I mean, what the kids were doing were not wrong on paper, but when you factor in perspectives, there's definitely a lot to gauge out of the wrongs the children made. And a lot of the things they did really agitate me at points, because they're really not getting the memo that Ayadu didn't want help, which if they had listened on when she initially told them, there wouldn't be as much tension in their relationship than there was. Now to Coyote's treasure, and the kids are playing in the treehouse where, I mean, let's just say Kodi is playing a video game on his console which is about treasure hunting. And what do you know, he gets so addicted to it that he can't stop playing, distracting him from all the other activities that his siblings are trying to get him to do. So the next thing, Coyote pops up and touches on the fact that he knows there's treasure involved that he forgot where they're hidden at, so that entices the kids to help him out on his treasure hunt, which I think that's a great opportunity for the siblings to spend time together than just having Kodi glued to the screen all day, which also by rules of Spirit Park, no electronics allowed, which is reasonable because you don't want to lose or break it. So the children are in their spirit forms and they first head over to Spider to help find a clue, and they eventually do, which is a cloud that Wind Eagle associates with, so that's where their next destination is, and also Spider's gonna tag along for the adventure. So they meet up with Wind Eagle, who is also babysitting Sky, the baby Thunderbird from episode 1. So that's cool that she makes an appearance here, but when Wind Eagle plays her special flute, it becomes the clue for the next place to hunt the treasure for, which is a mudslide, which a Spirit Beaver also now tags along too. And when you know, everyone starts sliding down the mudslide, which in real life that would be dangerous, but in the Spirit Park world, it's safe. And next thing you know, Kodi bumps into the next clue, which is a wolf artifact, which is the next clue, and it is to direct everyone to a cave at the top of the mountain. So everyone easily makes their way to the top, and they need to open up the cave, so there happens to be a pulley system there with a boulder, and obviously they just need to add more weight so the pulley can lift the boulder. And they do so, and the door opens, and inside there is a wolf who's been inside an artist's cave. And so the treasure chest is in there, and it opens up. There's art supplies, which that's such an appeal to an artist like me. Although I'm not good a painter, I am a digital artist. So still, the creativity is the greatest appeal ever. And next thing you know, Coyote now finally shows off his own treasure, which is hidden behind a curtain of leaves. And what do you know, it's an artwork of himself, which I mean, I guess that is treasure in his eyes because it is something that represents him as the subject, but for everyone else, not really. Well, Kodi is delighted because he was having fun with this adventure of finding treasure, and sings a song about the adventure he had together with everyone. And at the same time, while he's singing, everyone else decides to use those art supplies to paint their own treasure artwork together. And I think that's a perfect treasure that is suited for everyone involved. So they're back at Zeus Park, and although Kodi has the opportunity to continue playing on his console, he decides to put it away and spend time with his siblings creating their own treasure map, which is kind of their way of not falling into the same shoes as Coyote did. But anyways, this episode was pretty thrilling, really adventurous, and has some unique build-ups to it too. So then we go on to Rumble Mountain Rumble, and it has everyone settling themselves for a wrestling match to watch. But then we have Kodi face some really unfortunate situations where he doesn't get the best seat he can, and then when popcorn is served, only his siblings are munching on it without giving him a piece of it. And to make matters worse, they would just proceed to chuck the popcorn onto the ground, which, really guys? Just then, the station starts to shake and the power goes off. Kodi is pretty upset with the amount of misfortunes that's happened, but he's told to breathe in and let it out because then that'll cool down his attitude, which is not going to be the last that you hear of this phrase this episode. But you know, when disaster strikes, the kids know that it has something to do with the Spirit Park, so they change into the Spirit forms and head over there. And next thing you know, a wrestling match between a bunch of live boulders take place, and there are a bunch of rocky boulders who are spectating. But here's the catch, despite their very boisterous cheers, they're not the one that's causing the earthquake, and that's only confirmed when the real culprit presents itself, which is what they presume to be a mountain, only to be corrected that it's actually a volcano. And oh no, that is not good news. So the kids make their way there and confront her, and this volcano's spirit name is Lawelala, which thanks to Coyote putting out her name. But basically, the reason she's causing all these rumblings is because she doesn't even get to watch the boulder wrestling game that's happening because all the spectators are blocking her view. And because of that, her anger is reaching to her boiling point. And what do you know? Volcanoes are known to erupt, and it's definitely not ideal for Spirit Park to have. So they tried ways to calm her down, but it doesn't work well, and she eventually had enough and erupts all flaming rocks around the Spirit Park, which this is me an example, let's just say metaphor for how anger can consume you. You can just explode, not literally by the way, but in a way that causes consequences on others. And this is exactly what the volcano is facing. So the kids eventually figure out a way to cool her down, and that's obviously utilizing the tip Kodi got earlier of breathing in and breathing out, and they make a song out of it too to add a nice fancy touch to it. So she does cool down, but the situation is still not resolved. So the kids' way of bringing the wrestling game to her is to just make one themselves and be those wrestlers who are participating. And they put on a good show, which does satisfy the volcano. So now without any sort of rumblings or earthquakes happening, the power is definitely fixable at the station, and so it is. So the kids are back at Zeus Park and are ready to watch the wrestling game again. And next thing you know, another bowl of popcorn is being served, and once again, Eddy and Summer are just hogging it to themselves. But this time, it's the dad that's kind of upset about it, which Kodi is able to use the tip for him and gets him to calm down. And that pretty much sums everything up as everyone finishes watching the wrestling game. It's an okay episode with just a fine moral, but I don't have much elsewhere to talk about with this episode, so let's just move on. So this next one is Eagle Eye View, and we have the kids operating a drone, which does spot some spirit animals along the way, but then the drone kind of goes awry just for the mom to catch it. But basically, the camera is monitoring some baby eaglets who are preparing to fly. But as everyone's monitoring, the wind at the spirit park knocks over the camera, so then it needs some fixing. And while they do that, the kids opt to go to the spirit park to help out the eaglets, so they transform into their spirit forms, and first thing they encounter is Lizard and Coyote surfing on some wind rays, which is very abnormal, but no one knows the culprit of this strong wind. So in between, we have a song about Let It Wing It, and then the Rangers finally reach to the eaglets, and Summer checks them out, whom seems to think that the eaglets are going to struggle to fly with this strong wind, but next thing you know, it intensifies and starts blowing her down, which her brothers help save her. But anyways, they still need to find the source of this strong wind, and what do you know, it is obviously coming from the sky. So they make their way up the big mountain that leads to the clouds, and when they reach to the cloud level, they encounter Wind Eagle, which the episode is portraying this as like the first time meeting, and that aspect adds a lot of inconsistencies to this, considering us audience have already met her in the previous episodes, and the characters were already familiar with her then. But for this episode to be seemingly their first time meeting does add a lot of imbalance with the order of the episodes, where because obviously I reviewed them chronologically, normally episodes should have the future ones connect with the storyline of the previous ones, but I guess the way this was handled was kind of jumbled all over the place, where we're having an episode that should have takes place earlier, so the plotline for this episode wouldn't be inconsistent with previous plotlines where the Winning Eagle was involved in. But I guess this is where we're at. So enough of my spiel, back to the story. The wind is caused by Wind Eagle basically blowing on her beautiful flute, but Summer urges her to stop, which she cooperates with, which obviously is not what she liked. And although some of the siblings do express that they feel like Wind Eagle's feelings are now hers, Summer thinks that everything is alright and the day has been saved, which is it? Especially since there's still a lot more minutes left of the episode. I don't think so. So the children head back to Zeus Park, where the adults got the cameras fixed, and now they can properly monitor the eaglets getting their first flight, but they're still seemingly unable to, and that's because of the lack of wind, and eaglets need wind to fly. So now that with the mistake that Summer solely made, she and her siblings want to make up for that and make their way back to Spirit Park to bring back the wind from Wind Eagle, and Summer makes her way there and hashes it out with Wind Eagle about blowing her flute again. And the eagle agrees, but on the condition that Summer helps out, which she does. And so the wind comes back and the baby eaglets are able to flap their wings and perform their first ever flight as birds. So that was at least a great way to bring a resolution to this episode. But in my opinion, I'm just so with this episode. I'm not really sure how much to really take away from it because I didn't personally click with it as much, so I can't really assess as much as I could or give much of a eulogy for it, so I'm just gonna move on to the next episode to talk about. So our next episode, Trout Trouble, begins with the family fishing for trout. However, the children don't agree with the fishing method they are doing, and the fishing rod they're holding was blocking them from going any further, and it knocks them back, which indirectly exposes Lizard and Coyote, who were riding on the back of Eddy's backpack, which is basically stems from the fact that Lizard wanted to eat worms that were inside of it. Just then, the parents are arriving, so the spirits hide inside Eddy's backpack, and the kids and their dad get on a really small boat, which they have to learn to balance the gravity of it because it's easily susceptible to capsizing. And what do you know, when Summer leans a bit too much, assuming that she found fish, she causes the boat to flip over. And what was the thing that she ended up finding? Seaweed, much to everyone's disappointment on getting with for some misunderstanding on Summer's end. So as they're drying off, the parents find out from their sonar detector that there isn't trout available at the lake, which is strange, and obviously when something goes wrong, it's something to do with the Spirit Park, which is definitely the duty for the kids to enact since they know their way around it. So they change into their spirit forms and they encounter some beavers who are making a dam. Because they need to make their dam building for their stuff, but also the beavers' dam is causing blockage for the trouts to make their way to the Zeus Park Lake. So that's one fundamental issue. But on top of that, yes, beavers are supposed to make dams, but these guys make it in a design where there's no water being able to flow through. And furthermore, they're all disagreeing with each other's mediums, where one wants sticks, the other wants stones, and the third one wants mud. Which is like, why don't you just combine them together? They definitely would work well even strongly, but I guess that didn't come across their minds. But the kids do spot the rainbow trout trying to get through, but they can't, and they each come up with a plan of their own to resolve this dam issue, and they themselves have different plans that they can't all agree with. So since they can't choose, because Coyote says it, choosing is boring, they just test the waters with each of their plans to assess which one's the best, which on paper this is 100% the right call in a way, but I don't think it was thought out more to make it more organized. So we see Summer's plan is to just make an opening in one of the designs so the water can flow through. Eddy's idea is just using bubbles to carry the trouts over. And Kodi's is the same thing, but he's the one lifting them and throwing them onto a little slide that brings them back onto the water surface. So everything seems okay at first until one of the trout knock over one of the bills that starts squirting out water, and then it turns into a cycle where just tons of water spraying out of the dams. Damn. So everyone escapes as the builds go haywire, and it factors into one dam that is made of all the materials that the beavers use in one day, which the combination of that gives a lot of stronghold to it. So the beavers are approval of this combination design. So if the Spirit Rangers help alongside a fancy song about doing things better together, because then it would lead to strong teamwork with some effective results. So now with the new dam design that also doesn't cause any blockage for the river, trouts can now make their way to the Zeus Park Lake. So the kids head back there and they prepare their boat once again, and their father joins in, and everyone agrees to use a fishing pole to reel what they caught out. But the thing that they end up catching was one of the beavers, who I guess was playing a trick on them. But yeah, that's the end of the episode for you. And I think this episode was fairly decent, with a well-established storyline that built an interesting moral that should be enforced a lot in the real life, because teamwork is one thing, but also another thing is finding the right compromise so that you're all agreeing with something, because plans here, plans there is like a messed up puzzle piece, which can lead to disastrous situations, like what we saw with the dam in this episode. So onwards to Sweet Dreams, where the kids and everyone else are sweeping up the station, because there's a part inspector coming up, and the tidier the place is, it'll stay up to code, which I guess that's why we're gonna use the word code in this episode. And the children do get a bit too excessive with the cleaning, but anyways, they're done, and their dinner is gonna be fried bread, which I wonder where that storyline is gonna go. But Kodi spots a cobweb, which he doesn't think is part of the code, so he decides to use the broom and break it apart, which, I mean, personally, cobwebs are something that creeps me out personally. So anyway, Kodi just did something to my appeal. But practically for the episode, it would be proven to be a bit of a mistake. As everyone is sleeping, Kodi's dreaming about a fried bread monster that's gonna eat him, which in waking up, he also learned everyone else also had that same dream too. And then the next morning, everyone is just exhausted from the bad dream they have, not being able to get any peaceful sleep, and we even see the dad humorously pouring juice inside cereal, which gross. But with everyone coincidentally having the same nightmare, something sketchy is going on, and of course the kids are smart enough to figure out that it must be originating from the Spirit Park, so they make their way there, and come to find out that the spirits also had the exact same nightmare too, where Coyote and Lizard are just so tired after this wild nightmare they had. And that stems from the Dreamcatcher not being there. And what's the sorcery of the Dreamcatcher? The cobweb. And that's where the spider who made it comes in and reprimands Kodi for impulsively destroying Spirit Park's Dreamcatcher, which Kodi unfortunately just didn't realize that and was only doing that to stay on code. And then he has the audacity to, I guess, demand the spider to build another one, which is like, you didn't even issue the spider an apology and try to hash things out with her. So for you to try and like make orders to her just to fix your own mistakes is definitely not the right call, and that really rubbed the spider the wrong way, which Kodi's siblings had to jump in to his aid, trying to course correct that Kodi meant that they were the ones that were going to recreate the Dreamcatcher, which the issue is the fact that they're not spiders, and two, it's not easy to make like they seem to think it is. And next thing you know, we get a montage of them failing to put together a Dreamcatcher. So by that point, the Rangers are giving up, and Spider returns again, which Kodi finally owns up his mistake to her and recognizes the downsides he did that affected her and basically the whole community as well, which she finally accepts and is willing to recreate the dream catching webs on top of having the Rangers help her out, so there can be more to add to this reconciliation. So they all put together a big giant dream catcher while singing about being connected, and as they're done, all the spirits are pretty much asleep, with basically a lot more peace for it, because now that the Dreamcatcher is going to stop the nightmares from coming in. So the siblings return to the station where the park inspector finally comes, and the park is up to code, and he is approval of the cobweb that's there too, since a home is a part of the community. So they pass, and that wraps it up for the episode, which was thrilling. Something that added a lot of horrific elements to it to make this episode somewhat of a standout, but I also feel like the theme of this episode was really trying to understand perspectives, which is well suited for Kodi to learn on, especially when he was trying to goad the spider into recreating the web without having any sort of rationale taken or whatsoever to make her feel inclined to follow his say. It's like he should have taken the time to reconcile with the spider so they can reform a better bond together, which can then incentivize her to work with him. And this is something that I would often see in reality TV, so I definitely know a lot of the tropes of this kind of manner. We have to really be able to create a strong enough bond with someone else that will make them desire to do what you want to do as well. So we go on to the three sisters, and it starts off with the kids enjoying a nice breakfast that their dad made them, and then they check out the veggies at their garden. And they check out some of their crops, mainly the squash, beans, and corn, because they're the most prominent vegetables, because when they grow together, they're able to help plants near them grow stronger. And then next thing you know, Eddy bites into one of the vegetables and one of his tooth comes loose. And of course, this is something that is huge for kids growing up who lose their first baby tooth. So for this case, the family now wants to celebrate this by cooking up some soft veggie soup. So they're instructed to grab some squash, corn, and beans. And just as they're harvesting, the kids notice that the plants are starting to wither, which is never a good sign. And the kids know it comes from Spirit Park, so they make their way there and they meet up with some vegetable spirits who happen to be corn and beans, who they see are sobbing because their sister, Squash, is missing. Which maybe she left because she's gonna squash some zombies. Okay, let's be for real. The fact that it's a corn and bean and a squash is missing gets the children to recognize the pattern here in the fact that those three specific vegetables need to be together in order to help the plants grow faster, and the lack of squash is what's diminishing those chances. So there's a search party for squash, and throughout it we also see that Eddy is also kind of feeling checked out, considering his new look with his teeth hasn't made him feel comfortable to show off to others. And it doesn't help when Coyote made a reference to a walrus in a nightmare, which really added more to his discouragement that further isolates him from the group, and now he goes missing as well. So now not only there's a search party for Squash, but there's also one for Eddy too. And what do you know, those missing peeps would happen to stumble upon each other, where Eddy would find Squash, who was just laying down alone because she's, let's just say, humiliated by the bump that she received, even though naturally squashes do produce those kind of things, but she thinks that feature on her is weird, which adds a lot of parallels with Eddy and his loose tooth, and those two quickly bond over this. Just then, everyone finds them, and Squash opens up to her sisters that she just felt so uncomfortable with that bump she grew, but her sisters console her and do sing a song that makes her feel better. And even with Eddy, his siblings are older than him, so they've experienced losing their tooth before, and it's an occasion they went through with what he's going through right now, and that does really cheer up Eddy to know that he's not alone in something like this. So now the siblings head back to their station and have that delicious vegetable stew for dinner, and we even see Coyote and Lizard enjoy some dinner as well, with Coyote humorously using his walrus tooth to devour. But yeah, this episode was fine. Solid theme for the episode, but I don't really got much to take away from this outside of, let's just say, some kooky character moments from Coyote. So I'll say it did take a bit step too far when he had that moment with Eddy that caused him to isolate himself. So definitely not the greatest look for him in that spot, but he still continues to be a fun presence alongside Lizard too. So there is that merit to it. So now onwards to Lacrosse, the episode, and we have the family setting up the goals and other stuff for the upcoming lacrosse tournament, which Eddy expresses his excitement for, and not that he's the rightful age to play, but he's ripe to be the spectator, especially when he has a trading card of one of his favorite players in Lyle Thompson. So while the parents are gone for a bit, the kids finish up setting up the perimeters, and then they see some of the spirits also playing some lacrosse too, so they decide to change to their spirit forms and join in for the party. So we have some spirit animals playing lacrosse in teams, which are four-legged versus winged, and we have this mouse who's, I guess, coaching the game as well as hydrating the spirits during the break time. But we have the spirit rangers also wanting to join in, but in order for them to qualify, the animals need to test out which team suits for each of them. So to determine that, each ranger competed in their respective rounds, where Kodi goes first and he wins, which is fairly questionable considering he used his bear powers to work it out in his favor. So then it's Summer's turn, and she gets it through quickly as well. So that leads us to Eddy's turn, and he ends up cowering out, hiding in his shell and essentially losing the round. So with that, the spirits are unable to determine a team for him, so he's unable to qualify for anything, meaning he's excluded, which is to his disappointment, as he really wanted to play lacrosse. But but in a position where something you like does not end up working well for you is going to be an unfortunate reality. And I always have this weird way of just bringing in reality TV to reference in these kind of reviews, considering they're not even direct. But sometimes there can be certain cast members on a season who end up demonstrating that they're just not meant for the game they're playing. And unfortunately, Eddy is someone who is in that kind of caliber where lacrosse is just not a game for him. So because he's unable to, he isolates himself in such a distraught feeling, and the mouse comes to his aid to make him feel comforted. And the two quickly bond over the fact that they are more tiny and how they are not really fit to play lacrosse because of their height differences. However, it doesn't mean that they don't belong in something significant, like Eddy can act like a little sibling to Kodi and Summer. And he does somewhat emphasize with it alongside singing a song with the mouse about where they belong, and then they head back together to try joining a team. Even though their characteristics don't really fit in with either of the archetype of both teams, they still have a sense of belonging because they do have at least a valuable asset related to lacrosse that could be a benefit for the respective teams. So the mouse opts to join the Wings team. And to make things more magical, the eagle uses magical powers to give the mouse wings, and now it resembles a bat, which now it wants to be referred to as bat, which if this was really the case, wow, what an unexpected turn of events with the science in this. So for Eddy's role, with his knowledge about lacrosse, everyone assigns him team captain. And to ensure that he is a good captain, he balances out his rooting interests for both teams so that there is an equitable amount of support they're getting from him. So they play a couple rounds and the score ties up until Eddy makes that redemption and scores the winning shots for the Birdwing team, officially declaring them as the winners. So then the Spirit Rangers change back into Junior Rangers as they're back in Zeus Park, and what do you know? The tour bus arrives with the famous players, and guess who's the first to come out? Lyle Thompson, Eddy's, I guess, idol in lacrosse. And to make it so special, Lyle shoots his shot at the audience camera to end off the episode. So before we continue on, let's talk about the lacrosse episode. And I did come out of it really liking it. Coming from myself, who's not really the greatest sports player and is mostly always on the outskirts in these spots, I can really resonate with Eddy in the position he was at. So we move on to the next episode, which is titled Distracted by the Gecko. Interesting. So it begins with Summer waking up her brothers, with Kodi rhetorically referring to it as his hibernation, which is finally coming from him being the bear spirit. But Summer's excitement stems from the beginning day of Gecko season, which Eddy for some reason dislikes geckos and are fearful of them. And then their mom comes and takes them on the lost trail. So as they make their way through, they're collecting leaves, not much to what Summer desires, which does lead to the mom having to acknowledge to Summer to avoid having some sort of distractions during their task, which is something that does resonate with me because I'm someone who can easily get distracted with things. So the kids are given bags while the mom is going to be waiting for them at the end of the trail. So after that, Lizard and Coyote joins in for the party, and Summer, despite being told to focus, she gets way distracted on trying to find geckos, which somehow on par with Eddy. Lizard also doesn't like the sound of that, which your species have similar sort of characteristics to a gecko, like don't try and discriminate those who could mean home to you. But anyways, Coyote brings up an interesting story where he met the Great Gecko, who is based in the dark spooky forest, which is what they're likely in right now, and you have to have some really good focus to spot this creature, which is something Summer tends to lack. So then the group suddenly splits off, with Summer and Coyote getting really invested into geckos that they see on the way, and as they follow the trail, they get lost from the group, and the same thing applies to Eddy, Kodi, and Lizard. So at this point, they're all resigned to the fact that they're lost. So the kids, who despite being separated, decide they're gonna go to Spirit Park to try and reunite with each other. So they're in their spirit forms now, and so we have Kodi trying to climb up a tree, but then he falls and thankfully saved by his brother's bubble, which then geckos appear, causing Eddy to hide in his shell and Lizard wanting to join in even though there's room for only one. So then on Summer's side, she tries to use her powers but to no effect, and at this point she takes full responsibility for the ordeal that they're in. But after Kodi continues to try and distract her with what he discovers, she then relays back to what her mom advised her and starts recognizing that she needs to stay focused. And guess what? That worked out in her favor because conveniently she finds the Great Gecko, who's pretty much the personification of what having good focus means, because he was always around, but if the intention was put on him as strong as that is, he would then appear, and that's the reason why Coyote only spot him once, which he does label Coyote as having a scatterbrain. But the Great Gecko is obligated to help Summer find her way to her siblings again, which his advice to her is the same that the mom gave, staying focused, which leads to Summer singing a song about staying focused, and on her way she would finally reunite with her brothers. Next you know, Great Gecko arrives with more baby geckos, and I guess this is when Lizard starts to grow some love for them, seeing how cute they are. So anyways, everyone gets a nice ride on the Great Gecko before the kids return back to their human forms to return to the task of collecting leaves that they would end up completing. So as they're making their way out, a little gecko appears around Eddy and he decides to name it Lizard humorously. But anyways, that wraps up the episode, which did have a lot going for it, playing off the themes of distraction and focus, which is a very integral piece of element that applies to everyday real life, and it's still something that I have to work on in my life, considering this show really utilizes to the best of it to show the fundamental issues of what distraction can lead you to. So then onwards to Belly of the Beast, where I guess it takes place after a birthday party and the kids are cleaning up the leftovers there. Next thing you know, Lizard and Coyote pop by to enjoy some of the leftovers. Then Kodi informs everyone that once they're done, they need to make their way to a concert that they were invited to, which is by fish and otters who are going to be playing clapper sticks. So then that really entices the kids, especially Summer, to want to get all their duties done quick so they can first make their clap sticks and then join the concert, which I can get the excitement aspect, but sometimes rush job is a sloppy job. So Summer seemingly gets everything swept up and throws them in the trash bin, which also comes with a rule that it has to be locked or else animals will dig in, which she is questioned if she did follow through and claims she's sure of it, which I'm pretty sure you didn't check before you coughed out your next sentence. So they get Dee Dee's help to assist with their constructing of their clapper sticks, where Summer gets hers done fairly quickly while Kodi and Eddy are taking their sweet time, with Summer almost breaking Kodi's, with him having to tell her off that he's still working on this, and Summer just trying to encourage him to go quicker. Like, patience, girl! So anyways, they're done, change into their spirit forms, and they arrive barely at the concert, which is what Kodi would intended with his pun. But just as the concert begins with some great music, a big fish creature named Kamash comes and ruins everything by swallowing the fishes and otters. So you like music, but what the frick are you doing? But to disclose about what this fish monster has, his belly basically acts like a caged submarine, so those he swallows are essentially stuck in there until he burps them out. And also on top of that, this is essentially the kid's first time seeing Kamash, even though we had several occasions in previous episodes where they saw him, so clearly there's a lot of inconsistencies with the order of these episodes. So anyways, Eddy makes bubbles to act as helmets for everyone to use so they can breathe underwater and try to save the spirits who Kamash swallowed. But it gets too difficult, so they just try to find another plan, and seeing how he's attracted to music, they figure that they can use their clapsticks to play music, which will definitely draw him to them. So they return back to shore and play some music, and when you know, he merges and swallows the rest of them outside of Summer, all because he wants music, which, for what, for yourself? Because clearly you're not going to get that with everyone in your stomach. Like, instead of starving for music, actually learn to listen to music. But now Summer's the only hope, and with her clapper stick not really going well because she did rush to get it done, she urgently rushes back to Dee Dee to get her help to make a new one that is much more better and done more steadily, which even Dee Dee was hesitant to help her considering how careless Summer was with her making, but she is really desperate because it shows how much care she has for her siblings and desires to get things done the slow and right way in order to get the right result. And talking about right way, that's a song for this episode. So anyways, Dee Dee helps Summer finally make a new clapper stick, and it actually works out well. So she plays her, which draws the attention of Kamash, but she does stand her ground to him in the fact that he wanted music but tried to force his way around to get what he wants, which was not in his best interest, and if he wants that music, he has to allow the concert to take place. So this convinced Kamash to burp out everyone he swallowed, meaning Summer has saved the day, and now the concert went on. So returning to Zeus Park, Dee Dee confronts the kids about otters making their way through the trash bin because someone didn't lock the bin. I wonder who would that be? I mean, come on, it's obviously Summer, and she accepts full responsibility for rushing the job too much that she didn't properly check if everything was okay. But her siblings are willing to help her get those otters who grabbed some party hats out of the trash, so they chase after them, and that is actually how the episode ends in a fun way. But yeah, another one that I had thrill with, but I also should talk about Kamash as a character because he reminds me a lot of Gludge from Rescue Riders, and boy, are they similar in terms of their tropes and archetype, where they are pretty impulsive and fail to recognize their fundamental flaws, which if I were to lean who I think is better, I would give the slight edge to Kamash, where, I mean, after this episode, I'm not really that big of a fan of his, but he doesn't exhibit that big of stubbornness in comparison to Gludge. So now we follow up with Woe Is Wolf, And it starts off with the kids giving out some passes to visitors, and then one of them in particular have a really cool vehicle that depicts many unique creatures that catches the eye of the children, and then the owners come out and introduce themselves as sisters named Cindy and Mindy, which were your parents inspired by Cindy and Mindy Hall? That's just coincidental. But they basically labeled themselves as monster hunters, and they're going to be looking for werewolves. And the kids want to join along, so they do. And also, they must keep their eye out for Fog, which the mention of that blatantly foreshadows something. And these monster hunters claim that Fog is one thing that the werewolves love, alongside peanut butter, which Eddy happens to be snacking on. So everyone hunts around for a bit, even going through a cave and then just knocking down some cool stone statues that were in there. Like, how dare you be an intruder? But then Fog is finally spotted. And these monster hunters are just so resolute on searching for a werewolf that they are also exposing the children to a precarious situation. And what do you know? The kids get separated from them in the fog. And so the only optimal way to get out of this pickle is gain the spirit's help. So they change into their spirit forms, and first thing they encounter is Lizard and Coyote, who use, I guess, some of the fog clouds to cosplay as humans. But the Spirit Rangers want them to help find actual humans. So now there's a hunt for the monster hunters, and we have everyone go to various areas where they ask some familiar spirits about their whereabouts, only for them to have no clue. So they all get back with each other and then come across a sign saying "Do not enter." And likewise, they entered. And there's a cave, which is a different one, and out comes a wolf, whose way of getting first impressions is literally overwhelming himself around them. Which, finally, when Eddy mentions about peanut butter, the wolf expresses his disdain towards peanut butter and prefers black mushrooms and kale. And for the Spirit Rangers, who are confusing him as a werewolf, he corrects them that he's a wolf spirit named Mai, and Mai is a wolf who's an artist. What an appeal to me, but his qualms as an artist is that he doesn't want to show off his work. Which, I mean, on that hand, certain works can be very personal to artists, and it's their rights on if they want to publicize it or not. So there's not really any wrong with Mai's contempt with showing off his work. And the song that he sings is basically reflecting on his artistic persona and how he prefers to gatekeep his work, especially if it's the only best way to protect it from potential ruins if it was exposed to the wrong spirits. And on top of that, with what happened earlier when the kids entered the cave, Dwolf created his masterpiece, and the kids and the monster hunters essentially misunderstood the sign. So to make up for that, the kids opt to help Mai make a new masterpiece. And so that commences, and the project ends up being complete. And Mai is so passionate about how the work went, which has lots of good glow to it. So this is something that he's going to cherish a lot. And so because of that, it is intertwined with the fog now dissipating, so the kids can have an easier time finding the monster hunters. And what do you know? They save Mindy, who was about to walk off the edge of a cliff as she was trying to find Cindy, who was right next to her. So they return back on the main trail and reunite with the kid's mom, where they explain everything, and the monster hunters feel responsible for ruining the good work that was inside the cave that they explored earlier. So to make up for that, they allow the kids to borrow their camera, so the kids can take some pictures inside the painted cave. And what do you know? Those pics ends up being on the background of that talk that night, which has a very cool screening to it. And the episode ends off with them snacking on s'mores, which happens to have peanut butter as a special ingredient inside, which, I mean, I would certainly give it a pass. But anyways, for my thoughts on the episode, it's alright. I do like how much artistic perspectives that Mai had really personified here, where certain times there's projects or works that artists don't feel inclined to share, especially under the fear that it would be ruined. And we saw that with this episode, it played out in a situation like that. So this is a way to really speak out to the audiences to learn about the respect artists deserve for the work that they make, in conjunction with following guidelines as well. So our next episode after that is The Big Bad Buffalo, and it starts out with the kids rattling around the house just for some bananas, and the unnecessary tension agitates their father to order them outside, which is he really this mad? Only for it to be a mental distraction to surprise the kids with their new bikes. And these ones in particular are Ranger bikes, so they're not designed like how normal bikes are, and we see that with how the features are displayed, but Kodi thinks it's easy peasy and doesn't need help understanding the gears, so he takes off the bike and his siblings are right on his tail. So then afterwards, they're biking along the trail and Kodi goes way too fast and is unable to control his gears, which it was definitely more easy peasy for you to talk way too soon before knowing it. And next thing you know, it was not worth the risk, as he ends up crashing into a rock that was suddenly in the way, and he ends up flying onto the hillside after making his collision. Kodi is seemingly okay, but the bike tire isn't, so the mom comes and fixes it up. But now that boulder becomes an issue because it shouldn't even be placed in the way of the path. And with this being a trail designated for bikes, it might lead to its closure. And in order for the kids to avoid that scenario, their smart brains know that the answer has to be coming from Spare Park. So they transition their way there, and of course they meet up with Lizard and Coyote, and Lizard finally has to bring about the issue of raining rocks that's causing her to literally lose her tail. Which, before you react any further, if you don't know about lizards, they regrow their tails, so don't worry about that. Anyways, Kodi wants to try and take the role as the hero by fending off all the raining rocks, and he basically has a song where he gloats about his strength. So anyways, his plan to fend off these rocks are basically making a giant net. Like, it's that simple. And his preference is to do it all for himself, even though having more hands will better its odds. But hey, learn from the butterfly episode. If Kodi doesn't want help, then his siblings should listen and move on from there. So they move up the rocky hill to investigate the culprit, and it ends up being a buffalo who is stuck in a debris of boulders, which already confirms she's the reason for the raining boulders. And what do you know? When she attempts to free herself, she ends up causing more rocks to landslide. This now adds to the testament of Kodi's giant nest, which happens to be a fail when the rocks end up breaking through it. So, with that, against what Kodi would desire, he ends up asking for help. And his siblings come to his aid, and they assisted on building a giant net, which actually has a lot more strengths to it. And in conjunction to it, they also help out free the buffalo from the boulders it's stuck in, just for those respective boulders who start tumbling down towards the giant net, which the giant net are strong enough to hold off the boulders from rocking down any further towards the trail. So with everything dealt with, the buffalo is asked to help move over all the rocks that are on the surface, and she agrees to with such pleasure, and she does so in an interesting way of basically playing bowling with them. And to balance on the favors, the buffalo also asks the Spirit Ranger's help to find her herd, and what do you know, with Summer's flying skills, she easily spots them who are not far ahead. So the kids head back to their human forms, and with all the boulders out of the way, the bike trail will not be closing. And on top of that, the kids opt to name the trail after buffaloes. So many of those who are there start cycling on the trail alongside the children. And the episode concludes with the parents speculate on the kids' idea behind naming the trail after buffaloes, and things get more puzzling for them when they spot a footprint that's clearly made from a buffalo. And finally, in the background with the kids cycling away, we also have the visual of the buffalo spirit marching on the trail as well. So anyways, that's the episode for you, and it's fine. What makes the episode engaging is the combination of, let's just say, factions who are in similar situations that require help. And let's be fair, I can get the initiative on both sides' part where they are trying to handle the situation independently, which is reasonable on that, right? But in reality, not many things are going to be done in a solo fashion, and by everything that just played out in this episode further renders that quality and highlight its fundamental errors that can be prone to more deterioration of the problem rather than reducing its potential ramifications. I also want to talk about how the quality of independent work is something that is palpable for me. As someone who's very introverted and doesn't really bode well with group works, I tend to gravitate myself to the more independent route with like my project making and other sorts. But in life, it's not always going to be the case like that. And seeing how this episode does capture a lot of the challenges with that makes the episode storyline really resonate with me in a more personalized lens. So let's carry on to the next episode, Broken Treaties. And it starts off with them playing hide and seek with Coyote and Lizard, and Summer is the seeker, and she happens to find them, which for some reason they all decide to hide in the same place. And what gave them away was Lizard and Coyote's dancing. Next thing you know, they go outside and there's some tension occurring with the kid's parents restraining Dee from intensifying the situation with a construction worker who was there with his company because supposedly there's a construction that needs to occur at the park, which is for a new tower. So then the kids get involved and protest against it as well. And the only saving grace to avoid all of this is to show off the head ranger's contract, which is somewhere inside the mom's office. So the children try to search there, and when you know, it's a jumbled mess. And when you know, inside one of the cabinets happens to be Almighty. We haven't seen him for a while. But hey, at least he's still looking good with his new scorched look. But basically, the reason why he's deciding to reside inside the cabinet is because there's a woodpecker spirit who's causing a disruption at his tree, where he's continuously pecking on it despite the condor's protest. And prior to that event, Almighty and Woodpecker did make a promise for the ladder to not peck on his tree, so he essentially went back on his word on it. However, there is a treaty belt that they possess as a signifier for their promise, which kind of does play out similarly to what a contract is, but in a more artificial way. So it gives the kids the idea that maybe they need to present that to the Woodpecker in order to get him to stop. So they're in Spirit Park, and we definitely see the disruption that the Woodpecker has been causing, which has not only affected but also many other bird creatures who reside in neighboring trees. And on top of that, the woodpecker is wearing the treaty belt around his neck and then essentially tries to claim its significance is antiquated, so it nullifies any of the effects that it was possessing before, which was obviously sticking to promises. Which, no, that's complete bull crap, and it's just you being irrational in this spot. Like, Almighty 100% disagrees with that claim, and no matter how aged up the belt, the significance for what it possesses still remains in effect. But with things pretty much going nowhere, the kids opt to create a new treaty belt. And just to let you know, as the show emphasizes on it too, it's not something that's easy to make, and it takes a lot of hard work to create a belt like that too. So it adds to a lot of the fundamental symbolism of what it exudes too. So the children are done and presented to Woodpecker in exchange for a promise that he'll stop squawking from there on out. So with that seemingly out of the way, the kids head back to the office to search for the contract again. And her dad is in there too, looking for it. And then the kids start discovering some of the bird spirits who made their way into the office, such as the owl and bald eagle, which, to further touch upon it, their mention of bald eagle was their way to distract their dad out of the office, trying to claim that the bald eagle stole the contract. So then they confront the birds who were nesting in there, and they reveal that once again, the woodpecker was being nothing but a nuisance, breaking all the treaty promises and causing them to essentially dip out of their home. And next thing you know, Almighty comes back too, facing the exact same issue as well. So this is essentially the last straw for the kids, as Woodpecker is clearly doing no favor for himself, and it's also hindering them from finding the contract. So in order to get that out of the way, they have to prioritize dealing with the Woodpecker first. So they head back to Spirit Park, where Woodpecker is now being carried back up by Coyote and Lizard, and everyone confronts him on his act of breaking promises, and he tries to be like, I'm too full for promises. Yeah, to correct that, you're full of crap, and what you put inside your mouth proves that. Okay. So then finally, we got to a question that we hadn't thought about, where the treaty belt Almighty and Woodpecker made was for promising things, but we only knew some of its parts from the Woodpecker's end. But we actually hadn't known what Almighty's part of it was for, and what do you know? His part was that he wouldn't eat the Woodpecker. Wow, that turned dark really quick. So that abruptly starts to change the Woodpecker's mind after realizing that promises are something that is valid in your life. So the kids now make a multitude of treaty belts alongside singing a song about keeping promises. And now that every neighboring bird each has a treaty of their own, Woodpecker does owe it to the kids for teaching him the importance of what the treaties symbolize, which is promises, and details his understanding of their importance. So now the kids must find a contract, which they do get a big clue from Condor after he reveals that he moved it to their mom's filing cabinet. So they quickly dash back to the office to retrieve it, and minutes before the construction workers can begin, they finally present them the picture-framed contract, and it basically certifies the importance of promises. So with that, it now forces the construction workers to withdraw, and the parents are thankful for the children's help, which the children follow up with keeping their promise to them as well. So that satisfies the theme for the episode, and that's it. Oh my gosh, how long have I talked? But this episode was very tense for basically both the angles of Zeus Park and the Spirit Park, considering each episode always has something in Spirit Park exhibiting parallels with a situation that's happening in the Zeus Park with the kids. But this one in particular was very suspenseful, and I had a lot of thrill with the storyline, and it did bring a lot of conflict that contributed to a lot of the nail biter throughout this episode. So anyways, that leads us to the hoop dance off episode, and we have the kids at this outdoor auditorium because there's an upcoming dance that night, and Eddy comes in with a bunch of hula hoops that are part of her dance routine, which intrigues the kids to try out. And so she shows off some cool dance moves with her hula hoops, which one of the most notable to Summer is the eagle move. And I mean, considering Summer's spirit form is bird-like, this move was apt for her to be interested in. So the kids try out practicing hula hoop tricks, and they just fail immediately. And Summer is just so eager to perform the eagle move, but when she makes her attempt, she bites way too much of the dust, which, like Eddy said, you need to have some practice. And next thing you know, Lizard and Coyote happen to be spying on them, hiding behind the stereo boxes. And then when Lizard suddenly sneezes, Eddy hears it, but the kids have some quick reflex and block her view from seeing the spirits, and tries to excuse with the wind as their cover-up story. So Eddy makes her way out and also wants to catch one of her favorite shows, America's Next Top Monster Truck. which I guess for namesakes is probably the fictional counterpart for America's Next Top Model, which I don't even watch that show either. So now with Dee out of the picture, the spirits can finally come out and interact with the kids, where they're actually fans of the hoop dance and they all show off their own tricks, which they're really good at. And Coyote recommends the kids having the spirits mentor them on hoop dancing. So they change into their animal forms, and Coyote is about to call over who he describes the most grooviest spirits who will teach them the hoop dance. And then he follows up with hoping that the kids will be able to knock everyone's socks off before complimenting about humans having way too much toes on their feet, which is all just strange to say. But anyways, he now gets the spirits to assemble a flower, a snake, and especially an eagle, which excites Summer more because she is hellbent on doing this eagle move. But for this tutorial, they also have to do it step by step, so they have to start with the flower spirit, which is not much to Summer's desire because she just wants to straight up jump to the practice for the eagle move, even though she hadn't even tried out the other two, which are easier to do. And only Eddy and Kodi end up practicing the snake and flower moves despite their struggles, but they finally reached the eagle level, even though Summer did not even try practicing the others, which should have been pointed out to her. And I guess to add on top of that, Kodi and Eddy easily performed the move, but because Summer didn't even practice earlier, she performs terribly and even accidentally knocks down her siblings with one of the hula hoops. This leads to her feeling distraught that if the little eagle can't even teach her to do the eagle move, then no one can, which, Summer, I know you're still young and learning things, but clearly it is something that you're at fault for neglecting the other two steps before moving on to step 3. So then she heads back to Zoo's Park and I guess isolate herself inside the treehouse, which then Dee Dee comes over and shows off her the hula hoops that Summer threw away in the bin. So Summer basically expresses how she's feeling and is not hopeful that she'll be ever a hoop dancer, to which Dee Dee advises her that practice is an important element because it helps you go step by step, which is what Summer did not do. And understanding that she did not try and learn the other moves before the eagle move definitely made her motivated to try out again. So she returns to the spirit park and does the right thing and first starts learning the moves from the flower and rattlesnake. And to add a little bit more groove to it, let's make a song where they talk about breaking down the steps, and during which we have Summer performing all the moves before getting to the eagle move and actually succeeding. So now that all kids can do that move, the eagle now offers a much more advanced version of her eagle move, which is titled the Ultimate Eagle, which despite the complications, the children are willing to practice performing it. And then we just cut to the concert where the kids perform the hoop dance with some amazing choreography, and then they perform the Ultimate Eagle, which obviously for Dee Dee's sake, she never even acknowledged it to them, which the kid remarks that they practiced and performed their Ultimate Eagle move, which they succeed at and impressed the audience, including Dee Dee, who asks again about the move, and Summer has to acknowledge again that they practiced but had a little bit of help with a spirit without actually spilling out the actual source of what the spirit is. And before the end of the episode, we humorously have Dee Dee compliment that they didn't have to tell her the same answer twice, which you didn't have to ask twice. But that wraps up the episode, and it's solid. Basically, the storyline of doing things step by step. Like, you basically use this metaphoric example of like crawl, walk, and run. That is exactly the order that you're supposed to go, which is organized. And unfortunately, Summer did not organize her steps correctly, which is why she failed to do the eagle move on her initial attempt while her brothers succeed in it. So next up is Not Your Opossum Mascot, which begins with the mom radioing on her kids who are on a hike. And finally, we start off with her literally nicknaming her kids the animals that they actually are in their spirit form, which full context, she's obviously not aware of their spirit counterpart, which despite the amount of times the kids are sort of blatantly implying it, I guess for some reason she still didn't really pick up on what was going on behind the scenes. But anyways, they are met with mountain climbers named Shad, Brad, and Chad. Like, having too much of an alliteration there sounds pretty rad, but they're obviously going to go mountain climbing. But then things shift in a really bizarre direction when they decide to wear an Indian headdress as their form of luck, which is not a really good look, especially in front of the kids who are of native descent, which one is also a sign of disrespect towards their culture. And when they even try to question the circumstances surrounding using a headdress as a luck charm, the climbers ignorantly try to rationalize it as an ancient phenomenon and goes to the point by claiming all Native Americans are extinct, which, what the flip? You are literally talking to children who inherit the native nationality. And the fact that the climbers were very oblivious to that fact and continued to justify their claims just came off so unpleasing. Like, how freaking ignorant can you be? So once they leave, the children are pretty solemn with what they had just faced, with an amount of ignorance and feeling ignored by their presence that will completely debunk any of the claims the climbers were making about them being all extinct. Just then, the kids hear crying from Spirit Park, so Spirit Rangers time. And they encountered a weeping opossum named Colo Colo, who is presumed to be the best climber out there, and she traveled far and wide to check out the best climbers in Spirit Park. However, everyone assumes her species are extinct, which has really hurt her feelings, making her feel like she is unwelcomed in the environment. So the children comfort her and bring her to the mountain climbers event, and we have a board literally climb up a tall mountain alongside Coyote humorously wearing a mascot, which ends on being an opossum. And what do you know? Colo Colo is right there, but the fact of her background is being ignored, with everyone assuming that opossums are extinct. Which all the ignorance in this episode is just getting stupid and out of hand. And so Colo Colo just continues to get ignored and laughed at, especially by the boar who climbed up the mountain. But good old karma came to bite back as the boar slipped and is now dangling off the edge. And the only safety net he has a lot of sharp features, so that's definitely out of the realm of possibility. So this is where Colo Colo finally has her coronation moment, where she climbs up the mountain and helps rescue the boar alongside the kids, and the rescue pans out as a success. But even after that, the boar is still in denial of her being an opossum, and she's just about to throw in the towel before the children step up to her aid and encourage her to bring her voice more into the matter and not just stay silent. So that encouraged her to speak up and also sing about her still being there as an opossum, which by doing that finally got all the spirits to understand her and express their guilt for their ignorance, especially Coyote, who tosses away the costume in the process, which good on you, man. So now with the possum's business out of the way, the kids still have their own business to cover, which is to bring their voice to the climbers and address that they are of Native American descent and the misuse of their headdress, imposing as a lucky charm, needs to be discarded moving forward. So the climbers, being mature adults, comply to the kids' wishes and apologize for their obliviousness. So then the children's mom arrived and conveniently asked if the kids directed the climbers in the right path, and oh, for sure they did, but definitely not the way you would have expected it to. But hey, credit to you for raising some really cerebral kids. But anyways, that sums off that episode. So to talk about my general thoughts, I would describe it as a mixed bag. Not that I have anything against the storyline of this episode, because it was pretty intriguing, but also the tension that was surrounding this episode was to another level that felt like the narrative was really going on a higher caliber, where it emphasizes on the fundamental issues of ignorance, and that's still an unfortunate norm that happens to this day. And for the climbers themselves, who I thought were potential characters that were primed to have some interesting moments, would end up being a piece of the ignorance storyline that would completely muddy all of the potential they could have had to embody such amusing characteristics. Anyways, following that is Prickly Pride, which actually ends up being the final episode of season 1. So we'll see if the show was able to cultivate a lot of what they could do with this finale to give a nice send-off to the first season. So anyways, we start off with Kodi singing about getting s'mores that night while collecting sticks. And guess who he happens to bump into? One of the beaver spirits who happens to be named Sticks, who does try to offer his help to Kodi, but the kid just declines and is confident with his collections, even though there are points that leads to the sticks not being as durable. And even his siblings would agree when he presents them the tree sticks that he has gathered. So they all together decide to hunt for better sticks nearby the river. And of course, they would find out something odd, which is now that one side of the river is growing plants, while the other side is completely dormant. So likewise, Spirit Park is the destination they'll find the answers from. So as the usual, Coyote and Lizard are who they meet with first, and those two basically explain about a spirit who visited from Alaska who has been shedding tears for quite a while. So they investigate, and it happens to be a porcupine spirit named Gecko, who's basically sobbing because she now can't get across the river.
Excuse you.
Like it was all about that, which is just so strange. But even how ridiculous it sounds, the kids are still feeling obligated to help her out. So Summer tries her method of flying the porcupine across the river inside a rug, but she declines, trying to say, "I'm not a baby," which you certainly cried non-stop over such a little circumstance that you could have easily resolved yourself. Like, your constant crying beat you to your counter statement. So then Eddy tries to offer using his bubble powers, but come on, man, prickly stuff and bubbles don't mix well together. And I can understand why that thought didn't pop in Eddy's head initially. So next, Kodi recommends catapulting her, with Coyote demonstrating, and he of course is ejected into the air, flying for a bit before he makes his landing, with his own literature saying that he's falling, which is like, no kidding, Sherlock. this is going to be your understanding of how the gravity works in this spot. So yeah, he ends up landing into the soil, and unfortunately, the porcupine declines that tactic as well. I guess because of height's reasons, which Kodi has to humorously deliver a pun of her being more prickly than he thought. So at this moment, the porcupine just had enough of their help and refuses to take any of it. So then she sings about not needing their help, but then they question her the previous times that she would get back and forth on the river, and she reveals that she crossed on a log. So the kids decide why not make a log for her, which is something that she finally accepts and uses as she floats on the water. However, as always, there's going to be some sort of catastrophic mess that happens, and that stems from the river's current going at high pace, which significantly speeds her away. So the spirits follow her, and Eddy tries to help, but then he gets himself stuck inside the log. So next summer chimes in and unfortunately gets her somewhat tad stuck on the log with the porcupine just to maintain its balance, even though it's not even that great because they continue rotating on the log, going in and out of the water, which despite all of their help, she still continues to not approve of it. And guess what? They happen to pass by Styx the beaver, who Kodi had an encounter with earlier, and what do you know? The situation Kodi's in is what parallels him and Styx earlier, which Kodi does apologize to Styx for declining his help, where it was in a spot where it would have worked out for him better. And Styx accepts the apology and requests his fellow beaver friends to stop the log. Which before I continue forward with summarizing the episode, I might as well talk about this little upbringing with Kodi's character, where I can recall the Dreamcatcher episode when Kodi tried to request help from the spider. He didn't issue her an apology for his rash decision, which obviously led her to not help him out for the time being. But in this episode, I didn't really emphasize how Kodi kind of learned from his mistake from that episode and owned up his mistakes to the person affected by it, which that's some great development there, Kodi. But back to the main story. The beavers are able to stop the log by basically recreating a similar-ish durable dam that they made back in their debut episode, and it works out well as it stops the log from continuing any further and is able to free everyone that was caught in its raft. But anyways, as Styx and his crew are being honored for their commitment, Styx Beavertail grants Kodi a great idea to finally fulfill Dekahane's goal, in that she can use the beaver's tail to ferry her across, which she gladly accepts and also understands the merits to accepting help at times. And now she finally made it across the river and is able to munch on some plants. So that concludes her storyline. And for the kids, where they had returned back to Snooze Park for some s'mores night, they all had Styx's help to give them the right tree sticks to use. And we also humorously have Coyote and Lizard hide away behind the children to enjoy some, where Coyote, as goofball as he is, gets into a sticky situation with melted marshmallow all over his body, which that's typical Coyote for you. But anyways, that really wraps up the finale of the season, and it was okay. Sort of whelmed that it wasn't as grand as I hoped it would be, but I was still pretty riveted by the events that happened this episode. But I think the themes of accepting help was kind of a fun direct contrast to the butterfly episode, where in a way it hones in on the values of putting your help aside, while this episode plays out as like an emphasis on the values of help when it is actually necessary. And you want to add some funsies, I should talk about Decahone as a character, which she's just fine. You know, I do have some bit of reservations because how tad grating she came off at points. But either way, I was still amused with the role that she had on this episode, and this is exactly where I'm leaving off with my review of Season 1. So now we can transfer our way to Season 2. Alright, so our first episode is going to be titled Tricksters Steal the Sun, which by the title, we know Coyote is a big trickster, so surely he's going to have a big role in this episode, and certainly he does. But anyways, we start off with the kids preparing for a stick game, which is taking place pretty early in the morning, which as they are getting their sticks that have stripes on it, they happen to find Lizard inside her bag, and quickly hide her when the adults arrive, and they explain to the children the rules of this stick game, in that it's basically team-based, but you have to guess which hand of the opposing team is holding the sticks, which that's an interesting game. However, something is off about the sky, since the sun should be rising a lot higher in correlation to the time, which perplexes the adults the most, so they go ahead to check on the sunrise charts, which allows the children to sneak away and investigate this case in Spirit Park, because most certainly the situation always occurs there, and first thing you do is look for Coyote, since he's awfully notorious for his trickster personality. Next thing you know, he's been found and interrogated over the absence of Sunny, which, I mean, I get Coyote is a prankster and would often pull these foolish acts, but I don't think he would be as excessive to steal an entire sun. And he even touches on it, as well as bringing up his personal experience being a part of a group of trickster spirits, and he outlines each of them in this little fun presentation show with the help of the moonlight to give such an interesting gleam. So there's a raven spirit, a rabbit spirit, and a raccoon spirit. And those three are known as the Trickster Trio, which I think this is where the show finally starts introducing a more antagonistic force for our characters, since we don't really got any of that in season 1. So this is a different kind of step that the show is taking. But basically, their relevance to the situation is that they presumably are the culprits of the sun's disappearance, and Coyote surmises that the trio must have kidnapped Sunny because of some animosity, and Coyote does note that he used to be a part of their grouping as well. Not that surprising because of how he is, but at least kudos to Coyote for disassociating with them eventually and finding some new grounding with his life to be more enamored by the spirits than supposedly the Trickster Trio. And to prove their existence, Coyote opts to find them with the children, and on the way there are a bunch of trick pranks that the kids accidentally trigger, and this constant cycle annoys them to their core, where they are just over it with trusting Coyote. And with one use of Summer's flying power, she's able to spot Sunny's location, which, no kidding, you could have just done that earlier. But anyways, everyone but Coyote makes their way to the cave, and what do you know, Sunny is confirmed to be in there alongside the Trickster Trio, confirming their existence. And as the children try to hide away and configure a solution to plan around them, next thing you know, the plan that they come up with happens to be the one used against them by the trio themselves. So now the children are somewhat trapped in a cage with the Trickster Trio just gloating and also refusing to return back the sun. So that's pretty bad. And as they leave, with Kodi's strength, he can easily just lift up the cage to free all of them. So with the situation not really catering towards them, their best bet is to grovel to Coyote. So they approach him, and he fundamentally owns up about his trickster nature, but also looks at himself as a good friend of theirs, since he's been such a strong tag along on their adventures and haven't been much of a burden to them in the grand scheme of things. And he also sings about his friendship with them, which further has the kids apologizing to Coyote for not trusting him earlier. But I'll be honest, Coyote's faux pas with his trickster actions kind of warrant situations like this to happen, because he can embrace the mold a bit too much. That leads to anyone just not taking him seriously, which is why he's often scoffed at in most of these episodes. But anyways, this is where his trickster nature comes into great effect, because it feels like if they're going to be impacted by pranks, they might as well utilize that element to their benefit when dealing with the Trickster Trio. And when it actually works effectively, as they trick the trio into believing that Coyote got Sunny back using a form of material that glows like the sun, which draws the trio's attention to chase after him while the kids retrieve the actual Sunny and free him. And the trio eventually learns that they were tricked themselves, as Coyote was there, and the supposed sun that he was holding was not actually the sun, but some sort of material that starts rolling after them. But anyways, the mission is complete, and the kids are able to play the stick game with the adults. And what do you know? In this round, Eddy guesses correctly that one of Dee Dee's hand has the sticks, and this confuses Dee Dee, as she thought the sticks were in her other hand, which, I mean, the tricksters could have contributed something to that. And what do you know? They were actually hiding away, giggling, kind of implying that they had a role in it. Which, I mean, if that was the case, why are you doing so in favor of the children, who are literally now in rivalry with you? But anyways, that caps off the episode, and it was fun. I like the little emphasis that they gave on more of Coyote's trickster personality, since it's been highly the norm that he exudes a lot in the show. But to make an episode that really centers around it, as well as being an integral piece of a new plot involving these antagonistic spirits who also embrace the trickster mold, definitely adds to a lot of the excitement and thrill throughout this episode, and for what I think this season is gonna entail. So anyways, we move on to Spirit Kittens episode, and it starts off with the kids rescuing a lost kitten, which they are drawn to its cuteness, and Eddy's the one who wants it to be adopted. However, their parent acknowledges that it is a big responsibility, and it is much more harder than they think it would be, which is highly valid as I'm someone who doesn't even own pets, and I myself personally would admit that I would not have such great responsibility on them. But anyways, the mom lets them know that some pet rescuers are gonna help find the kitten a new home. So then the kids take their time in the outdoors, and when the word kitten spreads out a bit too much, a mountain spirit lion arrives. Which, yeah, I can't believe it. We have a lion spirit finally on the show. Even though not the type of lion that I would want, but still, at least a tad appealed to me. But the mountain lion has spare kittens of its own and offers the children to babysit them for the day, which despite the reservations they have, certainly after what their parents talked to them about their responsibility not being to that level, the kids decide they're still gonna try and do it. Which I'll be honest, they're not wrong on paper. It won't hurt to try, but maybe it's better off without having a bevy of kittens to take care of, which I think that is the downside of this. So anyways, they head to Spirit Park in their spirit forms and begin their babysitting, or let's just say kitten sitting for the 3 kittens. And by now you already know that they're gonna be accompanied by Lizard and Coyote. And so the kids play around with the kittens a bit, even though we do see some struggles that they have. But for the most part, they're okay, and they even have a song about being smitten by the kittens. Which I'll be honest, I had to look up what smitten means because I didn't know its definition. But yeah, things start to get a little difficult, especially with one of the kittens almost trying to jump into the lava of a volcano, which that unfortunately shows signs of neglect that the kids really need to work on, because you cannot even have the kittens at risk of harm's way. So after a bit of an exhausting job dealing with them, they eventually slide down the mountain, which tires out the kittens, and everyone else decides to sleep alongside them as well, which I don't know if that's really a good idea, especially in the time of day when any moment they could be free and just roam around without you being able to do anything until you're conscious again. And guess what? That proves to be the case, as Coyote ends up being the one waking them up and basically informs the kids that the cats have taken his role of causing chaos around Spirit Park. So after being able to retrieve them, their next plan is to build a playpen for them, which feels so Rubble and Crew-esque coded. But even after creating it, it didn't help occupy the kittens too long, as they would just leave it and start crossing some boulders on the river before making their way onto the log that starts floating towards the edge of the waterfall, which they're somewhat saved by the boulder that's in front of it, but it's not going to last long as the log is tipping around it. So the rangers try their best to retrieve the cats back, but knowing how cats react, the best bet to get them to safety is to distract them, so that way Eddy can sneak them and save them with his bubble power. Basically an ambush for rescue circumstances. So everyone minus Eddy distract the kittens with a little tiny boat that entices them to try it. Just then Kodi humorously face plants into the water, which releases his grip of the tiny boat that the kittens end up jumping on, which their ride on it was short-lived as it sails off the edge of the waterfall, which good thing with Eddy's reflex, he's able to rescue them with his bubbles. So with that out of the way, they can chill out for a sec just as the mountain lion returns to take back her kids and offers to children if they want to do the babysitting job again. But they do admit that they're just not suited to handle this sort of stuff. But the mountain lion is accepting of it and can allow them to visit the kittens at times. So with that out of the way, the children are back at the station and the cat rescuer has arrived to pick up the kitten, which the children gladly gives her up to her because they're just not acclimated to take care of a pet yet. So that's some strong understanding that they have learned, which culminates the episode, and it's alright. You're definitely suspenseful around the back half of it, right when it reached the climax, and I believe this episode really highlighted the themes of responsibility, but also adding in the kinks of if the responsibility is something that you are suited for. So anyways, moving on to River Ruckus, and it starts off with the family getting ready to go canoeing, and a dad finally going overboard and landing into the water surface. But then the parents check their weather app and it warns them about an upcoming flood, which floods are known to be very catastrophic. So with that, their canoeing trip has to be put on hold, much to the children's disappointment. So then Coyote and Lizard are passing by with some beavers who they use as surfboards. But basically the children warn them about a flood that's coming, which then the spirits recall the last time it previously happened, it led to a buffalo being stuck on a tree, which I'm sure we're not going to get any follow-up to that, right? But anyways, with a flood that is going to potentially pose a danger to the spirits at the park, the children quickly make their way to Spirit Park, and likewise, when they arrive, we conveniently have some spirits getting ready to swim, just for the kids to stop them and warn about the flood, which most of them are not very cooperative and just express their frustrations when the kids save them, which, to be fair, a lot of what the siblings Kittens did this episode was very questionable and not thought out, but I do think in this spot it's better to be safe than sorry. So they pretty much got most of the spirits out of the way except one who happens to be a hedgehog, which does she gotta go fast? I mean, not really, as she's taking her sweet time pandering alongside the river. So they try to help her out, but she does deny it. But before they can even let her explain about the upsides with the flood, the waves start crashing in, so Eddy puts her in a bubble and the Rangers build a dam to block off the water flow, and I'm surprised they were able to do it in that quick of a time. But hey, kudos to them, and plus, Coyote amusingly adds one final touch, which is a lucky pebble, which I'm sure there's going to be luck coming out of that, right? So anyways, the water flow finally reaches the dam and crashes against it, which the commotion knocks back everyone, but hey, it seems that stopping the flood worked out for the best, right? Well, once the hedgehog made her way out of the bubble, she points out the big problems that they had just invoked, because the water flow needs to evenly flow through the current. With now blockage in this way, it's essentially now holding up all of this fluid on one side, which does end up meaning a flood is going to take place, but more for the worst of it. So if everything the hedgehog explained, the children understand now that the floods are what's needed as they are helpful for nature's sake, and with the dam that they made which blocked its flow, it's now causing the water to rise up on its side of the park. So everyone there has to quickly tear apart the dam, and the Spirit Ranger's powers are no match for us. So then I guess in a way Coyote ends up being the saint here, as he simply just removes the lucky pebble that he added on, which somehow was strong enough to hold a heavy squirt of water before its pressure was strong enough to break through the dam, which allowed the water flood to help out nature. So everyone's been saved, though the hedgehog is still questioned how she's so brave against a very fast-paced water current, but instead she shows off using her quills to float on the current, which that certainly is a convenience. So anyways, a song is sung about nature at its best, and with the kids now really understanding the merits of a flood, they head back to their home and impress their parents with the boat that they're making for the following year, because the flood has helped fertilize the soil, which also they are questioned by the parents, and they almost do kind of slip up when they mention about a hedgehog spirit. Even then, if you don't want to let them know, don't even hint it to them. But finally, I guess their parents didn't really pick up on that, even though it could have been clear because something is happening behind your backs. But anyways, before the episode ends, we finally get the visual of that buffalo stuck in the tree where nobody has gotten her down. Just wow. But anyways, that is the end, and this episode had some serious tension going on as well. Definitely one where it does really emphasize on the acumen that a flood can have, because most times the sound of flood is not music to anyone's ears, because we've all known how disastrous they've been in realities. But after this episode, I guess in a way it kind of shows the double-edged sword that a flood can impose. So then let's move on and talk about sailing stones, where the children are weaving together baskets, which Summer is just not having the greatest time with her basket collapsing, which is her doing a rush job. Like, did you really not learn from the chapsticks episode? Like, you gotta take your time to craft something if you want it to be perfect. Like, you gotta enjoy the spare time you have making it instead of trying to rush it to get it done. Like, your siblings Kodi and Eddy are taking their sweet time and they're enjoying weaving, while Summer is just pretty much at her breaking point of just pulling the cord. Just then, Lizard pops by, who then happens to trip on one of the baskets, which covers her head at first before the children took it off. So basically, Lizard explains that there's some sort of mystery happening at the spare park where everywhere is just rocking. So the kids are in their spare forms and Lizard guides them to actual rocks, which does perplex them at first. However, Lizard details that the rocks they're looking at are literally moving on their own. Which, first of all, there are a number of possibilities why that could be the case. I mean, even the kids point out that probably someone was involved with moving the rocks and they're not present at the moment, which Lizard refutes, claiming that she constantly observed and didn't miss anything in a blink of an eye, which I'm sure you were staying there 24/7 just to watch a bunch of rocks. I highly doubt that. But anyways, Coyote comes by riding on the buffalo, which, oh wow, finally someone got her out of the tree. But anyways, well, any further answers being found, they'll just have to resort to waiting and watch for the rocks in the meantime. But obviously that's just going to be straight up boring, so might as well use your time to do some fun activities in conjunction to what you're doing. And Kodi starts us off with some snacks he brought in a basket, which that's not just it. The kids also got some supplies to do a little bit of weaving, which this was Summer's opportunity to try and make up for her disastrous piece, but instead she just disregards that opportunity. And when she's watching the rocks, something in the sand around it starts moving, which Summer quickly dives down to confirm a clue. Just then, she breaks apart the rocks, which that leads to a literal wind spirit chiming in and causing some breezy mayhem, where Summer is able to hash something out with him, where he explains his motives, and it's basically related to his art on the ground and rocks, which when they get ruined, it triggers him to cause a sandstorm, because then he has to start over his designs again. So Summer promises a deal with him that if she and her alliance are able to fix up his designs, then he don't have to cause a sandstorm. So there's a deal right there, and he goes away for a bit. So Summer interprets everything to her allies, and then the first thing that they need to do is to replace the broken rocks, and they find one big one at the bottom of a lake. So they bring it out and they start pushing it towards the rock area, and it is a struggle for them because of how heavy it is. And on top of that, they're leaving trace marks behind because of how much they rushed it, which all of that is under Summer's command. So clearly she is mostly responsible for how she guided everyone to do things. Just then, the wind spirit arrives once again, horrifying everyone about the potential storm that he's gonna exude. However, he has a little change in him and advises Summer that she has to do stuff without rushing them, and that leads to him singing a song about it, using moving mountains as a strong metaphor to educate Summer and I guess everyone else about the merits of taking time. And during the song, they're able to get their job done with fixing the rock, so that's a huge accomplishment, which delights the wind spirit a lot. And all of this motivates Summer to try out weaving again, and so the children head back and she follows through. So then lastly, the mom offers to gather more materials so the kids can weave more, and next thing you know, wind blows her hat off her head, which Summer catches it and finally advises that they should just take their time. So that sums up everything. Okay, for this episode, it's just fine. I think it had a lot of cool things to offer for the plot. However, it felt like the theme in relation to Summer's end is something on par with the one in the Chapsticks episode. But this one felt like a more glorified version of that with a much more interesting concept. Anyways, we now move on to Chief of the Day, and it starts off with the family waiting on the Chief of the nation to come over, which is definitely a special occasion to have someone significant to your community being present for a special night. However, only the children never met him, so it is a first timer for them. And because he's also having dinner with them, they're gonna make him a nice feast, and one of the signature meals they chose is chia pudding. So the adults go ahead and deal with that business while the children are outside speculating on how the chief may look or act. Next thing, one of the turtle origami flies away because of this strong gust of wind that's going on, and an elderly man catches it, which to me, I kind of already picked up that he was the chief, but for some reason the kids didn't even question who he was, despite many signs leading to who he is when he mentions about looking for the visitor center, and also the children never even met him before, so I'm not sure how they didn't piece that together. But anyways, he was very helpful, putting some rocks on the tablecloth so it can keep enough force to maintain its robust against the wind. Then he makes his way to the visitor center, leaving the kids making their choice to go to spare part to deal with the wind. And next thing you know, it's a train wreck with a lot of spirits flying away with the current of the wind, like Coyote and Lizard, and humorously we have the buffalo, I guess, get blown away to get stuck on a tree again. But also on top of that, we have some dandelion spirits being blown away, which their fluffy seeds causes the sun to sneeze, and on top of that, there's dusty tornadoes that are overwhelming the spirit park as well. So everything's just chaos. So what happens next? Well, everyone finds their way at the bottom of the mountain, and they come up with the solution of having Kamash squirt water at those dust tornadoes, which are actually called dust devils. And while initially it does work out at first, it then transforms into a much bigger dust cloud that precipitates the water like rain, and basically that worsens the situation, especially for the sun, who's gonna sneeze more. So Summer tries to use her little power to blow away that sort of weather, and even though that did work out, it also combined the dust devils more, making it ginormous, and that is proven to be a bigger problem, as it sucks up most of everyone into it, in the likes of Blade the Dandelion, Lizard, and Eddy, so they're in a dire situation. So then we have Blade acknowledge she and her fellow spirits were essentially releasing seeds that caused the sun to sneeze, and Eddy in this spot put two and two together to conclude that the dust devils come from the sun's sneezes. But first they have to get out of the situation they're in, so in using the sun's sneezes to her benefits, the dandelion throws one of her seeds at him for him to sneeze hard that could blow away the dust devil, and at the same time, Eddy's little bubble power will protect all of them that's inside it. So that plan works out, and now they just have to get rid of the dandelion seeds, which everyone gets it done, no problem. And then after that, Blade gets a lot of hail from her crew because she is the chief, and that labeling on her surprises the children since they would expect a chief to be much more, I guess, on a higher caliber of aesthetics and skills, but she gives them a really good tip that chiefs can come in all shapes and sizes. No matter how you look, it all matters on how you're able to manage your leadership, which is a strong little moral there. And you know what, let's laugh or sing about how it is to be taking the lead. So with the kids basically Operation Win being complete, they can head back home to have that feast with the chief who they were waiting for. And there you have it, it is the elderly man from earlier. Which even the kids are so judgmental of it, which is like, didn't you not just learn from what that dandelion told you that any chief can come in any shape or size? Like, seriously? But hey, he pretty much says the same thing and then allows a little fun liner of letting everyone lead him to the dinner table. Which, hey, nice way to let the kids start learning how to have good leadership, so props to you. Anyways, that's the end of the episode, and it's alright. It has some interesting points across from it and also does share a fascinating moral about leadership where it doesn't matter about the looks, it matters on the capability. And I think that theme and moral has some really great grounds to it that the Dandelion Chief shared with the children, even though they didn't really make use of learning that afterwards, but still, a strong moral with some very interesting sequences throughout this episode. Alright, now we get to probably what I would call one of the more wildest episodes, which is Lizard's Lost and Found, which begins with the kids in the treehouse where Summer is showing off some cool figures that Dee Dee made for her and presents a little small rocket space that she built all to herself. But next thing you know, she wants to play with it all to herself, which I mean, fair, you contributed all that work. If you're really gonna show off your play space to your siblings just to not share with them, just makes you come off very irrational in that spot. So then Dee Dee radios them to come over to the stations. So they get there and she explains to the children about an exchange she had with a friend with a very special cultural bowl known as the Ampo, which is somehow now lost. And with Dee Dee's friend coming in an hour, they have to find it or else it'll cause a rift in their relationship. She urges the children to help her find it because in this show, the children are the most reliable in these hectic situations because they can always prove their competence. Next thing you know, there's a basket moving by itself, which there's clearly a spirit inside, and it happens to be Coyote, who is in a bizarre detective outfit having a prop of a magnifying glass, which I guess plays off the mystery theme of this episode for more of a thematical purpose. Which first thing, because it's Coyote, the kids interrogate him for being the culprit of the missing Ampo because he is a trickster, but he is also looking for the Ampo, so be our guest. And Coyote deduces that it's a spirit who's clearly the culprit here, which is not surprising, so the kids change into their spirit forms and they encounter the buffalo spirit, and what do you know, she spills on who took the Ampo. Lizard. Wow, what a big surprise. I wonder if she was inheriting all of Coyote's trickster nature into herself. So everyone arrives at Lizard's home, which is actually pretty surreal that we finally got to see where Lizard in particular resided in. Next thing you know, Lizard pops by, and despite the numbers being ratio against her, she had some really strong stealthy move that avoided all the moves everyone could make to apprehend her, and she locks herself inside her home with the Ampo in her possession, which this is now a really unexpected shift in her character. Like, clearly this mind of greed has corrupted her mindset to embrace this really hostile element in her towards her friends, and she's acting like this all just for a freaking bowl, which I mean, it is special, but still, there's much more bigger priorities than having that for the rest of your life. Like, she even gloats about it in a song about having the Ampo being all her, and by the end of it, everyone is just in disbelief that Lizard has gone to the dark side, which I mean, that does suck. Like, she probably makes Anakin jealous because how quicker she was. So they try a bevy of methods to get the Ampo out of her possession, but likewise in every one of these kids shows, it's obviously not going to be that simple, and likewise, their methods tend to fail. Which I can detail one of them bizarrely having Lizard squirt at them with a freaking fish, which she has educated to act as a pufferfish, even though she manufactured it to squirt the water at everyone. Like, you taught it nonsense. Then we have everyone try to do a surprise method, only to then get outsmarted by Lizard, who traps them in a net. Which, to follow what I said earlier about her inheriting Coyote's antics, what do you know? This is definitely an example of that. But it's not like she's doing it for the fun and purposes like Coyote would normally do these kind of tricks. She's doing it in the motivation of her hostility towards them, which is a different case here. And now with the situation everyone's in, they decide they're gonna regroup, which then cuts to them at the treehouse again, which why didn't we get a scene of how they got out of that trap net, but who cares? So Summer outlines her new operation plan and uses her figures and toys to essentially map out how their plan is going to work. And when she finally decides to share her rocket with her siblings for the fun of mapping out the plan, Lizard unexpectedly arrived to spy on them, I guess. Don't know why after the little friction they've been having. but seeing how everyone was sharing with each other started making Lizard feel the guilt with what she had been doing with the ampo. So when everyone makes their way out the treehouse, Lizard appears right at the bottom of the slide with the ampo to express her guilt about not sharing it with them, and the children aren't delighted. And once again, we have Coyote pounce on her, which that's 2 episodes in a row. But anyways, it's a nice moment to be cheerful for having Lizard get back to her senses after how antagonistic she was acting. So now the kids are able to help Dee Dee return into her friend just in time, and after that they ask her to help her build a figurine that resembles a coyote and Lizard, which she happily does so, and we end off the episode with everyone in the treehouse trying out Summer's new rocket space, with them testing out the Lizard figurine as its first participant. And I guess it's in a way to reflect on their mending relationship, because there clearly needed to be some fences mended in this spot. That's where the episode ends off, and like I said, a very wild and bizarre one. Like, as we saw with Lizard leading up to this episode, she was always this amusing figure who was very cordial to the children and her friend Coyote, but for this episode, she just let her greed consume her, which led to her antagonistic self coming out, and it was pretty sad where her character was going in this episode. Like, despite how much of a trickster Coyote is, he would never do this to the kids. Like, this is taking things to the extreme from Lizard's end. And you know, I kind of wish there's a bit more to elaborate on how it concluded, because I felt a bit rushed for a change of character after she felt the guilt. Also, to touch on that, it's also in the spot where the kids weren't even directing it to her, since they obviously didn't know that she was there. So it's kind of like an unintentional fluke that Lizard so happened to just pop by to watch everyone show a sense of consideration with each other that made her feel like her actions reflected on her character and how that's not who she is as a friend of theirs. It was interesting, but also still a storyline that I'm kind of bewildered by. So anyway, we move on to Spirit Ranger's blast off, and we have them preparing a little rocket to blast off with the help of an engineer named Aaron Yazzie. But all of that hype is going to tank because a system failure happens. That was lame. Well, in other words, they would call it crashing. But their father exclaims that there might be something inside the ranger station that could help fix the launching process, so he and Aaron are out of the picture, and then Lizard comes out and first is impressed by the whole rocket, and then leading to her messaging the kids that Coyote is in trouble. Like, no offense, that's kind of not surprising. And so the kids are in Spirit Park and Lizard guides them to Coyote, who is stuck in the sky because he was trying to pull a sky prank. Which, first, to explain how he got there, he made stairs out of clouds, but then those clouds were blown away because of the moon. Which now this is basically an episode that's rescuing Coyote. So likewise, we're just gonna have the children conceive ideas to get him down. First, they try a ladder method, which is not even high enough to reach where Coyote's at. So maybe the next step is to still use the ladder method, but catch Coyote on his way down. But in doing so, they're also trusting Lizard to hold the ladder on the surface. Next thing you know, big mistake when they go up, because Lizard gets distracted by some potential food that the ladder tips over and causing Kodi and Eddy to fall. Good thing conveniently their sister is an animal that has wings, so she saves their lives. No kidding. So then their next attempt is with the sun's help, despite it being night. And next thing you know, he uses his sunbeam to try and nudge Coyote, which quickly scorches his tail. Like, this guy has already gotten PTSD from when he has tail scorched trying to attempt to wake up Sunny back in the first season. Like, give Coyote a break from all this scorching. So the next plan they had is blasting off, using Kamash the fish monster to shoot them into the air, which has a lot of parallels to a rocket. So hey, maybe that'll work. They were just short of reaching Coyote, and once again, they almost splat the ground. So Summer easily saves Kodi while Eddy uses his bubble power to stop his fall, which, why didn't you use that when you fell off the ladder earlier? So the children halt the rescue mission for a sec to head back to the station, where they get some advice from Aaron Yazzie, where they might as well stupidly slip up about the situation being related to a coyote stuck on some stars, despite how secretive they want to keep their Spirit Park information. But hey, it turns out that is actually an old story back in history, which I wonder if Coyote intentionally knew about and wanted to embody that story. But anyways, Aaron teaches them a valuable lesson when you fail to do things, and not like it's obvious, is analyzing what was the cause for the mistake so you can rectify on it, so you won't have something like it happen again. And obviously uses his scientific literature to illustrate everything, including the rocket, which he shows the kids that he added more fins to it so it can stabilize it in the launch. And what do you know, when it blasts off, there is no system fail, and it was a success. So by everything Mr. Yazzie had taught them, the children make their way back to rescue Coyote, and applying everything that Mr. Yadi had just taught them really is a nice strong development here. We're going to make their own handmade rocket out of a log and get some assistance from the volcano spirit and the sun, who will add some more heat to the rocket's fuel. So that sounds like a good plan, and what do you know, it works out marvelously. We should do thing about Rangers Blast Off, where we get some nice visual of some stars aligning together to make each of the Rangers' respective face. Like, that would have been a nice moment to have for stargazing. But anyways, they finally reach Coyote, and he hops on and they descend back down to the surface. And first thing he does is pounce on Lizard to huddle her, showing the strong bond that they have, which is why they're the spirits that appear the most in this series. And so the kids head back to the station, and they have the rocket blast off one last time, and what do you know, we get a funny visual of above Coyote constellation, which I'm sure the kids had a lot of excuse to explaining that to the adult. But that is it, and this episode was pretty good. I mean, Coyote back to his usual antics, not surprising, but he definitely went to the extreme of trying to build a constellation as a prank, which only led to him getting stuck there, which I'll be honest, it's not entirely a fault on his own, it's just the natural means that led to those circumstances. But still, I think he should have been at least more cautious about what he was doing before he got himself in that ordeal. And also, I want to mention about Aaron Yazi's character, who from what I researched is actually based on an actual NASA engineer. Well, that's a really elite sort of revelation here, and I was at least pleased with what his character brought to the table in terms of educational purposes, despite the minimum amount of screen time he was getting. But hey, he's not as shallow as some of the other visiting characters that we got. And now we jump forward to Vulture Rock, where a family are just hiking around the Rocky Mountains, and we have Summer and Eddy show off some rocks that they picked up, presuming it to be feather rock, only for the mom to deduce that none of them are the rock that they thought it would be. Summer's is just regular. However, Kodi's is a petrified otter poop. Like, all that is just pretty strange, but anyways, Eddy's is unaware of what a featherstone is, so to make things interesting, Kodi and Summer explain it to him, and it's kind of those legends that are actually a bit somber in a way, where it's about vultures who would happen to lose their eggs that would just somehow roll away, and they would proceed to replace them with rocks, which does helpfully explain the significance of a vulture rock, which that leads to Eddy questioning if those rocks even hatch, which, not to be harsh, I understand Eddy's really young, so he isn't like equipped to know a lot of those like scientific facts, but this one feels like one that he could have easily figured out, that the replacement stones were mostly for an aesthetic rather than the actual thought of them being able to hatch out a baby vulture. But anyways, another key detail to this is that the featherstone has now aesthetically looked like a red and black sparkly prop that has unique powers. So now that entices Eddy to join along Summer and Kodi to find this special stone. And especially how much some rocks resemble a vulture, that explains why the Rocky Mountain location they're in is called Vulture Rock Trail, which the parents do warn them that the rocks are extremely fragile. So it's best not to interact with them and just keep with the observation. Which, I mean, if you say that, then why did you allow Kodi and Summer to grab some earlier? But anyways, as everyone continues on the trail, Eddy spots a stone that matches the description of a featherstone, and he believes it to be it. But instead of asking his parents to get it down, he tries to get it himself, which does prove to be a mistake, as when he grabs the stone, it slips off and rolls down the side and falls down the canyon below. And at the same time, Eddy caused a bit of a wreckage on one of the rock walls, which his parents confront him on what occurred, which he denies anything that was his responsibility, which that alone was not the most ideal way to handle it. I mean, I can understand the fear of being at fault for what you did, because I mean, Eddy is at fault for what he did, but I think him essentially lying about what happened was going to lead to more consequences for the worse, where the parents now deemed the trail be unsafe because of the potential danger that an unstable rock could impose. So, against better judgment, their resort is to now blow up the rocky place, including the Vulture Rock. So the parents leave to get dynamite, while the parents quickly change into their spare forms to try and warn the spirits about what's going to happen. So most of them are gathered, but then Lizard acknowledges about the vulture, who, despite being a rock, tells the children the legend that the vulture was actually a spirit that was once turned to stone. Now that one stings a bit harder, because that's literally a spirit's life. But the only thing that's known is that it was clear that one of the spirits were responsible for it, which I wonder who. And so, knowing the inevitable that could happen, everyone starts to try moving the rock vulture out of the way, which, I mean, in the situation you're at, that's definitely the only choice that you have. So then, as they're planning out, they are joined by Coyote, who helps them out too. So their first attempt is a pulley system, and although they get a bit of an inch move, it is still way too heavy, and for some reason, Eddy puts himself in a spot where it could have been life-threatening for him, as when the pulley system failed, the side of the rock vulture could have easily squashed him against the rock he was leaning against, which, thank God, he used his reflex and got himself out of that spot before things could have taken a turn. So at this point, the kids chose to throw in the towel and just leave the rock vulture to doom, which does not really sit well with Coyote, which clearly does make things a bit more sketchy with him. And I guess after a little soft talk from Eddy, who acknowledges the guilt of not speaking up for something that you're responsible for, that could have easily made things avoidable. And next thing, Coyote actually cries and admits that he is responsible for turning the Vulture to stone, which that's just one of those kind of pranks that he took a bit too far. But the most egregious is that he couldn't change it back, which you now run down his backstory. Is like he found one of those feather stones that actually had a special power to literally change a spirit to stone, and Coyote decided to use it as a prank for the Vulture spirit, and he does what he says, freezes it to stone. But the bad part is, he lost a feather stone that had the power to reverse everything. And the reason he never told anyone, because he was fearful how everyone was going to react to him, which, I mean, you're still going to get the same reaction to now, but if you did it earlier, you would have had less of a desperate situation than what you're in right now. And also, him admitting his mess was in response to his misinterpretation of what Eddy was saying, that Eddy was actually expressing guilt for a mess that he caused with the whole rock slide incident because he supposedly found the feather stone. So now, Coyote basically has this whole song where he reflects on times that he did something bad, which is mostly directed to Lizard, and I just had a fun visual of Lizard's reaction to it. I guess in some point just chasing him for it. But anyways, the kids see their dad starting to blast the rocks. So enough meandering about, Eddy quickly guides them to where the feather stone's at, and Summer flies him down, but then gets caught up with some of the dust from the explosion, which makes her drop Eddy to the bottom where he is able to retrieve the feather stone. And although they try to use the pulley system again on Eddy, which once again didn't work well, the Turtle Kid himself was able to just climb up the rocks unfettered, and Coyote does the honor of placing the feather stone around the bee of the rock Vulture, and next thing you know, we get a Han-Solo-esque moment where the Vulture finally be able to break free of her stone self, and Coyote does the honors to take responsibility for causing her to become stone, and she doesn't seem bothered by it, but also just humorously wouldn't give him any boundaries and even dragged him along for a flight, which I guess is somewhat karma for what he did. But anyways, as the parents arrive at where the Vulture Rock used to be, they've noticed that it's gone and then assume that it crumbled during one of their blasts. But then the children chime in and Eddy admits that he was the one that caused the rock slide and was too nervous to own up to it initially, which he now is because of the guilt that he's going to cause the trail to be closed, which the parents do decide to not close it, which makes the kids happy again. So that does complete this episode, which what a thrill that was. But yeah, a lot of shock factor throughout this episode, and it was pretty tense. And I also think Coyote had a unique sort of role in this episode, with the whole legacy being manufactured by him many years ago, and the guilt that really dawned upon him, realizing where the situation could go, led to him finally owning up, which we all know how very zany and a schemer he could be, but here he does express a lot of emotions and sympathy for his actions, and his guilt really speaks to that, even though I do question why he threw in the towel trying to find the lost feather stone when it was literally located just inches on a rock that was next to the Vulture Rock. Like, that could be found within like an hour, but you know, that's Coyote for you. So we move on to Moose on the Loose, and it starts off with Summer placing some glow stars at the ceiling of her bunk, giving it a nice aesthetic decoration to it, and Kodi admires the star decorations and wants to switch bunks with Summer, to which she declines. And he thinks it's just not fair and asks for Eddy's opinion, which, why put him in the spot like this? But Eddy clearly does not want to take a side and shuts down the conversation before it could get tense, which I never really thought about talking about this detail, but the way the kids arrange their bed is matching with how their respective spirit forms would sleep, which is an interesting touch to that. But anywho, Lizard and Coyote pop in and informs the children that a moose has arrived at Spirit Park. So they make their way to Spirit Park and the moose arrives, but he's pretty clumsy. Anyways, he introduces himself as Denig and he's pretty stoked about his stay in Spirit Park. So then he sings a song about it, where we have a little fun montage of him hanging out with the Spirit Rangers. But anyways, the moose needs to find a place to stay at, which somehow makes its way to be a difficult situation, and it gets to the point where the moose tries to sleep on a spider-made hammock, which then ejects him alongside Lizard and Coyote into the air, and the three of them end up in a mess where they're tangled up dangling on a tree. So after getting them from an untangled mess, the Rangers decide they're gonna try and make a moose-proof house that favors towards Denis. So they build a nice perimeter alongside making it a bit more homely based on where he came from, and then they had Lizard and Coyote literally cosplay as mooses. But then Denis requests for it to be more of a colder condition, which Summer tries her best to use her powers to make use of that, but she gets exhausted pretty quickly, which which this gets to the point where, is this place really suitable for Moose if barely any of the percentage of it is catered towards him? And the Rangers do question him on that front, to which Danique finally admits that he was pretty carried away by his hopes that the Spirit Park would be better than where he was from, which a friend of his gave him word of it. And guess who his friend is? Raven, which you should remember, she's from the Trickster trio, which I don't know why you chose to befriend her if you didn't like research on her background and stuff. Like, do you really think she's a good friend of yours? So they decide to go and confront her, which she so happens to be hanging out with her other Trickster buddies. And when Danique arrives, they all try to get away, but Eddy uses his bubble powers to trap Raven specifically so she can get all the flack she deserves for essentially tricking Danique out of his own home. Which he does have a dumb response of hoping he actually liked it, which, I mean, to be fair, he does in a way where he met the Spirit Rangers who are actual real friends to him, unlike you. And to be honest, that's probably the best for him so he can learn your true colors. So then she tries to pull a fast one and get away, but she gets one last taste of her own medicine thanks to Kamash, who squirts water at her. So that's pretty much all the comeuppance she deserved in this spot. And then she just leaves just like that, alongside Danique making his way back home. And now the kids are back at their home, getting ready for bed. And I guess Summer felt bad enough that she gave in to Kodi by offering up her bunk to him, but he declines and recognizes that it was just more so of him carried away by the decoration of the stars. But then the children figure out an ideal solution of placing a bunch of glow stars around their room, so in that way Kodi will get what he wants, and that works out in everyone's favor, making it balanced. That's nice, which is the end of the episode. So to sum up everything what I think, it's just okay. I was hoping for more from this episode, but it really just was standardized for the most part. I was hoping for more out of that confrontation scene between Danique and Raven, but I guess it was more so for a moment of breakup with their friendship, which I guess was Danique's way of parting ways with someone he was seemingly close with, which I still don't understand why he chose to befriend her. But anyways, that's how I think about the episode. Let's just move on. And the episode we're going to talk about next is the big stink. So we have this episode start off with the children painting some garden murals, and their parents come over to give a little check, and all the kids have some really great style to their work, but Kodi's is definitely the most outstanding of them. And his parents do compliment him, which he does kind of get a bit too carried away with in thinking that he could truly become an artist, which I mean you can if you can really embrace that mold. But he also shows how very wrapped around he is with that whole sentiment around him. And I guess in a way he is indirectly trying to be comparative with how overtly confident he feels after the positive critiques he got for his work. Which, I mean, if you do actually compare his work to Eddy and Summer's, yeah, it's much better. But I wanted to share this little thing that I've been outspoken about, which is that no matter the style or approach you choose with your art, as long as you create your own sort of vernacular and style and make great use of that, then you definitely make a name for yourself in the mold of an artist. But anywho, let's get back to the story. Then we have Lizard and Coyote pop by and decide to paint some of their own murals too with just their hand paws. And then they admire all of the kids' mural art before Coyote acknowledges about a spirit artist known as the Stink Bug, who is well known to be the Spirit Park's best artist. And that interests Kodi to check him out. So he and his siblings make their way to Spirit Park and they spot some of his sky murals that looks pretty interesting. And then, speak of the devil, Stink Bug comes in and he introduces himself to the Rangers, which his name is Shishkla, and he basically goes on a spiel about the merits of art. And Kodi does express himself as a fellow artist, which the Stink Bug does entice him with a art extravaganza, which is basically an art show for artists' latest pieces, which Kodi is up for it, and the Stink Bug officially gives him a nice acorn-made barrette, which is basically an artist hat. So now that Kodi is now making his debut in the art field, alongside making it a challenge against the Stink Bug, he requests his siblings to spread word of it to the spirits so they can invite them to this art show. And so they agreed to do it. And while they're doing that, Kodi and Shishkala are making their work pieces. But let's just say Shishkala gets a bit too literal with his approach to art, and that he literally passes too much gas that leaves about a bit too much stink odor around the grassy field that they're making their artwork. But for some reason, neither of the two are aware of the excessive odor that is spreading out around them like fog. And only when Summer and Eddy arrive back, letting them know that they invited all the spirits despite no one popping up, things finally start to piece together. And when at least one of the spirits in the wolf arrives to not really critique the artwork, but more so the surroundings being overwhelmed by stink substance, this is when the two finally notice that it becomes an issue, which, how did you not notice that earlier? Like, it was so blatant in your face. So the Rangers eventually find a way to clear up all of the stink substance, and that's when the Stink Bug brags about that Big Stink being literally his best work, which, no kidding, Sherlock, you're literally a stink bug, so your best art is resorting to your nature of the odor smell. material, which to be fair, that piece of material is kind of the metaphor of what bragging can do, which is what Kodi was essentially doing as well back in Zeus Park. So in a way with the storyline, it matches pretty well to envision how the bragging nature can just turn folks away from you. So with the two of them finally understanding their flaws and also opting to help out Moon with a sky mural that she needs for her brother Sunny, the two of them make their way into sky and sing a song reflecting on the problems with bragging, while at the same time creating their sky murals out of stars. So together they would make a great constellation of everyone's respective faces. So that was nice, and then Sunny pops by to admire the work that they made together. So then the kids are back at Zeus Park finishing their garden mural, and together they paint a nice mural portrait for Lizard, which was sweet. But then their parents arrive, so Lizard and Coyote quickly hide, and the parents admire the work the children did, which totally touches on how they work together with these garden murals. And then we humorously have this thing but pull a sneaky move of adding some mustache touch to Lizard's portrait, much to the amusement of the children. But yeah, that is the end of the episode, and I was just okay with it. But what keeps me liking this episode is its appeal to artists like me who just enjoy looking at creative work. But for some reason, I wasn't really invested as much into the episode, despite how decent the theme was and how Stinkbug basically embodied that. But outside of that, I just didn't find myself enthralled with this one, so got nothing else for you. So anyways, we move on to Ready, Steady, Eddy, which I guess is another eccentric episode for Eddy's sake. But it starts off with Dumb in the treehouse making some fuse bee designs, which takes me back to my childhood when I did this before, creating my own TUD designs with these items. And if you don't know what it is, look it up, where from my personal interpretation, you can use it to piece together a design of anything you want, like either a sunflower or a fruit like this and that. And for it to stick together, you have to use iron to melt those beads together so it can turn the pattern you made into one piece of art. So while they are beating, a hummingbird chimes in and basically is a messenger to everyone that there's a relay race being held in Spare Park, which excites the children to feel desire to participate. So they change into their forms and arrive at the area where the race is being prepped, and they find their ways to be signed up for it, which basically teaming up with those who are gonna race, with Summer obviously working with the hummingbird, and then Kodi teams up with the buffalo. So then Eddy is just left to team up with a bird-like creature named Crane, who happens to race. So that matches well with Eddy, even though in the grand scheme of things that wouldn't really help, because turtle pace combined together compared to fast pace combined together doesn't really make any difference. But anyways, the relay race finally kicks off, and those respective spirits the children each teamed up with race their lap first. The hummingbird and buffalo get through their lap pretty quickly and are each able to tap in for Summer and Kodi to race their lap, leaving poor Eddy to just stand there alone, still waiting for Crane to arrive to tap him in and race his lap, which does feel so amazing race coded in the spot where you're literally waiting for your partner to finish up their roadblock. But anyways, this is where the episode shapes up to be a literally glorified hare and tortoise story, where Eddy finally personifies as the tortoise in this spot, which I mean his spirit form is a turtle, but tortoises and turtles are significantly different if you do a little bit of research between the two species. But basically, for Kodi and Summer's side of things, they personify as the hare in this spot. They both get distracted by things along the way, some music with Kamash, while Kodi encounters the Stinkbug again and decides to assist him with his art. Anyways, back with Eddy, Crane finally finishes his lap and slowly taps in for Eddy. It also encourages him to just keep moving despite how far behind they are, which you never know what could happen, so at least try. So Eddy runs his lap and makes some pretty smooth maneuvers around some obstacles like the Rocky Mountains and a little web bridge that he uses his bubble power to carry him over its sticky substance. And on top of that, Eddy has a nice little coronation song for him about being slow and steady Eddy. But just then, Eddy also passes by the spirits who had Kodi and Summer gave their temptation to them, which by the time he passes by them, Eddy and Summer had already finished their business with them and are still making their way to the finish line. So there's still a lot of racing to do. But that's not the case for Kodi and Summer, who happen to meet up with each other, and then they couldn't resist the sight of a little cute baby skunk. Which, I mean, you can take a moment to observe all its cuteness, but still, at least make it quick, especially when you're on a race. And you know, anything can happen, and what do you know? Something happens when Eddy is able to leapfrog their lead and make his way through the last few maneuvers and reaches the finish line first, so he has won. Which all the spirits there congratulate him, and his siblings who finally arrive at the finish line also give him the applause for his win. So now they head back to the treehouse, where to make Eddy's win a lot more ceremonial, utilizing the little beading thing they did earlier, they make a beading of a medal that they put around Eddy to award him for his achievement. So that wraps up everything about this episode, and it's pretty interesting. Like I said, the episode ended up becoming a more glorified version of the hare and tortoise story that we're all familiar with, which I mean could come off pretty generic in this episode, which I did felt that. However, I did like the tad changes they had for a bit, where there are a multitude of times Summer and Kodi gave in to temptation to things that could easily distract them from the race. And you know what, it's nice to have a little coronation moment for Eddy's victory, which I think really helps prop up his moral of slow and steady, which I mean can work out in ways where you don't get carried away with other things, but other times logistically wouldn't work out. But hey, Eddy's race worked out for him and he got a win that was perfectly earned. So anyways, we move on to the next episode, which is about salmon, and we have the children at the Zeus Lake just fishing for salmon. And that's because some tribal officials are visiting and would want to learn of any sort of salmon located at the Zeus Lake. So the kids still continue to try and catch a salmon using nets and fishing lines, and funnily enough, they would catch a prank, which is obviously Coyote. And also lizards on the sidelines just consuming worms, like usual. But hey, there was word of salmon being spotted about a week ago, so it encourages the kids to try hunting for some in Spirit Park. So when they arrive, the first tactic they try is exploring underwater because that's the most easiest choice they have, but it also doesn't work out successfully. Outside maybe a fun visual of just Coyote just admiring his reflection from a shiny orb that is inside a clam's mouth. Next thing you know, the clam shuts its mouth on Coyote's tail, and we have a fun visual of Coyote dragging the clam along on his tail, which does suck for him for what happened, but unfortunately you are not as big of a swifter like Pablo when he can easily swiftly swim away from a giant clam. But anyways, they get word that there are no salmons around that lake. However, they were last seen together swimming down the river rapids, so everyone resurfaces and ride on a little canoe to make their way, and they speed up a bit too much where the journey gets pretty rocky, and it doesn't help when they collide into Kamash, who causes the canoe to eject all of them in the air before they make quite a perfect landing back into their canoe, where they're now in the middle of a strange green lake, which once someone is unable to paddle, everyone checks over and sees that the green stuff are actually salmon, which you should realize there's like infinity of them huddled all together. So clearly something's up, even though the circumstance is now favorable for the children who are seeking for salmon so they can help out their dad's presentation. But anyways, a giant salmon spirit emerges from the water and raises up everyone in the canoe, and is very complimentary of the spirit rangers, and then the kids themselves offer for all the salmon to come to the lake, whereas there's no way they would turn down this offering, especially how crowded they are in this one tiny pond, which pertains to the claustrophobic feeling they are all probably getting. So then the gray salmon moves everyone in the canoe back through the river before ejecting them into the lake, where this time unfortunately they couldn't make a perfect landing, but who cares? But anyways, the salmon are now at the lake. However, they're not really getting what they want out of it, which is starting to make them leave. However, the children are determined to keep the salmon around at Zeus Lake, and so with the help of Kamash, they're able to find ways to accommodate for the salmon, cooling up the water condition a bit, and also finding the appropriate food for them. And they sing together about making the lake the perfect home for them, which yes, they did it. So now the salmon feel incentivized to stick around. So with that, the kids now just have to find the right salmon for the presentation, to which we cut back to it, where the farmer had finished the presentation, to which people request him to show them the salmon to prove their existence around the lake. And what do you know, the kids pop by in time with a salmon in the bucket, which has now made the presentation even more of a success, which props to the kids' determination to get this over with. So bam, like that. So to conclude with my say on this, I'm just so-so with this episode. I mean, it had good points throughout it, but also at the same time, there were some times that it felt really padded out, and I just wasn't caring much. Alright, next up, we have Deuces Gooses, and we start off with Eddy hanging out with his cousin JJ. Just then, his parents are almost ready to get him and head back to their town, which does sadden Eddy. Which that scene is pretty palpable for someone like me who has like relatives who visit from a long distance. But hey, with pop culture, I can always find a way to keep in touch with them. While for the world of the Spirit Rangers, JJ can just visit again another time for Eddy's desire. However, Eddy is pretty hellbent on wanting JJ to stick around, so he tries to come up with excuses to keep JJ around. Just then, there's some geese appearing despite the fact that they should have been migrating around that time. So likewise, that leans into the trope that something uncanny is happening in Spirit Park, and so the children make their way there, and they encounter some Gooses who are in a solemn state who are intended to migrate as a part of the migration. However, their child is not ready to leave, which obviously parents shouldn't abandon their child behind. So they're forced into the corner where they have to delay their migration in favor of them being able to finally migrate with their child. So the children vow to help out and they spot the goose yearling, and her name is Detsy, where she's not ready to leave because she wants to spend more time with her quail spirit friend, whose name is Takuk. And basically we all know this echoes parallels with Eddy and JJ. But anyways, the conflicting aspects here is that quails don't migrate, so it's not suited for them. And also, by function, gooses are poised to endeavor longer flights than quails, who are much more short-handed. So that's already enough of a clear reason that creates the conflict in this spot. But the children always have their ideas to try working in favor of those in need. Like, the first method has Desi trying to cack on her back, but that plan goes off the rails. They try to use Eddy's bubble to float everyone, but it doesn't work well either. So then they try to create some new wings for the quail, but the results continue to repeat everything else that happened. So I guess the last thing that they try to do is catapult him, with the quail standing on one end of a log while the buffalo spirit jumps onto it on the other end. But you know, when the plan goes to proceed, the calculation of physics was a fail. Which, I mean, to be fair for the children, you would learn that kind of course in high school, and they're not high schoolers, so they're not prone to really understand the calculus of how physics function. But yeah, basically the quail is catapulted right onto the rock walls, where he slowly slides down and face plants on the floor, which he's pretty worn out by everything the children try to do to help him move with Detsy, but there's really no direction this is going. So Detsy and Tak have their moment to reflect on their past and how they've kind of become more desensitized by the whole separation thing during season changes. And this is where they kind of sing together about how the seasons change. Which, hey, when I think about a song about seasons change, I think of Expose, but enough with the nonsense. The two have softened themselves on the whole nature of them being separate for a particular time period, which although is not really the greatest feeling, they will always find their ways back together when the season changes back in favor for them. So Detsy finally makes her way to leave alongside her parents so they can migrate, and Eddy's siblings acknowledge they had that same feeling when their cousin JJ had to leave. However, they highlight how the previous year, when JJ visited, there were fun things that he brought to them, basically as a souvenir to cherish his visit with them. And taking into account that the quail also got a nice little feather from Detsy as a way to cherish their friendship now that they're going to be separate for a while, it gave Eddy an idea what he could do. So they all head back to the Zeus Park, and Eddy hands him over 2 plush toys to give him a nice farewell before the next time he visits again, and they all get out together, which was a nice scene, and that closes off this episode, and I think it's okay. You know, it's interesting when the show kind of branches out for our main characters in terms of their families and stuff. But looking back at the season 1 episode where Coyote had his cousin visit, that was at least nice to branch out on his end. Now we got to see one on the children's side with JJ, although I will admit his character on its own right was a bit shallow, which I wish there was a lot more depth to him. But hey, from what we got, he's a very likable person, and I think the purity with his relationship with his cousin speaks to a lot about his traits despite not much depth or background to him. Okay, now we go on to Frog Concert Chaos. Okay, this sounds promising, but we start off with the children just checking over what they packed for their history hike, and finally we have Coyote and Lizard basically steal their spray can of cheese. But basically, for some context of what this history hike is, it's basically about music. So that sounds very hype-inducing. So then Dee pops by, which Coyote and Lizard hide away, because obviously. But basically, she made some points about how the history hike is all about the tradition of Chumash music and is faithful for the children to continue that tradition, which were they though, as we find out that they were not prepped for that since they're more susceptible to music around their modern time, which I think really hones into a lot about what pop culture has and where it really shapes a certain sort of generation with the kind of stuff they identify with, which on the case with the children, they're more inclined to value the modern tropes of music. Like even taking into account of the outside world, like for someone like me who was born as a Gen Z, I personally familiarized myself within its culture of media and such sorts that has me value them more. So what this show did here, introduced an interesting trope here that gets more fascinating when you really analyze more depthly and taking the connection from the outside world into it to strengthen the critical analysis here. But enough of my dumb spiel here, so let's get back to the point. Dee tries to get a spray can of cheese, but she finds out that the gosh darn thing is empty, so she goes ahead and gets a refill of it. So the children are left perplexed with the position they are in because they hadn't prepared for the tradition However, they also don't want to disappoint Eddy at the same time, which is totally understandable if you want to be a people pleaser in this spot. So then they hear some frogs, which Lizard and Coyote points out that a big frog is having a concert that night, which interests the kids to check it out in Spirit Park. So they arrive around the lake area and frogs are rehearsing for the concert, and then out comes in a surprise leap out of water the big frog, who I guess they'd label as the master at music. Well, to clarify, frog music, because it clearly states the obvious. But yeah, the kids introduce themselves to him and he shares a bit of details about his frog music before introducing them to his son named Ribbit Jr., who's making his first debate in a frog concert, so that's a nice feeling to have. But it's also basically a tradition for the young ones to be equipped to embrace the frog tradition, which Junior does need the time to practice, with the Spirit Rangers choosing to accompany him. So as they're practicing, Junior drops some unique curveballs in that he only enjoys human music and feels the desire to embrace it. But then it also comes with the fundamental issue that breaking away from the frog tradition could push shame on him from his dad. So he has to basically placate to his father despite wanting to desire for more of a style outside the usual tradition. So the children try to encourage him to rehearse for some human music as well, so he's got another style that he can learn. So he basically started off with Eddy teaching him how to break dance, and he's got some moves there. Next, Kodi educates him on the merits of air guitar, which he shares a valuable tip in that he just has to formulate his own style of gesturing the move, to which Junior rocks the froggy style. And then Summer's turn to mentor him on the final touch of human music, which is finishing off with a crowd surf, and she demonstrated using geckos. So Junior falls, and he makes a perfect landing for the geckos to surf him, while Coyote finally tries out, but he ultimately belly flops when the geckos move out of the way because he didn't turn around on his back when he was falling. Because in order to crowd surf, your front body has to be facing on the upward direction so the crowd can pass you along more efficiently. So now that Junior sufficiently learned all the qualities of human music, the children put some glasses on him as part of the disguise to mask his involvement from his father. So then now the concert it commences, and the Big Frog announces that the Spirit Rangers are going to perform some human music as a kickstart to this concert, and despite the best efforts of Junior trying to mask his identity from his dad, he unfortunately did it to himself when he dropped his disguise in the water, which revealed his identity to his dad, much to his shock, seeing his own son performing music outside of their tradition. So Junior does try to own up to his dad and states his desire to try out new music, and so he performs the human music with the Rangers, and they basically have a song about new traditions, which the audience really liked, and even the Big Frog was astonished and vowed to be supportive of his child with the choices that he made. And so Junior expresses his delight for the Rangers to help him believe in himself with such grave confidence, and that leads us to the Rangers heading back to Zeus Park, where they address their music preference with Eddy, which she is approving of it and implies that she was okay no matter what the kids chose. So anyways, everyone now embarks on the hike, and they pass by the big frog spirit with his child, and they just sit there and watch the humans talk about their fond for modern music, and that's where the episode ends. A pretty resonating episode, mainly honing in the themes about building your confidence to try out something that goes outside of your zone, which ain't ideally in life, that's something that you should be doing in order to express how you branch out, and I like what the Junior Frog did here. Though I will say, I feel like the whole disguise thing was kind of unnecessary. Is like, you could at least be a bit upfront about it to maybe prove to your father about the merits of trying out new styles, as if he did, however, succeed in performing the human music under the disguise, I feel like his dad would have not been as understanding about its merits than what happened in reality. So anyways, next up is Say It Don't Spray It, where its premise has the parents hosting a Junior Ranger talk, with Eddy being the first to go to articulate about this smell and tell, but he didn't have time to practice his lines, and when put on the spot, he did fumble with his words, unfortunately, which despite his family there to cover him, he still expressed his somber for his little fumble with his lines, but his siblings comfort him, and next thing you know, Lizard pops by with fish up her nose. Which reason to that? The smell of Spirit Park speaks for that, and that stems from skunk spirits, which is not that obvious, so the children take their opportunity to fix this bad odor, so they head over to Spirit Park, and boy is there a bad odor of skunk smell, and we see some funny visuals of like beavers wearing beehive on their heads, and Deep Buffalo trying to cover herself in some daisies to, I guess, enhance the smell of herself, and then they encounter Kamash, who just is as ridiculous as he is, but then the moon of all the spirits had to be the one to confirm everything, in that the skunks just had a baby, which obviously the sound of a baby entices the children to check it out because the purity of it. So then they go to the, I guess, skunk territory, with Summer trying to fly over, and the mother skunk spots her and calls over her army, and they fire some weird stink balls at Summer, which she unfortunately gets hit by, and Kodi suffers the same fate. And Eddy, in a way, although his bubble did protect him, And then when they try to, like, I guess, throw a stink grenade at the children, Coyote jumps on it to take the stinking hit. So anyways, they regroup to discuss their next plans, and when Eddy's the one who smartly points out that maybe the baby skunk needs some space, everyone respectfully falls through with a plan to give the baby skunk some distance, but also acknowledge it to the skunks so they can clear the air with them, or else it would just continue stinking up between them. And yes, Eddy was right, as the skunks acknowledged that the baby is just not prone to adapt well with a crowded space and needs her time alone before she can really grow into its environment. So then they all together sing a song about signs, because likewise, you do need to pick up signs on what others want, and if you click in on what it is, there will not be any problems whatsoever. So then, to still try and give a moment to absorb all the cuteness from the baby skunk, Eddy's idea is to get her floating in his bubble. So one, she has her own individual safe inside of it, and also it keeps her protected in case any sort of bad predator is out there wants to make an attempt on her. But anyways, after that, the rangers themselves and many others are still having that bad odor on them after the skunk sprayed them, so they need to wash down. And they use some plants to help produce soap, but they're gonna need some water, which I mean, you technically have a lake that's nearby you, but the option they take is a wash inside Kamash's tummy, which, okay, they try out on a first go, but they still end up stinking because they miss an important ingredient, which are peace lilies, so they try again, and it works out for them. So now they don't have that odor on them. And on top of that, because now the baby skunk is given the space that she needs, the skunks won't need to spray as much as they used to. So anyways, the kids are back at their home, and they have the smell and talk about peace lilies, which Eddy is able to articulate perfectly. So that was some great closure after his fumble earlier, and also to end off the episode, we have the little skunk hand over a lily to them. So to wrap up my thoughts, this episode was fine. Honestly, some of those storylines that was just a typical misinterpretation and stuff. So anyways, our next episode is Tale of the Tales, which that titling sure twisted up the tongue, but we have the setting take place outside of the station where the children examine some little tool boats that they built, which then Didi arrives as the kids conceive the idea of having a little boat race at the Zaka Lake, and she does try to tell some legend stories about it before Lizard suddenly appears behind her, which the kids try to keep a distraction for Didi in order to not get Lizard get caught by the eye. But anyways, the lady makes her way into the station, and the children now take their chance to interact with Lizard, where she came there to inform them about some exciting news that a giant lizard has arrived in Spirit Park. So the children are interested in seeing this giant lizard, so they make their way to Spirit Park, and Lizard has her moment to gracefully explain what needs to be understood about the giant lizard. And her style is by a song, which, wow, this early into the episode, that hopefully means we got a lot more action-filled content this episode. But anyways, her song is basically describing the power of his tail. And finally, as she's about to present him to the children, that's when Coyote amusingly swings by, which was fairly at a quick second, which you could actually miss in a blink of an eye. But enough funny bits nights, this time for real. The giant lizard is spotted, and the kids are fascinated to meet him, where what brings him to Spirit Park is that he has to retire his tail because something went wrong with its power when it predicted wrong the level of rain that was going to happen. But hey, even if your tail doesn't work despite the legends speaking to that, you may as well utilize it for other sourceful things. Like, it's not all void of doing anything. So they first try to play some ball, and the giant lizard, I guess, tweaks his tail that swats the ball at Lizard's face. So clearly, despite the amount of doubts the giant lizard has, his tail proves to be more powerful than what he tries to exclaim. But anyways, they encounter a buffalo who's trying to get to the other side from giant rocks, and next thing you know, the giant lizard uses his tail that launches her into a tree, which she might as well just live in a tree at this point. But finally, that's when we have Lizard essentially almost get squashed by a giant rock, only for it to roll onto her tail that caused her to detach from it. Which, remember, lizards always regrow their tails, and hers grew back pretty quickly. So anyways, then they meet with some mountain lions, where those kittens end up using the giant lizard's tail as a slide. To which he's just left disheartened by the lack of powerful function it has, and is just being used as a prop instead, which does not sit well with him, and he ends up sitting by the river with everyone else, just expressing his solemn. But then, finally, a rainstorm arrives, which meant that his prediction ended up being correct after all, so his tail is powerful, which has given him a glow in his expression. So anyways, everyone takes cover, and then that mountain lion calls over the spirit rangers for help because she and her kittens are stuck in the tree, which, have you guys just become an apprentice for the buffalo? But this is where the giant lizard makes great use of his tail again, not really leaning in on the powerful side of things, but more so the resourcefulness it can embody as too, as he's able to get the mountain lions down with it. So yeah, that rescue mission pans out the best, and the rain eventually dissipates. So as all the land are drying up, the great giant lizard is grateful for the kids' help in making him feel welcome to the environment. However, or he'll be having to make his way back to his homeland. And so he gives them a hug, and Coyote and Lizard try to join in, but then his tail tweaks, which accidentally swats Lizard and Coyote away onto a tree. So anyways, the kids head back to the station where they address to Dee Dee that they want to change course of where they're going to race their boats. And now understanding a little bit more about the legends of Zaka Lake, it won't be convenient for their boats, so they'll switch it up and do it at the river. So then as the adults leave, we finally have Lizard pop out and hops into one of the kids' tool reed boats in hopes that it'll make their way to the giant lizard's homeland, which gives such fun fangirl vibes. But anyways, that ends off the episode, and it was a decent one. Definitely plays into those tropes about self-esteem and also self-awareness in a way where we really glean in on the claim of some legendary stories ending up being actually reality, which are done so in an interesting way where the children find the answers themselves to prove the stories being legit. But now let's jump into Rattle Trap. Alright then, so we have the children and Dee Dee around the garden, and then a little mice goes and grabs some food out of it, which Dee Dee tries to catch it. Which although the kids kind of contest on the innocence of the mice, Dee Dee does follow up with the rationale that mice can impose harm on the garden. As I mean, it's self-explanatory. The more food they take, there will be no produce left. So she faithfully trusts the children to basically monitor the garden in case any other mice or animals comes to do something to it. And then next thing, an animal does pop by, but it's not a mice, it's a rattlesnake, whose presence obviously startles the children because mostly people are afraid of snakes. But this little guy is not here to bite, and his name is Spike, and he's there to request for their helps. And why is he doing that despite never meeting them? Is because he's heard the stories about them, including the time that they out-tricked the Trickster Trio, which we actually finally get an episode where they become a threat once again, which I am kind of perplexed that the season didn't try to at least give them a lot more to do. But anyways, the reason is that they have now trapped all the rattlesnakes and has held them captive, which among them is Spike's family, so he needs help rescuing them, and what better way than to have the Spirit Rangers do so. So they arrive in Spirit Park, and this is where the kids are hit with a predicament where although they need to help Spike's family, they also were tasked to watch over the garden, which is slowly getting invested with mice who are trying to eat up all the food. So in order to keep things consistent with both tasks, they're gonna split up with Eddy alongside Lizard and Coyote to protect the garden, while Cody and Summer help Spike find his family. So let's go for the garden side of things, where a bunch of mice just start swarming in and eating up all the produce there, and the three struggle to get them away from it. And we do have this little fun visual of Lizard literally fighting a mouse with her tail and vice versa, resembling it like sword fighting. But after time, they deduced the solution that rattlesnakes would scare them off, which they try to find tactics to act like a rattlesnake, but the mouse see right through them, so things are not going the way they would want. But anyways, to the now rescue side of things, with Cody, Summer, and Spike finally arriving at the spot where the Trickster Trio has all the rattlesnakes trapped. And the reason for that, they assume these slithering creatures are going to bite, which I might as well talk about. Like, yes, rattlesnakes do get that perception that they're going to bite immediately because they're well known for their deadly snake bite that can really inflict fear in others. But really on the other side of that, there's also the aspects of being judgmental a bit too quickly without understanding the context more, as these rattlesnakes are harmless as per Spike. But these Trickster Trio are just not the brightest minds in the world, and we see here that they're too resolute on keeping the snakes locked up and combating against Summer and Cody, who are trying to free the rattlesnakes. But then Eddy makes a surprise entrance to the fight, and he fends off against the rabbit, who despite gloating about his muscles gets beat by a singular giant bubble. And then the raven gets dealt with too, leaving up to Raccoon, who easily got distracted as Eddy is able to free all the rattlesnakes out of the cage, which wow, they once again got out-tricked. So the Trickster Trio yet again flees and swears on revenge, which I'm certain is going to be around the corner soon. Which now with the rattlesnakes out of the cage, they can also make their way to the gardens to scare off the mice who are trying to ruin it. So the children thank them for helping them, like the snake's way of returning the favor. And the snakes do sing a song that reflects on judgment and how every creature has its place. So then the children are back at Zeus Park, which is cleared of mice, and Dee Dee is delighted by that scene. So the garden is out of harm's way, but then a basketball begins moving, which everyone assumes is Spike again, only to uncover it to be Lizard. So that ends up my recap on that episode, and it's a decent one as well. So retracing back to my discussion about the Trickster Trio, I am a bit whelmed that we haven't really got much to emphasize on the conflicting force that they were evoking. Like outside of the first episode and a tad slightly with that moose episode, there really isn't much that this trio had, which has left me puzzled. But also next up to talk about the whole notion of this quick judgments towards the rattlesnake, which coincidentally at the time I'm releasing this is at the time that Zootopia 2 had just came out, and the story involves a snake facing prejudice similarly like this. So hey, this episode maybe felt apt to as an early introduction to the perspectives of what rattlesnakes go through because of how easily they are to be judged. Anyways, we move on to Home Squawk Home. So we have it start off with the kids interacting with some native visitors who come from a city, and they're hanging out for the afternoon but are going to be ready to set off on their own path. Although the children do try to offer up some activities that are a part of their own culture, but the visitors refuse and go on their own path, which is to check out some native animals. So the children are just left perplexed on what just went down. And then that's followed up with Coyote literally rolling on a mush pot where he is just grooving through the sentiment of a band practice, and so the children follow where he rolls a pot to, which is a band. Which Lizard is also there, and a new spirit, in a way character-wise, not species considering it's another condor, but it's a female condor named Ruby, who is just aggressively drumming, which causes everyone to be shooketh. But anyways, Ruby just recently moved in, and the kids welcome her into the environment. And on top of her interest of checking out the land, she also adds on that she would love to meet any fellow condors, which, oh, you're in the right place, because there's one particular condor that everyone knows of, Alamai. So the children are obligated to guide her to meet him, and they change into their spirit forms, and they have Ruby meet Alamai. And they have some fun discussing about things they like to do, where Al tries to suggest hunting for stuff, even though Ruby's persona is not really hunting. She's more of a rock sort of condor, so she likes the grooviness or dance and stuff. So they attempt to do a little dance, which Kodi humorously partnered up with Ruby accidentally trips and causes them to fall. And also Al is just watching from afar, not really feeling suited for this kind of stuff. So anyways, next up, Almai tries to show off his way of traveling and flying using a variety of rocky obstacles as his demonstration. However, Ruby has a different approach, and is that using a skateboard, which Al does express his slight annoyance that that's not how condors function, and she's just one of a kind. The next thing, as Ruby sticks her landing, she lands on a little pool of mud on the ground, and in conjunction to Al accidentally tripping, the mud splash would get all over him. So Al needs a wash down, and they head over to the spa to wash off. However, things get messy, where Ruby and the kids are having a mud fight, which, I mean, you can have it, but at least show some consideration for Al, who's just trying to relax peacefully. Like, you could have just done it in a separate area. But yeah, Al is just totally checked out with Ruby's tactics as a condor, and he basically tells her off that he was under the impression that she was able to function just like him as a condor, which, I mean, she is still classified as a condor, just to be clear, but I feel like there are different ways people can function. Like, in life, there's something called different strokes, different folk. Like, as humans, we are aesthetically built the same, but we just have different functions in our lives. Like, someone likes to be a video gamer, or someone likes to be a researcher. Like, Al just didn't really understand that facet of life, which him not understanding Ruby just kind of turned her off and made her feel unwelcomed into the spirit park environment, so she just jets, much to the kids' dismay. Then tried to encourage Al to talk it out with her, so as he tries to fly off after her, he didn't notice that one of the vines was still wrapped around his leg, and although he had enough strength to snap it off the ground, the friction caused him to lose control of his flying, and he just basically cartwheels in the air into the river, where he starts to float away with the current. And on top of that, the vine's now tangled around him, so he's unable to find leeway to get himself out of the catastrophic situation he's in. The kids try to help him, with Summer trying to untangle the vines, but next thing you know, they collide into a boulder, which knocks her into the lake, and Eddy having to save her. So then Eddy tries to use bubbles to block his path from getting any further, but scientifically that's not going to work because bubbles are not a solid, and what do you know? When Al crashes into them, he ends up getting a nice pair of bubbles. And as he starts floating away more, Ruby now comes to the rescue, thank God, and she immediately skateboards her way into the river to act like a surfboard, which cool moves, bruh. But she untangles the vines around him and pulls him up onto her surfboard, and they ride through the current before reaching the waterfall, which they fly afterwards. So with everything that just happened, Al has gone to learn that condors have other things that they can do besides the typical functions that he's familiar with. And he does apologize to Ruby for telling her off, which she does forgive him, and come on, I think it was clear that she did because she was willing to save him anyways. So after that, they sing about being yourself, which is definitely not a phrase I heard like millions of times, but anyway, as Al is expressing his gratefulness for understanding about Ruby, he wants her to teach him how to skateboard, and she's most certainly poised to teach him. So anyways, back at Zeus Park, where we meet up with those visitors again, and this time apologizing for basically being a bit too domineering with teaching them about their culture. Well, hey, to make up for that, they're gonna join them on their hike to search for coyotes and condors. But that wraps up the episode, and it's a thriller. I was fascinated by a lot of what Ruby the Condor did, and it was interesting to see where her friendship with Al was gonna go. And now we're in the finale of season 2, which the episode is called Water Protectors, and This one was magnificent in many facets. And to break that down, let's recap what the episode entailed. So it started off with the siblings basically acting like otters in a little stage show. So the performance is complete and everyone gives them the applause. So after the fact, a drone arrives that's beeping, which then their father dashes in and alerts them that there are basically oil leaks. So the children opt to help stop it and they walk through the forest where the odor starts to get really bad, which I mean is a good sign in a way. That means you're closer to where the leaks are coming from. And next thing you know, they encounter the culprits who did it, the Trickster Trio, who are tampering with the oil pipes, which is causing it to leak, because once the oil overflows, it will scare off all the spirits, and then the Trickster Trio themselves will have the spirit park all to themselves, which, I mean, are you able to bear with the smell of the freaking oil? But okay, so the kids now try to change it to the spirit forms, and this is where we get a different sort of pacing, where during the sequence, they get their respective necklaces stolen by the Trickster Trio, and now they're unable to transform into animals, which, I'll be honest, this was definitely something that I was kind of expecting, since I feel like they were way too lenient on their spirit forms in most given cases, and it would be time to finally have a time where they're able to overcome adversity, but in their definitely gives a surreal feeling to it too. So I am a pro for this switch up. But anyways, now the Trickster Trio flee with the necklaces and the kids are now left behind having to deal with the oil that's spilling around the park. And next thing you know, a buffalo herd is coming by the path they're on and they do end up getting stuck on the oil and almost get trampled by the herd. However, Lizard and Coyote happen to be on one of the buffaloes and use a rope to save the kids. And now they can get back to business trying to stop the oil leaks and also save some of the spirits who are in danger of that. Which without their necklaces, the kids need to find other ways in order to save them, which this isn't really emphasized on, but I might as well talk about like their social tactics, where because of how likable they are, they're able to garner enough spirit allies to help them out. Like Kodi is able to get the buffalo's help to knock down boulders to save some spirit kittens, and you have that wind spirit help out too alongside Kamash. And so the kids are able to get the help they need to stop the oil leaks in Spirit Park, which, like I said, although not directly mentioned, I really examined how the children's social prowess with their likability has benefited them to get things done in their favor in essence of the spirit's help. But then after all of that, the Trickster Trio come by again, with the rabbit essentially leaking that while the children had their business in Spirit Park, the trio themselves had crafted their biggest prank yet, which isn't really a prank, but whatever. It's basically a goo gadget, per what the rabbit said, which is how they expressed their annoyance for him leaking it. But hey, that information helps the kids prepare for what they have to combat next. And so now they try to find a way to get back into their spirit forms, and if they can't get their necklace back, they might as well make a new one themselves by just the materials they can find around Spirit Park. And they have a song about a gift by nature, and I'll say it's definitely precious, as it did half work trying to get the kids changing into their forms, but unfortunately there was just one piece of quality that was missing from their new necklaces that would be the final push to change them into their form. So Kodi, as expected, with his anger, would chuck his necklace into the ocean, but then an otter spirit emerges with the necklace and she hands it back to Kodi, intertwining for meeting the Spirit Rangers for the first time, despite her qualms because they're only in their human forms. But now that there's news to be broke that the ocean is getting overwhelmed with goo, which is taking place around the island, so the otter guides everyone onto a tunnel where they go through a secret passage via whirlpool, which, hey, I remember a whirlpool portal from Rescue Riders. But okay, so as they go through the passage, it's pretty dark and Eddy expresses his fear, especially now without his turtle power, he's unable to hide in his shell. Instead, he has to use his hoodie, which I can feel with that. But his siblings give him such good comfort and encourage him to be brave, which leads to the song about needing to be brave. But after that, they finally exit the cave and reach the islands where, what do you know, they encounter the Trickster Trio who are operating their goo gadget. And the children do confront them and try and get their necklaces back, which, I mean, you should know them. That's not going to be easy. And next thing you know, they no longer dub themselves the Trickster Trio. They call themselves the Prankster Rangers because they actually literally use the necklaces on themselves, which transformed them into giant goo forms of themselves. So then everyone tries to flee in the tunnel, and the otter bravely goes and fends off the pranksters, despite how overpowered they are. So then as the otter is about to get surrounded with a bunch of oil, the kids row over the tunnel to save her, and seeing their commitment fully reduce her qualms with them being Spirit Rangers, which I'm not sure why you never believed them when you have a bunch of spirits who are clear witness to it, which, I mean, to be fair, is kind of in line with the phrase of seeing is believing. So I do get it on that aspect. But anyways, the children's bravery has earned them a unique sort of gift. And then as that raccoon prankster flips their tunnel, which drops them into the ocean, we see where that gift comes into function, where the kids now transform into spirits again, but in favor of the aquatic life, where now Kodi is a stingray. Summer's an octopus, and Eddy's an orca whale, which now that adds a different dynamic to this show. So now in their new spirit forms, they fight off against the pranksters, and it's a pretty elongated sequence of them just slamming through their goo, battling them underwater, but the goo is just a big factor in maintaining the pranksters' durability. So the conclusion here is to obviously destroy the goo gadget. So then the kids are able to regroup together and make their way to land, which they are under the assumption that they would eventually change into their human forms. But once they emerge out of the water, they change back into their original animal forms, which we can now describe as their spirit forms on land. But with that dynamic as well, makes things pretty fascinating moving forward, especially for the case here with the ongoing battle, where the kids are able to utilize both their land and ocean forms when battling against the pranksters to really diversify their powers, and it works very efficiently, with the three of them being able to knock down each prankster before they're able to get their hands on the gadget and destroy it, along with the help of the sun and moon, who contribute with their powers as basically the final slam. But now the pranksters are transformed back into their regular form, and we have a humorous visual of them trying to get on the Tamil, but only for it to capsize despite it only being the three of them in comparison to the kids plus Coyote, Lizard, and Otter, which would make 6. But yeah, now that the Trickster trio have nothing else to do, they reluctantly hand back the kids' necklace and leave the scene. So then with the kids' necklace back in their possession, it then merges with their handcrafted necklace, which basically officially certifies their power to not only be rangers of the land, but also water protectors. So then they finally return back to Zeus Park and are called over to their parents' office, where they find out that the oil leak had mysteriously vanished. Which, although is a good thing that there's no more oil leak, there's also some red flags on how it'll stop so suddenly. But the kids are tasked to clean up some leftover leaks from the pipes, and while they're gone, their parents are still perplexed by the whole concept and try to find answers from their camera, and they would make the shocking discovery where the camera would catch their children rowing on one of those Tamil boats with some spares, and that's how season 2 ends. Oh my goodness, now I'm really getting hyped for the next season, because it feels like we are really getting close to the parents finally finding out about the truth of what their kids has been doing. Which this whole concept of the secret feels kind of reminiscent to like the Dragon's 9 Realms, which I mean, to be fair, I feel like this show does it less awkwardly than 9 Realms, despite how juvenile this show is. But anyways, for this particular episode on its own, it's a solid one. And with the introduction of the kids now being able to change into bears in the aquatic environment, opens up an interesting dynamic that I hope to see harnessed well down the road. It was also pretty surreal to see this really big battle happen, which I should talk about the Trickster trio themselves, which I was sort of right with the threats that they were going to impose, but I feel like the show really only emphasized that from the first episode all the way to the last couple episodes of the season, which still leaves me a bit whelmed, as there could have been more done to really set up something huge for this finale from their end. But I guess in a way, with most of the episodes that played out this season, I'm not particularly sure which episode would have been necessary for them to appear in as a way to hype up the narrative coming into this one, but it is what it is. And also, before I move on to season 3, retracing back to what I said earlier about another spirit who joins the group later on, well, it was Otter Woman. Where in season 3, she becomes a figure just like Lizard and Coyote, who would often appear with the group, though not as much as those two, but definitely is way more reoccurring than most of the other spirits who are often just the sideline. But for my eulogy on Otter, she is a fine enough ally who is very knowledgeable and protective of her grouping. Though with that said, it does come with her being probably not the most riveting personality compared to the other spirits. Though I like the kind of figure that she is, being kind of like that parental figure and such sort, I don't think personality wise she exhibits as much humor in the grand scheme of things. But don't get me wrong, she does have at least a minimal amount of moments, but they're not really for individual sakes. So now with Otter introduced, we can now jump into the Spirit Rangers final season. So anyways, now we begin with the third and final season with the first episode titled Spirit Park Secrets, which kind of plays out in continuity with the finale of last season, where the episode begins with the kids hanging out at the island building some sandcastles, where they also reflect on the events of the battle in the last season, and they also have a bit of fun with their new element of transforming into water spirits, with Summer in particular having the ability to also turn invisible as an octopus, where she might as well inherit some of Coyote's trickster tactics to startle him and Lizard as well. But then the children's parents arrive, so the spirits quickly hide, and the parents confront the children about something that they spot on the camera earlier, which at first they must have been implying that they saw the kids rolling on a Tamal boat, only for it to be a misleading that they actually spot some cool aquatic creatures who are actually in a bit of danger through some tide pools, so they're gonna need to help them out get back into the ocean. And on top of that, they're going to accompany the kids on this case too, which obviously in the context where the children do not want to share their spirit secrets with their parents, it now really restricts them to having to stay in their human form in order to not have their cover blown. But basically the whole aspect of the parents finally deciding to be around to see how the kids handle these things feels like is their lure to understand more of the context of what their children was doing when they were spotted on the camera. So anyways, as they're helping out, we see some beavers who somehow got themselves stuck in some otter-made holes because they're literally two different species despite aesthetically looking similar. So Eddy quickly goes into his turtle form and helps them out. And the same thing happens with Summer when interacting with her mom. We usually have Coyote just playing around with the rattle in the background just for her to change into her hawk form and move him. And then Kamash because he is obviously invested in music. And then as the dad is struggling to get his net out of the water, Kodi quickly switches into his stingray form and get the shark underneath to stop pulling on it. But yeah, this whole sequence of the kids trying to be stealth with changing into their spirit forms while avoiding blowing their secret to their parents feels a bit much. But then after everything, their parents spot the rattle on the ground and decide to play it, which doing it in front of a pool is not the ideal location you should be considering who emerges out of it? Kamash! Which again, he's invested into music, and what is his way of expressing his love for music? Literally ingesting those who are playing it. Like, this is just freaking ridiculous with his antics, which also reflects on the fact that he hasn't learned from that one other episode when Summer talked things out with him. But basically now he's trying to suck parents into his mouth, and at this point, in order to save their parents, the kids finally decide to expose their secret by changing into their spirit forms. And once they make that reveal to their parents, the two of them are quite astonished. So what the children do is throw the rattle inside the ocean, which unfortunately, the force of Kamash's mouth still ends up sucking them alongside their parents into his mouth. So now they're inside his belly, where we get to probably one of the most noble sequence from this episode with the mom and dad finally learning of their kids being able to change into spirit animals, both land and ocean. And I just love this scene as it played out with how pretty raw it felt and the reaction from the parents, which was pretty endearing, especially how excited they felt. But furthermore, we get to probably one of the more significant parts to this in the fact that the parents also were spirit rangers before, which is quite a huge revelation to all of this, especially now it gives a much more bigger context and slight backstory to how these kids even inherit these powers, considering the first episode never gave any sort of significance to that. So to sum it up, when each kid was born, the parents gave them their respective necklaces, and I guess at a point, the children eventually found out the power it would possess that would be able to transform them all into animals. Which now brings us to the present time. It also confirms why the parents were accompanying their children at this time, because on the camera, they also spotted their kids wearing their necklaces that they gave them, which clearly gave them signs that something was definitely going down. And this was their way to finally see the truth, and they did, although not in the greatest way possible, especially around the circumstances where they're literally inside a fish creature's stomach. But honestly, as a whole, this whole reveal, when comparing to a show like Dragon's 9 Realms, where the secret of dragons was finally revealed, just felt really awkward and completely unknown, especially with the lack of significance and gravitas it has following up to it. While I think Spirit Rangers just does the secret reveal much better, reducing the awkwardness and having a lot more significance with the backstory that the parents follow it up with, as well as the whole sentiment of them being previously Spirit Rangers as well, bolsters a lot of the impact with the scene, and also in conjunction to lessening the meandering about too. But anyways, things get a little bit rocky with Kamash, to where then he gets tangled by some kelp, which he's lucky is not the tangled kelp, or else it'll drag him down deeper into the ocean. But anyways, while stuck, he also burps out everyone that was in his tummy, where the parents are inside a bubble made by Eddy for some protection, while the kids themselves are in their ocean forms and help free Kamash from the kelp. But then Kamash starts to express his fear of, I guess, the deep ocean, which, dude, you literally live in water. But anyways, to really cheer up Kamash, the kids sing to him about enjoying the music spirit in the ocean, and it basically is able to calm him down. And we have a little brief segment of them just helping out Kamash and then resurfacing back to the land where everyone is able to finish off the job of getting aquatic creatures back into the ocean. And so the parents highly praise their children for their works, especially as Spirit Rangers, now knowing the context of the roles in Spirit Park. And then we also learned that although the parents were formerly Spirit Rangers, they are actually unable to change into spirit animals anymore, because when they made those necklaces, they basically transferred their powers to their kids. But the children are not really sold on the parents having lost their powers, and are hopeful that there will be some ways, especially in Spirit Park, to seek the transformation powers back for the parents to possess again. But anyways, Lizard and Coyote pop by to meet with the parents too, which the mom recognizes them but unfortunately they don't, which to be fair, considering she's a grown-up now, she's obviously different than how she looked as a child, so it's reasonable, but she's able to use, I guess, her bear hug to help ring their bells and remember who she was, which also that does imply that this mom's spirit form must be a bear, considering how much she really emphasizes on it, not just for this episode, but throughout many episodes in the previous season. And considering knowing the context, with Kodi being the firstborn and his bear form being a bear, it does glean in on the significance of her share of power to her children, with Kodi being the prime tool of that. So anyway, that does wrap up the episode, and I loved it. You know, the whole segment of the kids finally revealing their spirit forms to their parents was a pivotal moment that really gave us a lot more of a backstory to glean on, and it really reinforces a fresh new pacing, especially for this season now. And also, this whole revelation with the parents formally being spirit rangers is something that clearly is being set up for something huge down the road in the season, and the whole portrayal of this like reveal scene was something that I was anticipating since the end of the second season, and for it to be right away shows how the series did not meander about too long. Where in the 9 realms, it took an entire season for the parents to finally know after one had made the discovery. And to iterate, I feel like what Spirit Rangers does better than that show is that it had more of the gravitas and actually does mean a lot of significance within the family dynamics, in contrast to that show where it just adds more conflicting values that doesn't really do much to pay dividends, and it just doesn't add too much dividends for the plot down the road. So yeah, that's where I personally take away from my liking of this reveal, although a bit juvenile, and especially the father's reaction where, although he's excited, did get slightly overbearing. The emotional impact felt a lot more satisfying on their front. Anyways, we move on to Grabs in a Bucket, where the setting takes place at the Zeus Park Beach, and we have Eddy making a video using what appears to be an iPhone, which is pretty surreal to have a lot of that pop culture given homage to. But then his video gets interrupted by his siblings who want to try and star in it, much to his denial, and the siblings all disagree with the kind of video that they want to make, which their parents happen to witness and try to calm things down between them. And then their whole disagreement gets brought out as mirroring to some crabs who also have a similar issue with disagreement, but it's with sandcastles, and they've been doing so since the parents were Spirit Rangers, so it's definitely been more than decades. And for that cycle to still be going, definitely feel like it's now time for it to be fixed. So the kids are now making their ways to help them out, and they change into their ocean forms, where they swim under the sea and come across one of the crabs' sand sculptures, which Summer unfortunately rams into its arm, which causes it to fall onto Lizard and Coyote. However, they're alright, but then they finally mention that the crabs are not, as they spot some of the crabs fighting with each other. So then after their weird scuffle, that's when they meet with the Spirit Rangers, which they do offer them help, but instead the crabs begin bickering with each other, and which is like, pull yourself together and stop having this weird animosity with each other, like come to a goddamn conclusion. Like the kids themselves can't even help out when the crabs are too fixated on scuffling about each other's builds, but it eventually tones down and the children are able to each assist a crab to help decorate their statues. And after finishing each, it's really a beautiful lineup of all 3 crabs' statues side by side, but then they had to actively ruin it by trying to make one of theirs have the main spotlight over the others, and that is by tearing each other's statues down, which, what are you doing? And next thing you know, everyone else senses the inevitable and try to stop the crabs, but it is too late, and the damage they done to each other's statue has caused a domino effect with each sculpture, knocking it down onto the surface and ruining all that hard work. So then the crabs are trying to climb back up to rebuild their statues, and they continue scuffling now on their way up, which in the context of this being on a daily basis for like decades, feels like this should have gone old by now, but the fact that they seemingly have been doing this is just an insane thought. But with the kids just having to witness this and recognizing how their behavior earlier with the video thing parallels with the crab, it was that time that they had to put their foot down and end all of the nonsense. So they tell off the crabs and simply just say that when they tear each other down, they're just not going to get anywhere done, which the crabs are pretty dumbfounded that they never thought of it that way and maybe should have stopped, which is like, no kidding, Sherlock. But anyways, they hash it out and they have the Rangers help them out of the sand pit and onto the land, because hey, there's much bigger room around there, so every crab is ripe to have their statue being placed. And as the Rangers are helping the crab build their new statues, they sing about basically where there can be room for everyone when it comes to these kind of projects. So to get the job complete, and lo and behold, every crab got to have their statue be built alongside with each other's, so they all get the spotlight. So now with the kids' goal completed with helping out the crabs, it's now their turn to apply what they had advised the crabs, in that They just need to find room with each other so they can get something done. And for their video's sakes, they all agreed to star in the video together. And so they recorded a video with Eddy, Summer, and Kodi each starring their own style in the video. And so the project is very presentable. And their parents react to it with much satisfaction that their kids did not try to tear each other down and actually work together to make room for each other. But yeah, that's where the episode ends off. And it is another episode that is decent. I think the constant back and forth with the crabs did get way too repetitive for me, and like I said, it feels really insane when you think about the reality of these guys just constantly fighting every day for like decades, and it only really made it stop when the Spirit Rangers finally involved themselves. But anyways, we move on to Surfing Shark, where the kids are at the beach preparing to surf. But then the mention about a shark along the way freaks Eddy out, and that doesn't help when everyone goes into more unsettling details about the shark's description, which are mostly described in an unpleasant way that continues to worry Eddy, even though everyone tries to calm him down that the sharks are not as bad as it sounds, and that sometimes it's not best to have assumptions right away. And then next thing, they spot Coyote, who is humorously surfing with some sharks, and then Lizard pops by as well, who ends up being on Eddy's side of the conversations where she's so fearful of sharks too. And then Coyote happens to do a white bell, which does actually concern everyone, so the kids are requested to make sure he and the shark he was with is alright. Which despite Eddy and Lizard trying to opt to stay back, Kodi and Summer just literally escort them into the water where the kids change into their ocean forms and then start searching under the sea, which when they explore an area that is surrounded by some tall kelps, that's when that shark spirit named Killy just pops up, which frightens everyone, and Summer happens to use her octopus ink to create a smokescreen-esque effect which would separate everyone from each other, and Eddy, who is alone for a short time, happens to back up against Kelly, and they both get terrified of each other and swim away, which then happens to reunite with his siblings and Lizard. But since Eddy and Lizard are just very fearful of the sharks, they opt to make a shark-proof bunker for themselves. And meanwhile, Summer and Kodi go and hunt for Coyote, which they happen to find him, who's basically playing dominoes with some surfboards, which in real context, he's actually helping Kelly make some surfboards, which the shark himself makes his introduction to the two kids, and he offers to make them surfboards, which they happily accept. Meanwhile, Eddy and Lizard are just still in their bunker. They start to express their paranoia after noticing Kodi and Summer had not come back with Coyote, making them theorize that the shark must have had done something to them as well. So they bravely leave out of their zone and make their ways to find them. Meanwhile, everyone is just enjoying their time surfing. And after all the fun, that's when they acknowledge getting Eddy involved in this, which why didn't you call him back first? Like, he missed out on a good dose of fun. Anyways, bringing about Eddy being an orca brings fear into Killy, where this now contextualizes his side of his fear towards Eddy, because I guess he's afraid of orcas, which the siblings had to clear it up to him and acknowledge this misunderstanding to Eddy as well. And then speak of the devil, the orca himself pops up and I guess tries to battle Kelly by creating a huge wave at him, which continues this misunderstanding, and Eddy only makes it worse when he causes like, I guess, a bigger wave like a tsunami level that affected everyone else in his path, including his siblings. So things are getting very catastrophic. So then that contributes to Eddy and Kelly working together to save everyone, with them saving the spirits first before they go and rescue Kodi and Summer just as they are about to collide into a sea stack. So after all of that chaos, Eddy and Kelly clear the air with each other, recognizing the misunderstanding they have with each other due to each other's fears, which, you know, in an ideal world is always best to not put in too much assumption. And look, next thing, they sing a song about always having to have the best assumptions of each other. So it is great that they were able to find their harmony with one another and enjoy surfing alongside everyone else. So then the kids return back to their parents, who are just sitting on the beach, who point out the big wave that they just saw, which you do know your kids are Spirit Rangers, and most of the events that occur involve them while they're away. Like, whatever, but anyways, the kids go and surf with their parents, and at the same time, they bid their farewells to Kelly as he's surfing away. So hey, that's a way to end off an episode. But overall, it's fine for the most part. But the episode's theme around like misunderstanding and stuff is sort of that theme that I'm not particularly a big fond of, since at points those kind of storylines can grate me, and unfortunately this episode does kind of land in that shtick. However, it doesn't mean that there was some enjoyable parts, and I definitely liked how Eddy had some gusto in him to put his fear aside just so he can save his friends and siblings who he presumed had gone into trouble by the shark. But then all that assumption led to a really disastrous confrontation which I'm at least pleased that Eddy took accountability for what he caused, but also at the same time, I do partially also put it on Kodi and Summer in a way for not trying to head back to check on Eddy before proceeding with the activity that Kayleigh offered them, because then all of this stuff would have been easily avoidable. So then onwards to the episode titled Kodi's Old Shoes. Okay. So we have them begin with the children just warming up, with Lizard humorously losing her tail in the process, which how does that happen in a case like this? But anyways, what they're doing is warming up for an upcoming little race, I should say, to raise money to help injured animals, which is a nice thing to do. So Kodi delivers such the excitement to run this race so he can resemble Jim Thorpe, who is a popular athlete. But then Kodi humorously trips because he had an untied shoelace. But next up, there was some Californian junior rangers who had arrived at the zoo park, with a character named Sam in particular, wears some outstanding shoes that seemingly make her run fast, which in comparison to Kodi's own shoes was definitely inferior to hers, as well as it requires shoelaces to tie while hers doesn't. He does grow paranoid about getting beat by her, but then Lizard suggests to him to get mentored by a fox spirit who knows how to be very speedy, which Kodi takes her word for it, and he and alongside his siblings make their way to Spirit Park, where there also happens to be a race going on, with the fox racing against an opponent that may be very wonky, and that is Rabbit, one of the members of the Trickster trio, which who the hell even allowed him to participate if he's going to potentially break some rules with his trickster nature. But anyways, he basically beats Fox in the little race, which in doing so, she also accidentally slides into a bush. So the kids help her out and request for her help to mentor them on fast-paced running, which unfortunately she immediately contests, intertwined with her desire to just quit, which that certainly isn't convenient. But what is the fact that she's very well associated with Jim Thorpe, which the sound of that is truly exciting on Kodi's end. But then let's get back with Rabbit, who is just doing nothing but gloating about his potential win, despite now us learning the context is that he stole some supersonic hummingbird feathers that I guess helped with his boost. And he decides to offer a rematch with Fox after facing too much accusations of stealing those feathers, which, dude, the only supersonic level you have is your braggy mouth, which you make parrots jealous. And unlike you, at least the Fox is more lenient on her own abilities than Gear like you. But anyways, with a rematch looming over their heads, the Fox and Kodi decide to practice with each other for the upcoming rematch, so they do a little bit of warm-up through a variety of obstacles, let's just say, involving like buffalo bouncing, log rolling, which Kamash ends up acting as one of them. And then as Kodi and the Fox triumph their training, thinking that they have really advanced their abilities, that's when they're faced with the Rabbit again, who starts behaving very cocky towards them and rambles about not even training and just relying on the gear he has, which is his armbands to help boost him in the race, which, dude, this is a very inorganic way to run a proper race. But either way, Kodi and the Fox are disheartened by the reality with the Rabbit just seemingly beating them at every cost. So the two of them just throw in the towel, and both of them are then at Zeus Park, and Kodi's mom pops by to check them out, with the two of them expressing their sorrow stemming from their need of boost gears that could help them in the race. Just then, the mom shares a story about Jim Thorpe and how he was in a similar headspace, thinking that newer gear was going to help boost him. Just then, on the day that he raced, his special shoes went missing, and he ended up resorting to using garbage dump shoes to race with, which still ended up making him successful. So morally, it's not about the gear, it's rather the passion and the heart in you to have that gusto to triumph your goals. So with that story, it prompts Kodi and Fox to get back in completing their goals of succeeding their respective races. Which I like the little edit that they did here, where we had both Kodi and the Fox's race occurring at the same time in two separate parks. And I really love the aesthetical side-by-side alongside back and forth scene cut between Kodi and the Fox, so we can really get some strong checkups on their status with their race against their opponents. And during which we have a song that's sung about what basically makes you a winner is that what's in your heart, and that's interlaced with both Fox and Kodi being able to win their respective races. Well, let's talk about the Fox's side in Spirit Park, because the Rabbit has a more interesting reaction, because clearly we know he tried to use those hummingbird feathers to boost him, but yet despite that and the Fox's struggles initially in the training, she's still able to win, and it's just unsurprising how incredulous he comes off as. And for some great karma, a pack of hummingbirds start swarming him on behalf of one of them who had their tail feathers ruined because he stole them, so Fox can enjoy the trophy she earned. Meanwhile, Kodi has won the check that he'll be giving to the local animal rescuers, which is followed up with Sam, who does question Kodi how he was able to succeed, which he implies he got practice from a friend, which has quickly followed up with the fox watching from afar. So yeah, that is quite an interesting episode, and it does shape parallels to real life situations with athletes where around like middle school and high school, I would learn the unfortunate stories of famous athletes having to resort to ways of boosting themselves to succeed better in their competition, which the plot of this episode signifies that aspect similarly with Rabbit was doing. So I kind of liked how this episode really represented this real life issue in a more stable fashion. So then we move over to Finding True North episode, and we have it start off with the family looking at some stars. Well, let's just say only the parents, cause the children plus Lizard and Coyote are too distracted to a bear boogie that they're listening to on the iPhone, and they're all just grooving, with Lizard humorously doing a limbo before doing a tango dance with Coyote. But then they are somewhat lectured on needing to focus on the bigger picture, which is the stars rather than the app, where they are tasked to make it to a stargazing point and also to really pay attention so they could spot a North Star, which is a very important one. So then they make their way onto the trail, and what do you know, they do end up getting lost on their way, which although it is an indictment on them not being as focused, there also is something up with the lack of North Star being anywhere in the sky, which should be present so it could help guide them to the stargazer's point, which when something's up, Spare Park is the answer for all of that. So children will make their way to Spare Park, and let's just say it's a chaotic mess, which is one obstacle after another, with a wolf spinner trying to howl at the moon, but the moon can't even stay still in the sky and is out of orbit because of the North Star not being there. And speaking of the devil, the children find the North Star just hanging around the surface and interacting with a crab who is just so unamused with her. But the kids do meet with her, and they do the typical introduction, and she's well known as Sukupin. However, Sukupin is just way too distracted on a lot of things around Spare Park, which is obviously such a mirror to how the children were earlier. But with what's going on, the kids have an idea of trying to gain her attention, so they showed off their ability to turn into water spirits and even saving the buffalo who had just fallen off a small cliff and ended up landing her right back on a tree, which, like I said, she might as well just live on it at this point. But while they were doing that, Sukupin goes missing, which how did not one of you keep an eye on her? But whatever, they go on a little short search for her, and they eventually deduct where she is at, underwater, thanks to her glow effect being the obvious giveaway. So they all go underwater and find her just admiring the coral, but then something goes terribly wrong with her, as because of how long she's been underwater, it's been slowly deteriorating her heat and shine, which is making her go dim. However, despite all this and her even being aware of the effects that's happening to her, she just doesn't care and continues her underwater exploration despite the children's protests. So then they make their way even deeper into the ocean, where the North Star is just now checking out some ocean vents, but she does end up getting herself wedged in between one of them, so now she's stuck, and the kids quickly come in to her aid, also plugging in as much ocean vents as they can. But then they couldn't hold out any longer and just gave in, so eventually they lecture Sukupin about her lack of focus, which finally doesn't go over her head and actually gets her to recognize that her distraction on exploring Spirit Park has affected her duty in being a central light that will help navigate others around the park. So the kids plus Coyote, Lizard, and Otters eventually rescue her out of the place she was stuck in, and as they all exit out of the water, Sukupin basically sings a song reflecting on the importance of listening and paying attention, which in getting her back in the sky, her light was able to be restored. So for a little good deed, the kids request her to help them get to the stargazing point. So she guides them there, and they do end up finding the place back at Zeus Park and meeting up with their parents once again, which the mom is proud of them for doing so. And that does sum up everything about what I can recap from this episode. And unfortunately, I just didn't click with this episode. Like, I feel like we were retreading the storyline about not being distracted, which is really similar to that one episode where someone in particular had to learn about in the Great Gecko episode. So in that essence, it does lessen the stakes and compel that this episode is unable to offer. So anyways, that takes us to the episode that's titled Dig Deeper. So we have the kids just cycling around the forest and playing a quick activity of naming the most things in Samala, and Kodi in particular struggles to name something properly and instantly feels like giving up. Then a mole bear appears whose name is Tangwa, and he's trying to hide away from a giant monster that's out to get him. And his reasonings, well, for a little tiny mistake. Just then the ground rumbles, so that's kind of on you for having a tiny mind. So everyone follows Tangwa down the mole hole, and the kids transition into their spirit forms where they all slide down and reach the surface of the mole tunnel. And let's just say it was built really not in the most durable way, as when we have Lizard and Coyote test a tunnel with their echoes, it instantly caves in. So everyone really exposed himself to a very dangerous situation. So then the rumble starts to get bigger, which a panicked Tangwa starts digging more deeper down the hole. Because remember, he claims that it's coming for him, and as he makes his tunnel, a giant mole spirit barges in, who then speaks to everyone in a different language. So then she leaves, and now we're in a situation where we have two mole spirits on a loose, Tangwa and that giant mole, with the latter in particular being prone to causing a muck in Spirit Park. So definitely somebody has to do something, and next thing you know, the buffalo comes crashing into the tunnels to inform them on the mess that the big mole is causing. So the Spirit Rangers quickly head back onto the land surface and try to deal with that giant mole, with Summer Eddy in particular handling her with the leg with a little indirect help from Kamash. And then that giant mole almost collides into Lizard's home, which Kodi uses his sonic bear roar to daze her out for a second before she digs a hole back down into the tunnels, which then everyone follows where she went. Just then, Tangwa pops up again to reunite with them and finally spills something that actually could have been told earlier, in the fact that the giant mole that he's been running away from is his grandmother, which honestly wasn't surprising that he had to have had some sort of relation to that mole. But also, why wasn't that mentioned earlier, where you instead just labeled her as a monster without acknowledging the context that you're related to her? Seriously, the lack of information there really boggled everyone's minds. Okay, enough of my jab, but the whole reason he's running away from her is because his family is from the Cherokee Nation, so they speak Cherokee, which is the language that the mole was speaking, and unfortunately with him, he is unable to speak some Cherokee words properly, which, hey, that's similar to Kodi's situation as well, so love the little parallels there. Likewise, because of his struggles, he ran away from the nation, and his grandma's now looking for him. This is where Kodi, with the help of his siblings, gleans in on the tropes of not giving up, and to make this sound a bit more pop, they sing about trying again. So then they're back on the land surface where the kids are taking Tangwa back to his grandma, but first they need to find where the heck she is. And so with the help of Summer's hawk eyes, she spots that the giant mole is making her way to the volcano spirit, which no, that's not a good sign because there's hot lava. So then as they make their way to stop her, they're kind of too late as she has already arrived at the bottom of the volcano and begins to impulsively dig through her as she uncovers a glint of magma. Just then, everyone arrives, with Tangwa getting her to stop, at the same time letting her know that he's alright. But then this moment of relief turns into distress as unfortunately she digged too much that the lava now is starting to flow into the tunnels that she made, which can be a huge problem if it floods its central point. So the children and Tangwa quickly head in pursuit to redirect the lava to the right direction. And also in doing so, they essentially have to expose themselves to a very high risk situation as they'll have to be digging the redirection path in front of the flowing lava, which is an extremely intense situation to be exposed to. But hey, they're able to succeed on this, and with the help of Eddy's bubble saving them just in time before the lava reached them. So once again, Spirit Park is saved, and Tangwa does apologize to his grandma for running away and expresses on his worries of his Cherokee language not being as good, but then gives praise to the children for helping him understand the value to keep trying. And that's quickly fall in love with Kodi, conceiving a deal with him to keep up the practice in exchange with him keeping up his practice with Samala language, which is good, but I feel like the deal was kind of unnecessary as they were going to still follow through with trying anyway. So back in Zeus Park, Kodi was able to conquer his pronunciation of a word in Samala perfectly, and Didi expresses her satisfaction with him, as well as the mole spirits who happen to pop by. So that wraps it up, and finally, this one was a good episode. It's refreshing to have a compelling episode after a brief stretch of episodes that didn't really gel well with me. I mean, in one word to describe the whole theme of this episode, perseverance, which is a kind of skill set that has been one of my biggest qualities in my life, and so to have that kind of theme incorporated into an episode does make it very palpable. And I do like how it was structured in conjunction with fear, which is something that is highly inevitable in cases that you are not only giving up, but also are fearful of the reception you're getting for essentially failing. And this is probably a situation that can resonate with people who are doing tests and exams or stuff and are in a spot where they felt like they failed and tried to run away from the consequences of it. So I think that really relishes how compelling the storyline with this episode was. So anyways, we move on to the next episode. which is titled as the Great Swordfish. I mean, we already had the Great Gecko, which is a land spirit, so now we're having an underwater spirit share this sort of distinction. But this episode starts off in an interesting setting where they're sailing on a boat in the middle of the sea, where the kids are supposed to spot some swordfish as part of their tradition of Swordfish Day, which in their context is a day where you take out on a boat and look for swordfish people. And since they're going to be spending a lot of time on the boat, they have some snacks for themselves, which is sandwiches, which the father humorously has a sandwich shaped of a whale, which that's very creative. But anyways, the children think logistically it would be better if they find their ways to see the swordfish themselves, in the context obviously turning into the water spirits, which their parents consent with them to do it. Which is where I can really look at how this scene gleans in on the notion of the parents knowing that their kids can be spirit rangers. Thus emphasize a unique sort of mold here with them now being more sensible with what their children are doing, and especially seeing how their children function as rangers and embodying the bulk of the reasons that most of the catastrophes were resolved. It really feels that they've been highly approval of what their children offers, and seeing how they're allowing them to adventure off under the sea is such a nod to their approbation for their children. But anyways, the children change into their water spirit forms and they explore around some corals where they encounter a bevy of sea creatures, swordfish in particular, conveniently, and they're all enjoying their time celebrating Swordfish Day. And then there's a game about to happen where next thing you know, the leader of the swordfish has finally popped by, whose name is Elion, and the author introduces him to the children who are happy to meet him. And as Summer was expecting to play the game, unfortunately the swordfish leader himself has to break the news that by tradition only swordfish people and whales get to participate in the ball game, much to Summer's disappointment. And after a couple rounds, Summer just couldn't handle it anymore being on the sidelines and barges in the middle of the game to try and play, which is essentially disrespecting the tradition of Swordfish Day, which Summer is failing to realize. But then even after her siblings have to point it out to her, she continues ignoring all that and tries to interrupt again, but when she grabs one of the balls out of the clan, she accidentally ejects it, which knocks into a structure that starts producing some very loud sounds, and delivers us a notable line from Eddy where he describes the noise not being good for his orca ears. And I feel you, dude. But it ends up triggering a whale charge, which is now basically causing them to bulldoze into many things, so the kids are trying to stop them, and meanwhile, Elion confronts Summer for basically disobeying him, and Summer tries to fire back that it would have never got to this point if she had just been allowed to play, which she just comes off very self-righteous in this spot. But basically, Summer is just having a misunderstanding of what tradition actually constitutes, so the swordfish himself has to basically show a demonstration of the swordfish playing some soothing music that really calms the whales down, which does speak to why there's a tradition between the whales and the swordfish. So then as he's able to guide the whales back in the right direction, they are approaching Coyote, who's near the coral house, and they're on the verge of colliding into them, and because they're more distant from the swordfish's melody, its effects are slowly reducing, which is not a great sign. So Elion needs to get closer, but if he goes the speed he can, he's not going to make it on time. So Summer offers him a boost from a speed shell ride, and so he accepts, and he's able to be launched towards the whales where he's able to play his melody that relax the whales and also save the coral house and Coyote. So the swordfish himself is delightful for Summer's help, alongside her apologizing to him for disrespecting the tradition, which he himself even apologizes to her for basically not expanding on the whole concepts of traditions and the importance of respecting them, which was a sweet moment here. I mean, truthfully, I can understand the whole traditions aspect, which while can be a bit disappointing in ways, it's also important to understand the rationale and learn the context behind it, which I'm glad the swordfish himself recognized that he didn't really elaborate much on the qualities of tradition that could have helped with Summer's understanding better. And you know what, likewise, to make things more reflective, they sing a song about what traditions mean. So then the kids head back up to the boat where they reunite with their parents and funnily ask if they missed out on the snacks, which good thing their parents did not let them miss out on. And next thing you know, Elion and many other swordfish come splashing out of the water, which impresses everyone. So hey, now everyone got a chance to spot a swordfish, the parents in particular. But anyways, that is the end of that episode. And although it does have an interesting theme and moral to it, which did make things very complex, I also found the episode as a whole to be rather dull. Like, these past couple episodes just weren't really hitting for me personally, and at this point I want to be more hopeful that the next few episodes will hopefully stick its landing. So then our next episode is Stuck on You, and we have the kids in Sparrow Park just water sliding down the river. Then a kayaker appears, which the spirits hide away, and the kids change back into their human forms, which is like right on the spot. And they watch that kayaker pull off some really cool moves as she kayaks off a waterfall, and does a really cool dive while being able to stay afloat by the end of it, which Kodi in particular is impressed by, and he basically chases after her to interact with her, and this cool kayaker's name is Jessica, who he quickly befriends, but then gets a bit too slobbish where he accidentally tips her over in her kayak, and he continues to basically be in her boundaries, which she does ask for him to give her some space to deal with some other things, and that alone Kodi interprets that she doesn't want to befriend him anymore, even though technically the way she expressed her words couldn't be interpreted that way. This is a situation where pretty much words are contorted to create a conclusion out of it, and unfortunately Kodi kind of went with that route. But then the children hear screams, so they change back into their spirit forms and come across the person who needs help, which is a red frog stuck in a tree. So Kodi ends up climbing up it and saving her with the help of his brother's bubble to save his landing. And after a successful rescue, the frog is very stoked, and she introduces herself as Flame Flama, and basically the reason that she's up in the tree because she's an athlete frog who's competing in the Olympics based around frogs. And she quickly starts feeling a strong, firm connection with Kodi, and then they arrive at the frog territory where the Frog Olympics are about to start, and every participant is going to need to partner up. And what do you know, just as Flame Flama befriended Kodi, now she wants him to be his partner as a part of their BFF constraints. And let's just say their partnership is absolutely a mess. And let's just say we just had a lot of humorous sequences of Kodi's constant blunders in the Olympic activities because of Flame Flama, and even a song about a friend being there is sung throughout this funny sequence, which poor Kodi, but honestly, sometimes you need to learn when you put yourself in other shoes. So then, a tad chaotic situation happens involving Kamash, who basically causes log to rain around Spirit Park. So the Spirit Rangers try to stop it, which I mean Summer and Eddy are able to, but Kodi's also trying to contribute. However, Flaslama is just not going to give him that space, and instead would happen to put her hands on his eyes, basically keeping them shut as he does a cool somersault in the air before making a perfect landing onto a log that starts floating him away. Which, okay, little frog, for once, give him that space and take your hands off his eyes. It's not that difficult, especially now you're in a bit of a precarious spot. So then everyone is on pursuit of them, which the two are going pretty far onto the river and approach a waterfall, which they happen to surf off a log ramp, convenient right there for them, which causes them to glide in the air for a bit. And this is where Summer and Eddy fly as close as they can to try and rescue them, which they were pretty close from a certain angle. And I do question, like, why didn't Eddy try to use his bubble power at least to save them before they progress any further? Like, that was a waste of a chance. But anyways, the two end up flying right into the volcano. So then the two are definitely in hot waters, and everyone tries to find ways to rescue them out with a rope technique in particular, which unfortunately Kodi is unable to grab because Flama is still covering his eyes, which she tried to rationalize that she can act as his eyes, which if you use them actually right, you wouldn't even be in this spot. Then with Kodi trying to talk her out of it and essentially convince her that they can still be friends even if he doesn't agree with her tactics, which I mean she does still continue to question their friendship despite the dangerous position they're in, which definitely shows her lack of caution. But Kodi eventually is able to get her to stop covering his eyes, and then he can see again, so his siblings are able to swing down a rope and save him just in the nick of time as the log sinks into the lava. So with everything cleared up, everyone's back at the Frog Olympics to now compete, and that's where it ends up with the storyline in Spirit Park, which wow, they never showed us the results, but okay. Anyways, back at Zeus Park, Kodi makes his way to Jessica to apologize for not giving her space earlier, which she's still happy to be friends with him despite his little mistake, who then offered to show her around the park, which she gladly approves of and requests them to guide her to an area that has super rapid elements. So they quickly are now in their kayaks and are kayaking around the river, and then we have Flame Flama pop by, which the children take notice and bid their goodbyes to her, and that is the end of the episode, which was alright, evoking an interesting theme that is something that is somewhat commonly discussed about in reality in regards to friendship and how there can be misinterpreted at such sort when a friend wants to have some space for a bit. Like, I can get the notion and rationales for these interpretation, as you could assume that you ruined the relationship with that said friend from like whatever. However, the friend still desires to be allied with you, which shows how strong your bond was. So we move on to the Xutash Harvest episode, and it starts off with everyone baking some brownies for the upcoming celebration known as the Xutash Harvest, which is their version of saying Thanksgiving. So then with Lizard and Coyote being there, they end up eating some of the food that everyone was making, and then out of nowhere, Ayadu pops by, which we haven't seen her since season 1. But hey, she came because this time she wants help, where she requests for some assistance to set up a feast in Sparrow Park, which they're celebrating the Leaf Day feast, which involves veggie dishes, much to Coyote's disappointment because he'd rather eat meat. Which, to be honest, in life, is always not to be so fussy over food. And then again, this is coming from someone like me who has a big fond for vegetables. And I guess the same thing applies for most of the spirits who are going to enjoy the leaves there outside of Coyote. And with the kids and Lizard willing to help Ayadu out, they humorously suggest Coyote to stay behind. But the man himself does not want to miss out on the party, so he still joins in. So they're in Sparrow Park and they help her out, collect what they need, and put together the food that they're making. And even Coyote humorously decides to contribute by mixing the salad. So with that done, the feast is set up for all the guests to come, and the kids help rally all the guest spirits to gather around, and during which Coyote tries to settle himself on the feast table. Ayadu then breaks the news to him that he's basically not invited because he's not a leaf eater. So in his response, he respectfully leaves and makes his own table and uses some rocks to resemble his friends. With this abnormal behavior gets noticed by the kids right away, which they quickly pick on the fact that he is just sad that he's been excluded from the feast. So then Ayadu, feeling a bit more sympathetic, decides, you know what, just invite him in and also make it special for him too. And they definitely do so, as they make a special seat just for him, as you know, as a way to give some spotlight to a new guest for the feast. Well, let's just say Coyote in particular, because he's located way far away from the main gathering, so that felt like it was done for more mockery purposes. And when he gets off and tries to join in on the fun, he then gets escorted back right on his seat. So feeling left out, he decides to just leave the table. And just as the kids enjoy some stew and are willing to offer some to Coyote, he's not there, and they look around for him, and the buffaloes try to help out by looking under the table, which, because of their huge size, they tip it over way too much, which causes all the food to slide off. When the buffaloes place the table back, the pumpkins are launched and falls right onto one of their heads, which causes them to all run in a buffalo stampede. So the kids are in pursuit to stop them, and as they're about to collide into Lizard's home, Kodi makes his way in front of them and uses a giant log to redirect them to another way, which the path ends up being to the edge of a cliff. Then Coyote comes chiming in his little vehicle made of clouds, and he uses a prank flower not made to squirt water, but instead sap at the buffalo, which not only knocks the pumpkin out of one's head, also sticks them to the trees for a humorous visual. But yeah, Coyote is the hero who saved Leaf Day, so now Ayadu offers him to go back to the table as a special guest. However, this special guest sentiment to Coyote just hasn't sit well with him, making him feel a bit different, and he just wants to spend the time with his friends. So then he sings a song that reflects on this, where he feels better being able to gather together with everyone, despite not liking the food, because it's always best to not make someone feel left out, which by that means Ayadu does apologize for making him feel that way, which she happily lets Coyote sit at a table gathered with everyone else, so he can celebrate a good leaf day with everyone. So back to Zeus Park, where the children are setting up the table, and then some visitor comes by who saw a flyer advertised about the Xutash Harvest and wonders if she could celebrate it too, which of course everyone approves of. And to be fair, if there was a flyer there, then yes, of course you can feel free to be invited for this feast. So then everyone gathers around to celebrate the Xutash Harvest, and then we have the scene pan over to Coyote and Ayadu, who are just sitting in a tree and eating some leftover food together, which is cool to see how their friendship panned out there. But that is the end of the episode, and it was good. I am someone who's a proponent for themes that highlight the feeling of exclusion in such sort, and I'm fine with it as a concept for this particular episode, especially when it comes to Coyote, who I think it's been a while since they actually had a central episode about him, so it's a nice refresher there. So anyways, we move forward to the following episode titled as Tiny But Mighty, which sounds unique in its case, and it begins with the children plus Lizard and Coyote playing Floor is Lava in the treehouse, with the two spirits going out first, unsurprisingly, while the kids try to do some parkour to avoid touching the ground, which unfortunately for Eddy's sake, his strides was a bit too short and he fell right onto the lava, and finally on top of Lizard and Coyote as well. Then suddenly, some smoke starts to appear inside, which thankfully they instinctively got out and investigate to spot the smoke coming from the forest, which indicates fire, and their panicked father comes rushing to them, explaining the whole situation, that this fire is going to damage the ecosystem, which is finally followed up with their mother confidently encouraging their children to basically help out the spirits who are being affected by it. So nonetheless, the children make their way to Sparrow Park, and the rangers dash through the flames to check out the spirits who have basically made their way out of the danger zone and are sitting on the sidelines watching the forest just burn down. But they're also trying to find a way to put it out, and then suddenly this male spider comes rambling on a story 100 years ago, which the condor quickly shuts him down, because in a particular lens, someone who is big and strong is capable of putting out the fire, not some tiny spider like him. And this is when he meets the spirit rangers, who he introduces himself as Chokin, and let's just say he's a guy who will go on a bunch of storytelling, basically trying to share times that a tiny bug like him saved a big spirit, which that kind of traces me back to the lion and mouse story. But anyways, in other words, no one really seems to buy his shtick, considering the whole notion is seeing is believing, and since they never saw, they would just assume differently, and because of that, they request him to stay behind while they deal with the fire themselves. So Kodi and Summer make their attempts with their specialties, but unfortunately those went unsuccessful. So then Eddy takes his turn, and considering bubbles do have association with water, it could be an advantage to extinguishing the flames, but unfortunately Eddy had very minimal to work with, and it ended up producing steam that startled him and launches himself onto Chokin's web, which this tiny spider takes the chance to sell this as a chance to retell his story about saving a bear, which everyone continues to shut him down. But hey, the kids realize that if the web was strong enough to catch Eddy in his turtle form, it might be strong enough to carry water, which wasn't obvious to just get water to begin with. So they reach their destination at the lake, and Eddy changes into his orca form to get the water, while Chokin uses his strong web with the help of some crabs to use some thread to seal the gaps around it, because obviously. And meanwhile, we have Kodi sealing off the spreading fire with some boulders so they can hold back, and we just have a funny visual of Coyote being a bit too absorbed with the sight of fury, only for Lizard to tap him out of it. So then anyways, the net is done, and Summer alongside the other bird spirits get the net, and Eddy makes a big wave splash so the net can collect as much water as it can, and after that the birds proceed to carry it to put out the fire. However, it becomes another obstacle after another, as the smoke has gotten way too thick, so it's hard for the birds to see where they need to put it out. And so Eddy now feels helpless, even reflecting how both his spirit forms wouldn't help in a situation like this. Then Chokin comes and decides to share a brief story to him about himself, where he basically highlights how even a small size can make a big difference, which then leads to the song Tiny is Mighty, and it was pretty cool, but also gleans in on the aspects that heroes can come in different shapes and sizes, which that statement is definitely not up for debate. So afterwards, together, they come up with a great elaborate plan to have one of Chokin's web attach Summer to Eddy's, because he is on the ground and he can be able to guide the birds through the smoke so they can be able to make their way to the fire to extinguish it. And for some extra safety, to avoid inhaling smoke, Eddy obviously surrounds himself in his bubble. So the plan flows through, and Eddy's able to guide the birds to the right position to drop the water, and they do it in a way where they launch it so it can create a shower effect, which I think is actually ideal, so that way it can spread out the water to extinguish any excess and stuff. So now with that, the fire has been put out, the spirit park has been saved alongside its ecosystem, and Eddy gets the praise for his heroism. However, he also shares some credit to Chokin for teaching him how basically being tidy is also a mighty difference, which Alamai himself does now fully admit that he was proven wrong about his sentiment on tiny creatures basically being worthless. So then we cut back to the treehouse, where their kids continue to play Flora's Lava, and this time Eddy succeeds in his parkour, so good for him on that, and the parents come to give them praise for extinguishing the fire in the park, which then humorously followed up with them smelling something, which was such a clear mislead, as it ends up being Lizard's bug lasagna, to which Coyote, humorously still playing Flora's Lava, ends up making contact on the floor and proceeds to sink in, because he knows how to make a great performance. But anyways, that is the end, and I think it's another solid episode in my eyes. You know, over time, I've kind of grown to appreciate how Eddy has been such a compelling character, with the emphasis of him being the youngest sibling and having a smaller height, which that aspect was obviously gleaned on in this episode. And to iterate, I liked how the themes kind of reminisce similarly to the Lion and Mouse story, where the mouse acts as the hero despite being its smaller size, which is what the episode kind of did with this theme, but built it off upon that with more tension and a glorified storyline that made me very intrigued. So to our next episode, which is Potlatch Problem, and it starts off with the kids and their parents getting ready for the spirits to arrive for a potlatch that they're doing, which, for some simple context of what potlatch is, it's essentially a ceremonial gift-giving feast. So with that, once the spirits arrive, everyone is thrilled, and you know what, let's just have a song right away where they are all hyped for this potlatch party. So after that, the dad is getting ready to present the gift to the spirits, which ends up being jam, which funnily, Coyote follows up with a line of Tricksters love jam, which, I mean, in the context of what he's saying, he's referring to himself. However, when looking back at this line, it would ironically foreshadow what would happen with this episode, so I just like the irony that was exuded in this one line. But then the dad finally wheels out the cart of jam that is currently covered, and what makes it so special is that its flavor is huckleberries, which is not found around their area, so that definitely is something special. And since they are giving all the jam away to the bears, Summer specifically wants to have a little taste of it, and she just swipes a jar out of her father's hand and takes some licks of the jam, which is a lot more than a couple tastes, which she's quickly scolded by her parents, which she then elicits that she doesn't want to share, with the rationale being that the jam is just way too tasty, which obviously plays into the whole sentiment of sharing is caring in such sort, which I mean, in real life, it doesn't apply to every sort of situation, but in a case like this where there's a big portion of jam that can be fed to more than dozens of individuals, it definitely warrants why sharing matters in this spot, and not to act like selfish or greedy, which hey, Summer's parents are able to convince her that there's a lot of merit with sharing, which does persuade her to hand the jam over to her brothers. So then afterwards, they finally remove the blanket to uncover the jam, only to find out there is no jam. Technically there is, but it's only a couple splotches of jam that matches some footprints of what appears to be a mammal and a bird, alongside some leftover carrots, which from a Spirit Ranger's perspective, you would definitely know who those belong to. And especially with some jammy footprints left behind, which means the robbery happened right at that moment, it definitely confirms now that it was the Trickster trio. So the kids are in Hopper's suit to get the jam back from them, so they change into their spirit forms and follow footprints into a cave where you see the trio's shadows and demand for the jam back. And let's just say these trios definitely decide to be savage, saying they are gonna give their jam back, but in a literal fashion where they shot jam at the kids, and they unfortunately get stuck together in a big giant ball of jam. So then those Trickster trios just pass through and gloats. Then Coyote pops up and reminds us that tricksters love jam, which he is a trickster himself, but the good trickster, and he helps the kids out by eating up all the jam around them, so they're free. And then Coyote starts hiccuping, which Eddy takes great note of, that the Trickster trio are for sure subjected to hiccups if they had ate too much jam, and so combined with his turtle toes power, it can help him sense where they're located. And sure enough, the power works and they are able to find the trio just lying down on a field, which unfortunately, as the kids try to demand for the jam back, this trio breaks the news that they ate up all the jam, which I mean, you ate a percentage of it, as the rest of them you wasted a percentage of it using it as some battle piece to fight off the Spirit Rangers. So anyways, Lizard kindly tries to offer up worms as a replacement, which is quickly shut down, but then Summer takes a moment to elicit that there could be a way to make another batch of huckleberry jam, which the Tricksters trio are somewhat surprised that the Spirit Rangers can make their own jam, which is like, how do you think it's made to begin with? And that's also followed up with them thinking that they thought the only way to get it was to steal it, which if you actually put your trickster bias to the side, then you definitely know other ways to get what you want. Just the only thing is that the kids need to find where a huckleberry bush is, since it's been acknowledged that it's not really common. However, conveniently, the Trickster trio know where those bushes are, so then a deal is made where the trio is going to guide the children to collect these huckleberries on the condition that they're going to show them how to make it into jam, so the trio can have more for themselves whenever they want to have one, which is very interesting. So the next sequence is pretty surreal to have the kids work with the Trickster trio to make the jam, and it perfectly pans out. So there's enough that needs to be fed to everyone at the potlatch. Then the Trickster trio tried to pull another fast one by stealing all the jams for themselves, but this time the kids are quick enough to stop them. Summer in particular, who shows a lot of development in herself, knowing that sharing is the right thing to do in this spot, and she perfectly convinces the Trickster trio to share despite them not knowing that word, which how the hell did you not even know what that word is? But anyway, despite their hesitations, because it's typical with their natures, they still made a try with sharing and did the honors of giving the jar of jams to the spirit, and they actually felt pretty heartwarmed by its notion that made them feel nice, which this could have been a lot more significant if it did feel like a kickstart to their redemption arc, which that quickly waned, as I'll talk about soon. But the children's parents praised them for saving the potlatch, so then the dad gives each of them their own jar of jam, which they were all excited to try, only for them to open up and it reveals to be carrots inside, which unsurprisingly it was a trick from the Trickster trio themselves, who thought it felt nice to share their pranks, closing off saying no one's ever going to out-trick the three of them as they run off into the distance, which ends off the episode, and I guess the kids couldn't have any jam. Which, what a bummer ending that was to this really strong episode. And don't get me wrong, there is some satire and humor coming out of that, but also at the same time, it essentially just waned any sort of potential of the Trickster trio following any sort of redemptive trajectory. Which, in speaking of, I feel like in the back third of the episode, they did try to make the trio a little bit more redemptive, and it got pretty interesting too, around the parts where they helped out the kids as well as passing out the jams. And this does kind of remind me of Speedmaster from Rubble and Crew, which, but obviously I just don't like that man, and he essentially is in a category where he has like that one redemptive of time before going back to his old nature, and unfortunately the Trickster trio retreads some of that as well in this singular episode, which is a bit of a downer with how much it could have been more significant if they did learn the positive side of things and started a trajectory like that, but it doesn't seem like it's going to. So anyways, our next episode is going to be known as Finding Family, which begins with the children just kayaking with Eddy alongside some other people, and one of the kayakers who was a kid got separated from his family, and so Kodi tries to help and spots a couple who he mistakes as that kid's family, only for him to correct him when he spots his actual family, which is his grandparents who are just up ahead, which that didn't really take long, but oh my god, the secondhand embarrassment. Ugh! I feel for you, Kodi. But anyways, the children hear someone screaming help from Spirit Park, so there's no need to question everything. Just make your way to the park in your spirit forms and investigate what's going on. And the discovery happens to be a little chipmunk spirit who is flowing with the river current that's approaching the waterfall, which what irresponsible parents' dad is, but the kids are able to save her, and likewise, they're absorbed by her cuteness, and Kodi gives her the name of Eclipsed, and obviously, her parents are nowhere to be found. So these three try to return her back to her family. And then it turns night, so things are gonna get pretty complicated for this search. And the kids do encounter Listener and Coyote, who are hiding from wolves, who are howling in a tone that doesn't seem pleasant, and it worries them that the wolves are hungry. And that leads us to an ensuing sequence of the group hiding from the wolves as they get close by. And at the places they hide, they also meet up with some familiar spirits like the great gecko, the skunk, the mole, but unfortunately no chipmunk. So then they walk towards a waterfall, to which the wolves begin to rush towards them. So the group hides behind the waterfall, to which they make a barricade with some boulders, which prevents the wolves from proceeding. However, this leads us to a situation where another piece of the puzzle was added to the picture, where the baby chipmunk had a rattle, and when she shook it, it was attracting the attention of the wolves, which the kids take note of. And when Summer took it away for a little test, the silence averted the wolves from investigating any further around the waterfall. So they shift away to look around, and with Eclipsed basically calling for her parents, the pieces align together that fully confirms that the wolves who have been searching around is actually looking for her because they are her parents. With all that figured out, they encourage Eclipsed to continue howling so she can draw back the attention of her worried parents. And along the way, they sing another pretty catchy song about the Rangers willing to get Eclipsed's family back. So then while they continue to have her howl as they carry her around the forest, her wolf parents finally hear the sound, and they find her baby with the Spirit Rangers and has this very delightful reunion. And they express their appreciation for the children for getting them back together. You know, despite the bevy of times they actually continue to make them separate because of a misunderstanding. But you know, to touch upon this wolf chipmunk family, Eclipsed's real name is actually Fang because of her strong sense of bite, which is quite apparent. So then the children are back at the Zeus Park, where a campfire has been set up for a mini night out with everyone who visited, and they are being served some s'mores and cocoa. Which, hey, they encounter that boy once again, and Kodi makes up for his mistakes by handing over the cocoa to the kids' grandparents. And then everyone sits around a fire for Dee story about a wolf pack, which, hey, nice little coincidence to have after the kids had their adventures with them. But anyways, that's sums up what I have to say for this episode, and it's fine. You know, it plays off the themes of the misunderstanding, which usually those kind of themes in episodes I'm not big fond of, but I think this episode plays out that themes pretty well with some strong twist factors into it, so it doesn't make it as overt and blatant like it normally would. Where with a baby chipmunk, you wouldn't expect it to be raised by wolves, so that does shift things when it becomes the reality. But then that takes us to the subsequent episode titled as Summer's in Charge, and the episode premises with the parents unloading their cedar canoe from a truck where they announce to their children that they're having a cultural exchange. So their tribe is letting them that cedar canoe. So furthermore, the parents also invited a Quelch elder to participate in this exchange, and then Kodi and Eddy are called over to help carry out some pie. And they pretty much got those muscles when they are able to carry a dozen stack of pies like that. Meanwhile, the parents chat with Summer, and they elect her to be in charge of the setup, which feeds into her delight and, let's just say, a bit of an ego, as she's gonna take too much for granted with the role she's given, as she stalks her brothers carrying out the pies, and she basically takes over their job by trying to carry all of it to the tables, which one proved to be a bad call considering the heaviness of these stacks, but also, on top of that, losing her balance and losing her grip on the pies that would end up splattering on the ground means now more work has to be done, thanks a lot for something that she caused. And then kind of the audacity for her to say this wouldn't have happened if she carried all the pies, which where do you get that from when you were the only one who dropped them? But anyways, Dee and the parents head back into the station just for then Otter Spirit to arrive to request for the kids' help to basically unstuck some Flucktuck spirits who are in a canoe that is trapped in the middle of an ocean. So let's all transition into the water spirits, where they meet up with these Flucktuck spirits who are actually just beavers named Alani, Huck, and Twigs, not to confuse with the Spirit Park beavers because they are different characters. So just to clear the air right there. But anyways, these beavers are on their way to a canoe journey, but they lost sense of direction. And Twigs puts fault on them for not following her directions, which, oh my god. And subsequently, Summer tries to challenge her for the spot as leader, which the two of them go back and forth on it, which you spend more time fighting than actually compromising. So by the time you probably stop arguing, you'd already be halfway to the right direction. So then these two sing a song, Leave It Up to Me, because we definitely need this standoff. And after this amusing song, they rotate around the canoe to then reach shore, where they both are not going to let go of their grip from the canoe. Which, for the beavers who are still on it, why don't you just get off it since you're on shore? Because you don't know what trouble the two could inflict on you if they lose grip of the canoe. And unshockingly, the canoe releases from their grip and throttles across the ocean to the other side, where it ejects the beavers out of it and lands on top of one of the crab statues, which, hey, nice callback. And we have the likes of Kodi, Eddy, Lizard and Coyote, and Otter come to their aid, which I guess physicists decided to punish them for that by dropping the canoe that somehow pulled all of them in and spring around for a tad second, and then launching everyone inside into the ocean, where they're sucked into a whirlpool. And to further add to that, the canoe is also sinking into the deepest trench. So now Summer and Twigs are left having to work together to resolve all of this. So together, they first swim down to inspect the situation with the canoe and their friends in the whirlpool, and the two of them come together to unite as a team. So first and foremost, they have to rescue their friends. So the strategy they conceived is a pulley system, with Summer acting as the hook because she has some strong tentacles, so it can stretch far enough to grab her friends, while Twigs will be the one who will control the rope. So Summer is able to get a grip of all her friends, and Twigs pulls them out of the whirlpool. So next, retrieving the canoe that's about to tip forward to fall deeper into the trench, which inevitably did happen, but everyone was quick enough to save it and pull it back up onto shore. So now these beavers are ready to hit the waters again. And so to make their next canoe travels more flexible and less distressing, the beavers have some fellow friends, let's just say Kamash and a whale, who will help pull them across the river. So hey, kudos to them. So then back at the station, the Quelt Elder delivers her speech thanking the nation for participating in the cultural exchange. So when that concludes, the Elder expresses her pleasure for the amazing setup, which the parents give praise to Summer for managing such a good leader role, which Summer herself admittedly gives credit to her brothers for their help. And hey, to make up for what happened earlier with the pies, there was some backup leftovers that was salvaged enough so each kid caught a slice to eat, and Summer kindly hands over the plates to her brothers without dropping the pies this time. So that is one way to send off this episode. Now before continuing on, I need to share my thoughts on this episode. It was pretty fine for the most part. I will say the themes of the episode kind of felt a bit too generic, with essentially letting power get to your head too much, which would then indirectly spearhead catastrophic situations. Nothing against the episode as a whole, it just fosters a more basic thematical storyline that I've seen like one too many times. But now let's get to the episode, which has some association with a barracuda. So we jump to the beach where Cody and Summer are challenging each other on whose Tommel is going to be faster. But the thing is, they are not rigged or anything. They're exactly identical, which Eddy, I guess the clever one, points it out to his older siblings. But yeah, this is all in light of the upcoming Zeus Park Tommel crossing. Then we have the Otter Spirit come jumping out of the waters to inform them about the Chumash paddlers making their way. However, there is one problem with setting up this crossing. There's a myriad of kelp that is stalling up the path, and we have a funny visual of Lizard and Coyote playing jump rope with these kelps, which you better be friendly or else that tangly kelp will pull you in. But anywho, the children task themselves to clear out all the kelp, so likewise, their optimal step is changing into their water forms. And the Spirit Rangers used each of their respective powers to clear out all the kelp, which was done pretty easily, and this is early on in the episode. So likewise, there's some conflict that's about to happen, and I was right. Otter discovers what just went down and chastises the kids that the kelp was a lot more resourceful to critters of Zeus Park and Spirit Park, and which one of them, like the Barracuda spirits in particular, can get really grouchy, which is then interlaced with a lightning storm occurring, with some lightning bolts striking the ocean surface, as well as zapping Coyote's tail, which, God, why would you do that? But the overwhelming of a storm can lead to the cancellation of the Tommel crossing, which is not what the kids would desire. So they need to find the Barracudas and hash things out with them, which right you are. So when they search for them around the coral reef, let's just say these Barracudas found them, and they're clumped together, which they're able to make a shape of a happy face, or let's just say in a more airy way, especially with what's going on. And so the Barracuda leader, Deuces, chats with the Spirit Rangers about their rushy behavior that stems from the damaged kelp forests, which the children, without any hesitation, come clean about their actions, holding themselves responsible, which despite their apology, the Barracudas are clearly not accepting of it and continues displaying their wrath around the ocean, which I know is unfortunate on paper, but that's kind of reality, where a simple apology, especially for a case that is egregious, does not really resolve anything action-wise. Like, I think the whole plot of this is how it leans in on the importance of resolving situations through your actions rather than your words. Like, just simple talk is not going to be as effective in these particular manners. And the children do pick up on the idea that maybe action is key to making their apology more effective. But unfortunately, the way they're going to execute it is very suboptimal, as we start off with them trying to get assistance from the crabs to create a sculpture to, I guess, impress the Barracudas in their apology, which that doesn't really represent anything in relation to an apology, and it makes you come off more of a show-off and insincere in that spot, which, as they presented the sand sculpture to the Barracudas, did just anger them more to create a shape of a shark to destroy the sculpture. So next, Summer tries another method of hugging some of them with her tentacles, which no, that's not doing much and only made things worse as these Barracudas now start wreaking havoc at the playpen. And afterwards, they are now beginning to twist around to create a tornado effect, which the kids try another method of singing a song to ground their apology, which Deuces on behalf of his crew absolutely despised it. So with this tornado now emerging itself to become an issue, the only thing the kids can do is solve the issue, so they bravely make their way into the tornado, where they reach the bottom and explore around to make the discovery that this so-called Barracuda tornado is not actually a destructive act. Instead, their routine of farming for new kelp to grow and harvest. So the kids find Deuces to speak to once again and reflect on their errors to him about their methods of apologizing to him, not realizing that the rightful actions is more needed than just their words. So Deuces offers them to help them grow the kelp quicker by improving its supplied resources to make its growth more advanced. And also for some explanation on what they did in regards to the lightning, the rocks they stole from the playpen, and also the sand they chomped off, it turns out it's all the essentials needed to harvest these new kelp quicker. So after that's done, they're going to try and resolve their mistake too. And likewise, playing into the tropes in Phoenix episode where actions speak louder than words, which in relation to an apology, it also contributes to an apology being more effective. So then the children sing a song about actions being louder than words as they help out grow the kelp, and that ends up their time in the ocean as they are back above the sea in the Tommel boat, where they're paddling across the ocean, and their parents got to see some of the Barracuda spirits as they paddle, which they all clump together to make a smiling face, which has more gravitas to be positive. So yeah, that is the end of the episode. So to express my thoughts on it, I enjoyed it. I have a fond for these kind of themes where they're truly impactful to me, as when you grow up, the sentiment of actions being louder than words is something that is truly valued. In essence of its form of authenticity that can reflect on your character, which integrating that kind of theme into this kids media is very fulfilling to see. So then that takes us to the next episode, which is titled as Wildflowers. Okay, getting wild here, and we start off with the kids guiding some fellow junior rangers through a garden of flowers where they introduce them to what is called a super bloom, which they detail that every 10 years they would occur, which the reason for it is because these flowers are very timely with the resources they get, and once it hits the right moment, they'll bloom into what they appear to be. And then one of those children almost stomps on the poppies, to which he's quickly stopped and instructed that one of the rules is you cannot crush the poppies because they are sensitive. Which, speaking of sensitive, you guys are going to have a sensitive smell after an unexpected odor just comes, which the siblings discover that it is the stink bug once again, and they quickly hide him from the junior rangers and have their parents opt to finish the tour for them. So now we get this interaction with the children and the stink bug, which, remember, Zizkala is an artist, and with this sight of the super blooms, he wants to paint a portrait. However, he's just unable to find any sort of inspiration that can help with his painting, and he deduces that the children will be his 3 muses for his portrait, which they gladly accept, which if I were them, I would definitely be willing to, especially how much of an honor it can be to help out a friend here. And plus, art, you know the appeal here. So anywho, likewise, the kids are in their spirit forms and they're at the Spirit Park Super Bloom. So they start out with some superhero poses so he can paint his portraiture of them, and he's liking what he's painting and is hopeful that he's gonna get a ton of likes on Stink Talk, which that is literally specific specifically the variant of TikTok, which I mean, unique that the show tad reflected on some pop culture. So anyways, they try to do some other poses from a different angle, and Coyote and Lizard join in, as well as the Buffalo, and one of their poses end up being them stacking on each other, which, what is there to enforce here? And next thing you know, as he just completes his portraiture of them, they all come crashing down like building blocks, and unfortunately the Buffalo lands on the poppies, where they are crushed. Which, hey, take us back to what was just said about the consequences of crushing these poppies. They are extremely sensitive, and when there's rumblings going on the ground, it does personify how literal they were meaning about it. However, the Stinkbug continued to scoff at that fact, which of course, with his overconfident attitude, the visual had to be intertwined with the dramatic bloom of giant monstrous poppies, who then attack all of them, which we humorously have Kodi be tossed around like a volleyball after Eddy saves him in a bubble, which, hey, I think volleyball is more interesting than basketball. No offense. But anyways, nothing is truly getting resolved until they reflect on the fact that while they were posing on them, they were fine until the Buffalo accidentally crushed them. So it makes sense that if they had just stayed on the path that they're in, then they wouldn't be in this pickle. So then they sing a song about staying on the Super Bloom path. And for Stinkbug to express all of this, he makes a painting that symbolizes staying on the Super Bloom path, to which these giant poppies turn from purple to yellow, which, hey, they are complementary to each other on this color wheel. And they shrink back down to their normal size, so everything is back to normal. And the Stinkbug has a perfectly painted portrait too. So anyways, everyone returns back to Zeus Park, where the parents had just bid their farewells to those junior rangers. And the Stinkbug shows the parents the wonderful paintings that he illustrated with everyone's help. And let's just say one of the paintings that the parents first look at is a depiction of Coyote running away from a monstrous poppy, which he is just way too embarrassed to share about the incident. So that's the end of the episode, and it's just fine. I mean, to me, I understand the Stinkbug's agenda here to compose a wonderful portrait with the Super Bloom inside. However, I think his major flaw was not being as cautioned to avoid causing any sort of havoc that would lead to some very bad repercussions. And the plotline was a bit middle of the road, where it did get a bit dragged in the back third of it, but I still came out of the episode just fine with what it brought to the table. But that is all I had to say, so I'm ready to move on. But yeah, let's move on to the Sage Advice episode, where we start off with the kids just vlogging themselves introducing the White Sage plants, which are vastly significant for their resources of medicine. And then after their vlog, they hear some voices in the distance, and that comes from Cindy and Mindy, monster hunters. But then as the children investigate, they make some noise from a little bush that the sisters hear and believe to be a monster, so they shoot a net at it, only for it to be Eddy, which, why would you do that to a little kid? But anyways, Eddy is untangled from a sibling, and they get insight from the sisters that they've learned from a magazine that sages will help them feel protected from any potential effects from monsters, which, why are you even believing in all of these fictions? Like, a fiction is a fiction. It's not legit. And of course, the children protest at their motives, as these sages are only for important use that's actually authentic, not for speculative or terrorized purposes that you guys are embracing. But then after they pick some sage, a loud roar is heard, which only hypes up these ladies more to believing they are gonna find a monster, which this speculation that Eddy almost seems to believe is quickly credited by Kodi, pointing out that it's a bear roar because obviously he's a bear spirit, so he's gotta know his peers, man. Which news of it being bear obviously let down the sisters, so they just head back their merry way, while the kids now go to Spare Park to investigate the bear roar because it sounds more abnormal than what it should have. So first things do, typically they meet up with their friends Lizard and Coyote, and that is then followed up with another roar that is terrifying many of the spirits. And the roar is so loud that it shakes the ground too, causing not only the spirit rangers to tumble down, but also the trees, which they had to dodge through as they approach the bears. And it happens to be a parental bear tending to a cub who's clearly suffering a runny nose, and as the kids first absorb its cuteness, that pleasurable moment gets ruined by the baby bear sneezing, which is what was causing all of this rumbling. And it blows all of them back. So yeah, I guess this little cub inherits those monstrous tropes. But anyways, this guardian bear is actually his grandmother, and he himself is named Lima. And basically, Lima has a very powerful sneeze that can only be cured if he can intake white sage. Which, hey, conveniently, the Spirit Rangers were just interacting with sage earlier. But there's a problem. There's no more sage in the park for some reason. So the Spirit Rangers opt to find more for them. And furthermore, to prevent more rumblings occurring, Eddy places Lima inside his bubble, which when Lima sneezes again, it only enlarges it. Which, I mean, good. It is barring from any upcoming rumblings at the moment, but the bubble shows clear signs it's not going to last, so the kids need to find the sages quickly. And while searching, they smell something what appears to be age, so they follow that smell, only for Kodi to trip over a sort of tripwire that triggers a trap. And unsurprisingly, that was rigged from the Trickster trio. Which, when will you learn, guys? But here's the catch, they have a baggage full of sage because they wanted to protect themselves, which the children try to reason with them about Lima needing some, or else his sneezes are gonna destroy the spirit park. But of course, these tricksters are just too greedy to understand, and they couldn't just leave at least a small portion of sage. They took it all for themselves and scrammed. So then Summer uses her wind blast to free them out, which, had you done that earlier, the Tricksters trio wouldn't have gotten farther than they did. So anyways, they're on hot pursuit and they end up climbing up the Rocky Mountains, while Lima continues to sneeze inside the bubble that has grown way larger. And so the Spirit Rangers reaches near the top of the mountain where they confront the Trickster trio once again, who refuses to hand over any sage. Then the grandma arrives as Lima makes his final sneeze that bursts the bubbles, and the effect rumbles so hard that everyone is forced to dash into the cave as a rock slide commences, trapping them in. So now with everything that happens, this now forces the Trickster trio to finally comply, as another sneeze from Lima and it'll cave them in. So they give it up, and the grandmother does the honors of singing a song about this while she gets everyone to release the substance of sage that Lima would finally be able to inhale and cure his sniffles. So now he feels much better as he says so, and they all are able to find an exit, where the Trickster trio of course go first, and Raccoon in particular trying to gloat, only for her little allies to differ from what she claimed. But anyway, they all leave, and the kids are back at the station where we follow the Cindy and Mindy storyline, where they are finally persuaded to return the sage and are deeply apologetic for their act. So then they depart, and for some last second humor, they add Kodi let out a little sneeze, which is typical for a human's sake. It's not going to be as powerful as a bear sneeze. Which, don't get me wrong, if he was in his bear form, there may be a debate that it could have been powerful like Lima's, but who knows? Does it foreshadow anything? I don't personally believe so. But anyways, that sums up the episode, where I had a thrill with its plot. But you know, with the involvement of the Trickster trio, it does bring a little upstick to the drama of the story. And although I'll say there is still some untapped potential that there could have been a redemption story being built with these guys, especially for their temporary moment of kindness in the Potlatch episode. They could have easily tried to give more emphasis on the side of the trio that they personally dislike embracing. And you know, with the whole sequence of them finally giving in to give that stage could have been an opportunity as well, where although they don't technically work with the Spirit Rangers to help the situation out, instead just cooperate only for the circumstances of their positions, there could have been something for them to take away and reflect on this case, to develop a mold in them that I would have loved to see. But nope, that unfortunately was missed out, and once again left me whelmed. But now let's get to the following episode, titled Facing Fears, and it is a stormy night, so the kids plus Luther and Coyote are just camping out in the treehouse, where Coyote tells an eerie story, which Lizard tries to add on top of the horrific nature of it. But all they get is a stoic reaction from the children, with Kodi uttering that heroes don't get scared, which then after a loud bolt of lightning strikes and shuts the electricity inside, which startles Kodi and he falls into Coyote's arms, which is such an amusing visual. Which again, Kodi being scared, what a crazy occurrence, because normally this would be Eddy's position, but hey, let's clean in on the big kid's positionality unfair. Then everyone is startled by a shadowy figure at the window, who only happens to be Otter, who requests for the Spirit Rangers' help because, let's just say, a wardrobe emergency. Her basket cap is missing, which the explanation to why she always wears it is finally emphasized here, where it's pretty much a cherishable wear across her family's generations, and so it is an important sentimental piece that she is equipped to wear every day. So yeah, a brief understanding on its significance to her, and because of the situation she's in, it's terrifying her that she may have lost it, and the circumstances with how she even got it lost, well, let's just say tiny seahorses stole it. With the word of that sounds ridiculous, but you know, it's pretty vague, and maybe once you see them in person, you'll definitely have an idea of who they are. So the Spirit Rangers change into their ocean forms, while Coyote and Lizard stay back to tend some s'mores. Anyways, they've immersed themselves into the ocean environment, and while searching, they'd easily spot Otter's cap on a coral, so when Otter tries to grab it, a clump of bubbles blows the cap away, and she immediately accuses Eddy because he has bubble powers. But he's innocent to all this, and a good nod to Kodi for his stingray wave. Its sound force leads to a seahorse who has the cap and immediately takes off with everyone on hot pursuit. And although they try to get assistance from the crabs who they pass by, there are no help to this, and it becomes such a puzzling situation as it's revealed to the audience that there are two of them who are identical, which, okay, double trouble. And you know what this reminds me of? Bill and Bennett from Thomas and Friends, some mischievous twins, and these seahorses are on a similar vein like this. So then after the Spirit Rangers are able to corner one of those seahorses, it finally forces our hand to reveal themselves as twins, and they introduce introduce themselves as Bubble and Trouble, which, if that is your birth name, wow, your parents hate you. But along their introduction, they dubbed themselves as the Trickster Twins, which, hey, don't get me wrong, I felt like they were an aquatic counterpart to the Trickster Trio. And funnily enough, they even mentioned them, but not in a way where they have any sort of camaraderie with the trio, where they seem to have more hostility towards them too, despite being tricksters themselves. So then, these Trickster Twins sing a song to really epitomize their mischievousness. So then, Otter has just had enough and demands for her cap back, which I think is insane to ask, especially for tricksters who are not going to make things easy. And likewise, they don't. And to be as mean-spirited as possible, they drop her cap down the trench, which is then reaching to the bottom of the ocean where the atmosphere is a lot darker. So now they're in a spot where they have to dive down to get it. And now in this spot is where the whole beginning part kind of gives dividends to Kodi and Otter's expression of fear, as we have Eddy and Summer try to descend down to get it, just to then get tangled up with some kelp that plummets them to the ocean floor. So now it leaves Kodi and Otter to courageously go down to save them, as they commonly have a fear of the darkness. But they discuss further and find their grounds to put their fear aside so they can do what's right. So then as they swim into the gloomy level of the trench, they encounter some plants that illuminate light, and they do find Eddy and Summer, so Kodi frees them right in front of the Trickster Twins, who divulge on that the Spirit Rangers has now fallen into their biggest trap, which is an anglefish, who then chase the Spirit Rangers, where they swim away, but eventually Kodi and Otter set their priorities on getting things over with and not backing down. So then by hearing this, the twins try to urge the anglefish to eat the Spirit Rangers, but funnily, she ain't starving. On top of that, she thought they were just playing, which why are you putting in trust with tricksters who are known to be deceitful? But anyways, Otter is finally able to get her cat back from the anglefish, which upsets the twins, and they advance with some very unpleasant attitude that made the anglerfish feel inclined to eat again and indicate that the trickster twins are her appetizers. So one chomp at them and they start to swim away from her, and that's pretty much the last we got from these guys, as they were never seen again. Who knows what could have happened? So returning back to the treehouse to retell their adventure to Coyote, who isn't really terrified of the story, especially involving the anglerfish. However, he's definitely terrified by his one and only lizard friend who just basically jump scares him. And he admits that was a good one. Which, yeah, but also, from a watcher's myself perspective, I did see it coming, as where was Lizard during the storytelling? Yeah, it kind of was a bit blatant, but anyway, to wrap up everything about how I would describe this episode, I think it was solid. The whole fear factor on Ramal is what I always find to be an interesting development for a character, which, to iterate, normally this would be a kind of theme for someone like Eddy to learn, since we've seen a lot of his fearful traits throughout the series, but it was a very unique kink for Kodi to be personifying that fiend, because he has been well known as this ferocious and relentless character, but to see this side of him is pretty surreal, and I do like how the story plot avoided the stereotypical representation of those kind of traits, and this little shift in occurrence made Kodi's story a bit more fascinating and nuanced. And now we're at the penultimate episode, where this one is titled The Great Oak Tree. And the beginning sequence has the kids and Coyote crafting some invitations for, I guess, the celebration of elders. Then Lizard pops up to get them all moving to pass out the invitations. And that was probably the shortest starting sequence at Zeus Park. So now the kids transfer to Spirit Park to hand out these invitations to the spirit, which is cool enough for the show to try to be meta and give some quick cameo to some of the spirits that we met along the way. Although there was some missed potentials to some who I wished made another appearance, like Sanka, for example. I really liked her in that one episode back in season 1, but she never appeared since then, which I think was a big bummer. Anyways, their last stop is to present the invitation to Sunny and Moon for the celebration of elders, which then is followed up with the two mentioning about the great oak tree hopefully being there, as she is a representative of the elder side of things, as well as her roots being the main source of nourishment for the entire Spirit Park, which stokes the kids and entices them to invite her as well. Which I like how they're not like panicky over not knowing about her or forgetting to invite her. I'm glad they are just following suit to make sure everyone who's at the Spirit Park is invited. So then they walk through a dark and gloomy forest. Then a giant acorn drops down on them and they run away from it as it rolls towards them. So after avoiding that obstacle, it confirms they finally reach to her as she speaks, but she keeps swinging around her roots at them, having this very hostile attitude, which has complicated them when they're trying to invite her. So, with one last invitation left, they hand this over to a little chipmunk to trying to pass the message to her, only for that chipmunk to just start munching on it. And I think relying on a chipmunk to do your job is kind of dumb. So the Spirit Rangers head back to what I guess is the party, and they confront the sun and moon about this situation regarding the great oak tree, where they express their difficulties in getting anywhere in touch with her because of how fragile she seemed to be. So then the Rangers are told that it's very important to have an elder like her be there for Elders Day, especially because she contributed to many of the care around the land. Like, yeah, maybe she did come on a bit of a high horse and acted rough, but a figure like her whose shtick has helped support everything in the Spirit Park is warranted to be respected. And this is not just applied to her, it applies to any sort of elder. Afterwards, roots start to emerge and overwhelm the land, with the oak tree expressing her disgust of being essentially excluded out of an elder celebration. So the Spirit Rangers are gonna try and give her a more respectful invitation. But to do that, they have to make their way up high, even past the cloud level. And their journey up was rooted in to be very chaotic, with a blend of the hasty roots as well as some raining acorns. But they finally reach the top and meet her face to face, where she rationalizes everything about her grumpiness stemming from the feeling of being forgotten about, especially on an occasion like this. And she got that word thanks to the chipmunk. So yeah, I was right, the chipmunk was not trustworthy. Take it to chipmunk jail for fraud. Anyways, the kids apologize for their seemingly wrongful approach to inviting her and present her their way of showing their immense care. And what is that? A beautiful song about celebrating the elders of the park together. So after this wonderful invitation, she feels very honored and realizes that she has not been shafted. However, the problem here is that she's a tree, where she cannot move from her spot. So the optimal and yet only the most ideal resolution to this is to just bring Elder Day to her, essentially celebrating it in the spot that she's in. So they do a bit of decoration and other sort of festivities. So now with this party set up, they have the honors to have the oak tree share a little story time with them, and it was pretty short-lived for us audience to hear it, since the scene cut back to the kids in Zeus Park, gathered with the other junior rangers at a campfire to listen to their elder story, which is Eddy. And yeah, even the end sequence in Zeus Park was super condensed. So before moving forward, let's talk about this episode, and I think it was heartwarming and thrilling. You know, although it didn't give me a sense of what's going to happen in the finale episode, at least all of this action-packed sequences and other intense occurrences is shaping me to be hyped up coming into this last episode. But to talk more generally about this individual episode alone, I like the story plot that focuses in on the elder side of things, representing their significance and how much validation they deserve for what they have contributed. So that's my thoughts, and now for the grand finale, which it's titled Blizzards and Blankets. So the family is at the stage just rehearsing a speech that regards their contribution to installing solar panels to basically address climate change, which also warranted them a special blanket in the process. And the final touch for this upcoming speech is a nice little song that the mother plays. Then the situation goes turbulent when the blanket suddenly vanished, and that's followed up by a giant snowball comes crashing down on Zeus Park, so everything's covered in snow. And then Summer finds some paw prints that elicit a lot of curiosities with the unexpected blizzard and the missing blanket. So likewise, the children plan to investigate in Spirit Park, and their parents finally coming along with them. And so the kids are in their spirit forms, and we get such a surreal visual of the park being laid over by snow, and the kids happen to find the blanket in the middle of the ice, which happens to be used by Lizard and Coyote, which the mom easily takes it back. So I guess that little mystery is over with. However, there's still the snow that needs to be dealt with, and unfortunately, the conditions begin to intensify, and so Eddy puts his parents and their spirit friends inside a bubble, which briefly goes awry until Kodi stops it, which in turn starts to crack the ice beneath them. And then that's when we are introduced to a polar bear spirit named Nanook, who comes from Alaska, which the question raises why she's even there, since she should be near the north to settle herself in the cold weather. Well, let's just say her home was starting to melt, and she ended up getting lost and made her way to Spirit Park, where she has basically brought the cold climate into its environment. On top of that, her powers have become uncontrollable, where she's now producing blizzard bunnies, who are slowly starting to wreak havoc, freezing up things with ice. So the longer she's not back at her home, the worse it's gonna get with where she's at now. And she then sings a song about being lost, Afterwards, we have an avalanche, which you better find some sonic shoes if you want to get away from that, because that darn thing is coming on your tail. So they find refuge inside a cave that gets caved in by ice blocks, essentially trapping them in, where all of them but Nanook is in there for some reason. And let's say hiding in the cave wasn't the greatest idea as well, with icicles being present too and starting to rain on them. So now they have to mandatorily get themselves out of there. But despite their best efforts, especially from the Spirit Rangers, who's using all of their strengths to get through the ice blockage, it's just pretty ineffective. And their parents really feel bad, as we now get the recall of the storyline with them being previous Spirit Rangers before, but they have not been able to transform in years, which seeing this now being emphasized on again after it was briefly mentioned in the first episode, immediately screamed out to me like, yeah, I think we're gonna see this revelation be fulfilled, but how is gonna be the question mark. And so everyone is now told to stop trying to prick the ice because its friction is causing the cave-in to be more inevitable. And with everyone just freezing, they huddle around together covered in that special blanket, and they have a moment to reflect on the children being the park's next generation protectors, and they get a brief moment of chanting together. Then suddenly the parents begin to suspend and transform into their spirit forms that they couldn't do for years. So to quickly detail their spirit forms, I'll start with the mom's, where she is a bear, which is pretty apt considering how blatantly she's been going by the alias of Mama Bear, and I guess it's her necklace pendant that transferred her traits since he's the eldest child and sorta elicits why he's a bear cub. And then the father is a tree spirit, which is very nuanced. But yeah, now they have finally gotten their ability to transform again, and it seems like it's all because the Spirit Park was calling for them to help protect them once more. And so this revelation was very astonishing to see fulfilled, as even I was interested to see what the parents' spirit forms were going to be when they first mentioned it back in the very first episode of this season. And for that to basically be emphasized in the finale too, kind of gives a great full circle moment here. And also with the whole sentiment of the parents not even needing their necklaces and being connected with Spirit Park to begin with, does recall me back to the finale of the second season where the kids didn't really need their necklaces when they were able to transform into their land forms, which speaks to the notion that what made them the Spirit Rangers was being the spirits themselves, not the power that they had. And I think that is a similar case with the parents here, so that is pretty phenomenal. So the children admire their parents' spirit forms, and Kodi and his mother together as bear spirits use their roars to successfully break through the ice, and the father uses his root powers to reinforce the cave from caving in. It truly helped guide us a sense of the effectiveness with the parents' powers. So everyone makes it out of the cave, and hey, Nanook is back, but only for a brief segment as she's being kidnapped by her own blizzard bunnies, who have also taken possession of her blanket that she was wearing. So now everyone's on a hunt for where she's at. So the father uses his powers to identify her location, and on their way there, they pump into Auto Woman, which finally she appears, and they make their way to like some sort of snow palace, where inside they see Nanook trying to settle down her big barrage of blizzard bunnies who are out of control and are spitting ice. Furthermore, they've taken her blanket that holds all the powers to control the winter. And so now that she's powerless, the blizzard bunnies form into a twister that sucks everyone inside and ejects everyone out of the palace. Also, Otter gets fairly unlucky that one of them spat ice on her, so now she's frozen. And turns out every other spirit has been frozen ice solid. So first, Kodi and his dad help break out Otter from the frozen ice, and with an upcoming war with the blizzard bunnies, they need an army, which is essentially them alongside the other spirits to combat against them. However, it's going to take a lot of time to unfreeze every spirit, so there's the idea of having the nuke to combine hers and the Spirit Rangers' powers together so it can create a blizzard buster, which helps thaw all the spirits out of the ice, and now they're all assembled together for this showdown. And so let the battle begin! And you know, likewise, the heroes were clearly winning over them, but you know what, I might as well take a moment to express how touched I was with how the show really gave some brief cameos to all the spirits that we've met along the way. But anyways, all the little blizzard bunnies have been exterminated, so everyone makes their way back to the palace and encounter a giant snow bunny who imposes itself to be a very ruthless force as it relentlessly freezes up Lizard and Coyote. How dare you? And also the parents, as they essentially sacrifice themselves to keep their kids moving to stop this relentless force. So the kids plus Nanook create another blizzard buster, this one more enlarged, and they strike it at the giant snow bunny and made a hole in its gut, causing it to burst into snowflakes, which I'll say a bit too easy for that being the way they defeat it. But you know, the darn thing is made out of snow, so do you even expect more out of it? Anyways, Nanook finally retrieves back her blanket, and now she can control the snow again, where she dissipates them in Spirit Park. And they also sing another song where they reflect on being in it together, which is certainly apt for the theme of this episode with how everything went down. But afterwards, the parents and Lizard Coyote come out after being thawed from the ice, and they have a moment to embrace with the children. And then with Nuke, she needs to head back north, but she is feeling hot. So first, Eddy puts her in a bubble where she makes it chilly inside, so I guess she can have that refrigerator feeling. And she's placed on a little iceberg that will transport her back up north, so goodbye Nanook. And she delivers one interesting line about there being other spirit rangers around the world, which itches the curiosity of the children. So now back in Zeus Park, the mom finally delivers her speech to the audience and finishes off with a very impactful line where they are all in it together to take care of one another. And with not only the humans being in the audience, but as well as the spirits behind them, it really gives a lot for this culmination of this show. And the family has one last hug to embrace each other as the episode fades away, which finally concludes this series. And I am left pretty satisfied with how this particular ending felt, as although it would have been interesting for more down the road, especially with the notion with the parents now being able to change into their spirit forms, it would have been cool to see more adventures with this shtick. But ultimately, the series culminated before we could even get that, so there's no inroads for continuity. However, to talk about this episode as a whole, it was an exhilarating experience. You know, I was really a big fan of the first episode this season, especially when they gave us a little setup about the parents being one spirit ranger, so I felt like there had to be some way to have that fulfilled, and they did so right here in the finale. Though I do feel like this storyline only being emphasized on from the premiere and the finale felt like there could have been more to do with it within the episodes along the way, where it would have been nice if there were some episodes that gave us some checkups on the storyline where the kids would try looking for that source that would ultimately bring back their parents' powers. So on the other end, I think it would have affected the pacing with the season, as we're conjuncting it with other episodes that are mostly on the filler side of things. So with that, I think the portrayal of that storyline could have been done a bit better, and it would have had some nice progression along the way instead of it being a bit rushed and emphasized on in 2 out of the 19 episodes this season. But it is what it is, and the episode was just an incredible ride from start to finish. A very grand showdown and thrilling energy that further propels my enjoyment with what this series offered. With that is my entire review on the Netflix show Spirit Rangers, a modern kids show that lives up to its potential with its very original creativity and consistently solid writing that does relish a lot of significant impacts. And looking at the show, it's also one that kind of unfortunately is not widely talked about either, despite how much reverence it's surrounded by, which could be a bit marginal, but I think this review was a good opportunity to give this show a bit more of a spruce up with its moniker. So by the end, this show I do hold in much more high regard compared to a lot of modern shows combined, and although tad underrated, and still does have some fundamental issues that leaves me with a bit of reservations with, I still don't have that much qualms with this show, and its very unique qualities makes it satisfies the potentials it has. So likewise, that ends up my review, and you'll anticipate more coverage of TV shows down the road, which hey, I am getting around to covering another next month that I also have mentioned in my announcement, so expect my coverage on them. And with all of that, I appreciate you guys tuning in.